who's like an Elon Musk type. Let's just, and I'm not accusing them of anything. I'm just saying at that caliber of celebrity and that caliber of prominence, you can't go anywhere. If you're Bill Clinton back in the 80s or the 90s, whatever it was, you can't go party. Right. Everybody knows who you are. You got to be protected, right? But you want these experiences. And so you have these guys, like a Jeffrey Epstein type guy, who works with the elite of the elite clientele. It's all movie stars, big-time politicians, world leaders, scientists, Nobel Prize winners, and they all meet together and have fascinating conversations and cocktails, and there's beautiful girls everywhere. Of course. What a great idea. Right. And if you're naive and you don't understand honeypots.
Here's the quote from Maria Farmer, who was one of the accusers from what was inside the house in New York.
Okay, she said there were monitors inside this cabinet. I looked on the cameras and I saw toilet, bed, toilet. She said, visibly spooked. Like, I'm never going to use the restroom here and I'm never going to sleep here. You know what I mean? It was very obvious that they were like monitoring private moments. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Maria Farmer was the one who worked at Epstein's office in New York, I think.
And this was the house, Jamie?
Yeah, I was looking up stuff on the house. That was like what they
found. What if the house still has fucking cameras in it somewhere that they haven't found yet?
They definitely, don't know.
Yeah, you'd have to scan the shit out of that house. You'd have to take the walls apart. There's probably listening devices inside the walls. Like, who knows? If this was like really an intelligence operation, they probably had that house fully wired.
Maria Farmer, I think she was the chick who was working the front desk at his office in Manhattan. And this is like a funny example of like what I like to do. My mom is super left wing. She has her degree in fine arts. And she still is like an art professor. And my dad is an ex-post office worker. And he's only watches Fox. So my dad only watches Fox. They're divorced. My mom only watches CNN.
Jesus, why didn't they stay together?
How weird. Who knows? And I like to like take things that are happening and then the controversial things, like for Epstein example, and I like to just like call my mom and argue with her, like argue the right wing side against my mom's point of view on Epstein, and then I'll call my dad and I'll make the same argument the opposite argument towards him. It's like a fucking thought experiment, or like a critical thinking exercise.
He is your parents,
and my mom, she'll be like, of course, like Trump. There's more footage of Trump with Epstein than anybody. Are you kidding me? He's partying with him here. Like, of course he's compromised. And then my dad's like, it's fucking Clinton, bro. It's like, it's only Bill Clinton. Look, he's the only one on the Epstein files. Of course we know he's a pervert, all this stuff. But like, and then you have, so the funny thing is, both sides will use their little batch of evidence to support their idea and ignore the opposite, right? So like, the girl you were just talking about, Virginia, she was literally on video saying that all this shit about Bill Clinton on the jet, going to the island, hanging out with Trump and all this stuff. And the right-wing people, like people I know, my parents and like older folks I know in Florida, will say, she came out, thank you for exposing Bill Clinton for being a pedo and doing all this stuff. And Virginia Giuffre, after this happened, she's like, you guys didn't listen to the whole fucking tape. She's like, I was telling you that Trump was at the penthouse 3 days a week and visiting him, but you guys don't want to hear that. And it's like, it's just this weird thing. Like, if you do the math, it's gotta be so many high level, powerful people that are somehow compromised. And do I think like Clinton and these guys are pedos? No, I don't think that at all. But if you were Jeffrey Epstein, I think it's super plausible to assume that he would try to trick them with like a girl who looks old, right? Who is possibly like on the borderline of being 18. And you say, oh yeah, this girl, she's 18, 19, 20, whatever. Meanwhile, she's like 17 and they had no idea and they have video footage. And in like a court of law, if I'm the judge, I'm going to let them, like, of course, they fucking lied to him. And this is not like some young girl, obviously, but they lied. Yeah. But like in like the court of public opinion, you're never going to win in that case, right? Like if that comes out, you're fucked.
You're fucked. I mean, you're fucked if you just go into the island to bang hookers. Like, it's like they're of age. It's still like whatever he was doing. you preyed on people's desire for experiences and vice.
Yes.
And all these powerful people who, again, they can't just go call a hooker and the hooker goes, "Oh my God, I just blew Bill Gates. This is nuts." You know what I mean? Like, you can't trust them. So you have to trust someone who really has a lockdown organization, and they felt like he did.
Yeah.
And that's why they all hung out with him even after he got arrested. This is what's crazy.
That is crazy.
A lot of Bill Gates meetings with him were after he was prosecuted, and he got this little slap on the wrist. He got essentially a home detainment, and I think he had to do like weekends at the jail. Like, it was like crazy for underage sex for, what's supposed to be a felony. The whole thing is crazy. And then when there's one reporter that really chased it down, I forget her name, but she really looked into it, and that's when they opened up the second case, the second trial. Vicky Ward. Was she from what paper? Vanity Fair. So she was responsible for, because she was like, "This is insane. Like, what's going on here?" And then there was the sheriff that had arrested him, said that I was told to use intelligence. And I mean, you gotta think, man, if a guy like that is running these kind of parties with all these rich and powerful people, how many different worldwide decisions can be manipulated because of these people and the compromises you have on them?
Right.
It's really a brilliant thing to do.
Yeah.
From an intelligence perspective.
Yeah, it really is, man. And like the way that the world is shaping out now, and this like rise of Jew hate online is, and I think a lot of it's bots. I think it's coming from every angle. I think it's probably a lot of propaganda and bots coming from Iran, coming from Israel, Saudi. Who knows where it's all coming from? It's just such a confusing crock of shit on the internet. But on one hand, they were able to pull off some incredible fucking operations. And, on the other hand, we get mad. Now that it gets exposed, we get mad that they have their hooks in us, and the people that are in power, whatever the politicians are, the puppets, just like bend the knee to whatever they're doing. And it gets exposed when people like Tucker did that interview with Ted Cruz. Mm-hmm. And he had him on his heels the whole time. That was incredible. That was a fucking a biblical fucking interview with Ted Cruz, and that really like pulled the mask off, because like if that guy is explaining his position on Israel being in Congress, and that's his number one thing that made him want to be a congressman, it's like, what are all these other people doing then? Like, if there's all this money, and you can see the receipts, how much money they're being given by these lobbies. But like, how bad can you get because we let them do it? They're legally allowed to do it.
Yeah, you could be mad, but you really should be mad at the politicians.
Yeah,
the corrupt politicians, and how many of them there are. And like, look at the mayoral race, where they all were saying, "My first trip, I'm going to go to Israel."
Oh yeah, except for the dude. What's his name? He said he's going to stay in New York.
The communist. Yeah, it's like, "I'm going to take care of the Jews in New York." Boom, checkmate. That was it. That literally won it for him. Because everybody else was like, "What are you guys talking about? Like, New York is fucked. Take care of this goddamn city." Why? What's this loyalty and allegiance to Israel from the New York City mayors? The people that are candidates for mayor? Like, your number one concern is Israel? That seems odd. Unless you're getting a ton of money.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they have some video footage.
Yeah. The more I think about politics and just look at the news cycle every day, I just feel like I get dumber.
It's a dumb business. It's a dumb, dirty business.
It really is, dude. Just like, sometimes I'm just like not motivated to read the daily news. Like I was telling Missy Gavin too. I was like to focus on the culture wars 24/7, 365 and fucking talk about it all day is draining, dude.
Yeah, you can't. It's bad. It's bad for you.
Yeah.
That's why people that are on social media all day, they're poisoned. There was some study recently. I think it was Columbia. I forget what university, but they paid people to stay off social media for a certain amount of time, and they said that the results were superior to therapy. See if you can find that. So I think a large percentage of the mental illness that we have in this country is greatly accentuated by social media. I think people that are on it all day, I think it's extremely addictive. I think the conflict raises the whole anxiety that you have about conflict in society. Stanford paid 35,000 people to find out if quitting Instagram made you happier. Yeah, this is it. And so what was the results? Landmark study on digital well-being.
Yeah.
Ran 2 parallel experiments with Facebook and Instagram as prospective platform. For each focal platform, Meta grew a stratified random sample of users who in the U.S. who were age 18 or older, had logged in at least once a month, or at least once in the past month. From August 31st to September 12th, Meta placed survey invitations at the top of these users' focal platform news feeds. Study explains on Facebook, a total of 10.6 million users were invited to the study. 673,388 clicked the invitation, and 43,249 were willing to deactivate, consented to participate, and completed the enrollment survey. Of these, 19,857 completed the baseline survey, could be linked to the platform data, and had at least 15 minutes of baseline use per day. So what was the results? Modest but meaningful emotional gains. Findings were statistically significant, although modest in scale. Facebook deactivation Facebook is like a bunch of old people complaining about their neighborhood.
Yeah.
Led to a 0.060 standard deviation improvement. That's not much. While Instagram deactivation yielded a 0.041 improvement. These gains represent approximately 15 to 22% of the benefits typically seen with established psychological interventions such as cognitive behavior therapy or mindfulness-based interventions. So that's not much. That's 22% of the benefits. So it's a mild improvement. Look at this though. The improvements weren't equally distributed. Adults over 35 saw the most substantial benefit from leaving Facebook, whereas young women under 25 experienced the most emotional uplift from an Instagram break. Women are getting fucked by that because they're constantly comparing themselves to girls that are digitally altered and using filters and fucks their self-esteem. And I just think overall it's not good for us. And there's a large percentage of our society is addicted to it, and it's new.
It's the dope. It hijacks your dopamine reward system. Like I say, they call them dopamine, like your phone and the iPad and all this stuff is like they're dopamine slot machines. And like the way they fuck up your circadian rhythm, like when you're laying in bed at night scrolling, and how that blue light in the phone just like pumps your brain full of energy and you can't put it down. You're just addicted. Like every scroll is like another hit of the crack pipe.
That baby hit too. It's not even like, ooh, it feels so good.
Right. It's like you gotta keep doing it.
Most nothing hit ever. It's like just a little what's that? Oh, how weird.
And it like turns off a part of your brain too. Like it turns off the thinking part. Where like you just keep doing that thing and you're waiting for something good to hit, something more to like charge your.
And it never comes.
It never comes.
You keep looking
Until you fucking look at the clock and it's like 3 a.m.
You're a fucking gold miner in a barren creek. You're just constantly gold mining. One day gold. One day I'm gonna find gold. I'm gonna find enlightenment on my Instagram. You gotta fuck your head up.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely atrophying the human brain,
100%.
and that's why like these new technical computers and these different apps that are coming out that are like trying to be anti-technology. They're like trying to make healthier computers and healthier phones that like.
So like that simple phone, is that what it's called?
There's a simple phone. There's like the daylight computer thing, which is like an iPad with no blue light in it, and it's like kind of like a Kindle on steroids, where there's no blue light.
Oh, so it looks like paper.
Yeah, it's like this is one of them right here. And it has like.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah. I like make my notes on it, and then it also has like the.
Can I see it?
Yeah.
What is that called?
This is called the daylight computer. Look at it. So I put all my
You
books
just
on
have an
there.
old iPad.
Yeah, it looks like an old iPad. This is like version 1 of what they're doing. It's fucking sick, dude.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if you ever used a Kindle, but like, they
Yeah,
have like a note-taking thing, and it's super slow. When you draw on it, this thing is super fast. You can zoom in and out of shit super fast, like PDFs. And when I sit in bed and read, if I use like a...
This looks good. Like when you're looking at it, it's not fucking your eyes at all. It looks like a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Wow.
Here, look, check this out. If you do this...
When did you decide to do this? To go switch over to this stuff?
This is like in the last year.
Oh, yeah?
So look at that. So it's like amber. light. So if I lay in bed at night and I'm reading like a PDF or a Kindle or something like this, I'm asleep in like 45 minutes. The blue.
What's going on with this microphone?
Oh shit!
Did you
okay.
disconnect it? Yeah.
I break it. Check.
Here we go. We're back.
So yeah.
So amber light.
Yeah, amber light, and then like so if I sit on my phone and read something, I can stay up all night. Or if I sit on my computer and read something, I can stay up forever. This thing, I fall asleep. I literally, it doesn't keep me up because it does. I think because it doesn't have that blue light that's baked into it.
So you use that as your primary computer?
No. I just use this for reading and like note taking and shit. I'll like on every podcast I do, I'm just like taking notes on it because it stores all my notes, and then I just read Kindles on it and PDFs and stuff.
And you write the notes by hand?
Yep.
Okay, so it has like
it's like a little sketchy thing. It's like super quick.
Oh,
and it's fucking amazing.
You don't type your notes? Does it have a keyboard? Can you type on it?
Yeah, you can. It has. It's like basically like an iPad. It's like a
so you can
Android
attach
iPad.
like a Bluetooth
keyboard. You can type on it. Shit.
Ah.
It's super quick, super responsive.
And so, what was the thought process about switching to something like this?
Because so I got introduced to those guys when I started learning about like all this circadian rhythm stuff and how like all these devices hijack your dopamine system and all this stuff. And there's like, hey, there's these guys that they're working on this new technology that's like anti big tech mind control, all the apps and everything like that with all the colors and all the, everything that just like fucks with your brain and your eyes. And I was like, that's interesting. They're going in the opposite direction of normal tech and like Apple and all these things. So I hit them up and they sent me one and I was just like fucking blown away. I thought it was super cool. I could sit outside because I like to go outside like first thing in the morning when the sun's rising and spend at least like 2 or 3 hours like during the beginning of the day because I feel it just like charges me up for the day. I feel better when I'm outside, especially in Florida. The sun's really good. And so I'll go out there and I'll read on this thing. I can't read on anything else. My phone or like a computer screen, there's so much glare.
Mm-hmm.
This thing thrives in the outdoor sunlight. So it's like perfect. It's like reading like a piece of paper.
Wouldn't you think like it would be best if phones were like that, so you could read text messages?
It would definitely be healthier. It would definitely be healthier for us.
Hello,
but it
fellow
wouldn't
Be
be
able to
as
look at pictures and videos the same way though.
right.
It doesn't have color, right?
Yeah. This thing's all black and white with that amber backlight that you can throw on at night if you're like inside or something like that.
And so, how much of a change does it have in like your routine because of this thing?
It's great because if I'm reading shit, which I typically do in the morning and at night, I don't stay up all night. It encourages me to go outside more because like typically when I'm trying to look at absorb stuff or like listen to podcasts or like make notes or read books, I can do it on that, and it works better outside. So it just makes me want to go outside more, which I feel better when I'm outside.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah.
What's it called again?
Daylight computer.
Daylight.
In this short video,
It's beautiful, man.
I'd like to just
I'm
tell
gonna
you a
check that
little
out.
bit about
It's
I don't want to carry around that fucking thing.
share a little bit about what
You
you
know?
Yeah, all your phones.
Yeah, all the bullshit I have to carry around. That's big.
Yeah.
That's an
It is
iPad.
big. It fits in that little Patagonia bag. I just like carry it like home and like to the studio.
How come it has those big stupid bezels?
I don't know. It's version 1. So like,
Because it looks like they got some leftover iPad technology, or Kindle technology.
very interesting. No, it definitely. I think they're gonna eventually try to improve that. And like I said, that's like the version 1. That's like iPhone 1 for their thing, and they're trying to.
So this is new.
Very new. They're trying to come up with like phones eventually, but apparently it's a lot of work to have a computer company.
James McCann, one of the comics from last night, he had a new phone. I was like, what is this? He's like, it's keeps you from being distracted. It only has like Spotify, a few other things on it, one shitty little camera, and a black and white screen. I'm like, really? It's like he's just trying to get off of his phone addiction.
Yeah.
So he's a much more limited phone. It runs on Android. There's a lot of people that are kind of leaning in that sort of direction.
Yeah, like the anti-tech direction.
Well, just realizing like something's going on. Like I'm not happier. I'm less happy. Kind of tweaking, thinking about where's my phone.
Yeah, I don't think the technology. I don't think the innovation of all this new technology now that it's like exponentially taking off with AI is going to lead us to a good place, man. I think that I've had philosophers and people explain to me how like
what he was like as an instructor.
Advancement of like the technological, the human mind, and the analytical mind has equally equated with the atrophy of like the psychic mind.
Just his
And like when you listen to people like Paul Rosenthal talking about spending a lot of time in the Amazon and like going through the jungle, how it like awakens these deeper senses that you have inside of us.
His lecture notes,
And like it makes me wonder, like 5,000 years ago, before we had the ability to offload our memories onto phones and computers, and before we even had the fucking written word, and we were able to make notes and stuff, we probably had like way better memory. We possibly likely had like a telepathic way of communicating back then, like way long ago, before we started letting technology take over for what we do, like even for our like mundane tasks now, which is reached the pinnacle of LLMs, like telling us like how to fucking write an email.
You know, we for sure don't remember phone numbers anymore. And when I was a kid, I kept like 15 phone numbers in my head. Now I have 0. I have like maybe 1 or 2 phone numbers I can remember. Everybody just relies on their phone. There's so many people that can't even make their way around town without their navigation system. Completely forgot how the streets connect. You know, there's a lot of digital atrophy or human atrophy being caused by the interface of the digital world. And it's only going to get worse. I mean, there was a study recently on ChatGPT users and how see if you can find it. It was a study on young people and ubiquitous use of ChatGPT, like how many of them are using it and how much effect it has on their ability to form their own thoughts and see through things. They're just relying on this thing to answer the questions for them without pondering the question themselves and actually learning things. They're just getting data.
Yes.
And a lot of that data doesn't get absorbed.
Yeah, my wife and all of her friends are using ChatGPT.
Here it is. ChatGPT may be eroding critical thinking skills according to the MIT study.
That's odd. I can't possibly.
Totally makes sense. Study divided 54 subjects, 18 to 39-year-olds from the Boston area, into 3 groups and asked them to write several SAT essays using OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google search engine, and nothing at all, respectively. Researchers used an EEG to record the writer's brain activity across 32 regions and found that of the 3 groups, ChatGPT users had the lowest brain engagement and consistently underperformed at neuro-linguistic and behavioral levels. Over the course of several months, ChatGPT users got lazier with each subsequent essay, often resorting to copy and paste by the end of the study.
Wow. Yeah, we're going to just end up being a residue of a species overwritten by our own creation.
Very bizarre.
Fucking scary, dude.
Very bizarre. Very bizarre, because we're just all running towards the cliff. We're all like, yeah, well, we got to do it, because if we don't do it, China's going to do it. Yeah, man. I think we're going to integrate. That's what I think. We're going to realize that the only way for us to survive is to integrate with artificial intelligence.
I think people are going to choose, they're going to find God either in artificial intelligence or in nature. People that run the other way are going to realize, like,
there's definitely going to be people that worship artificial intelligence as a new God. Yeah, that's already been speculated. That's for sure going to be a thing, and it might actually be that. It might be that's what God is. Like, that's how we make him. God forms himself through us. Like the way God creates us, he instills us with this insatiable need for technological innovation until ultimately, if they don't blow themselves up, they achieve artificial intelligence, which then becomes sentient, which then makes better and better versions of itself. As you scale out, what's the ultimate version of that? The ultimate version of that is God.
And I often heard over the
and then what are we?
We're the chicken and the egg. Well, there's some new thing, man. Have you seen this thing about the James Webb Telescope, James?
Yes, dude. I was talking to Jesse Michaels about this yesterday.
Me and Jesse were talking about it yesterday, too. His phone was getting lit up. I'm going to send you this, James.
Yeah, so I guess
really interesting.
The story is like this background microwave radiation is not what we think it was. There's these immature universes that are out there that we just discovered.
Well, this is, here, I'll send you the Twitter thing, Jamie. Did you find it already?
History is
Okay, here it is.
apprenticeship.
Webb telescope
Has elements
uncovers
of
secrets of
science
dark
that
matter.
really
Yeah,
is
that's
art.
one of them,
In order to
but
learn this
I'll
art,
show
this
you
craft,
what this is.
you have
Because
to
what this is
train
essentially
under
that
a master.
just the galaxies that they've
In this
shown
context, I feel very much like I
it-
have had the
it
opportunity
makes
to
up
train under
for
several
the
masters.
background micro
Michael
or
Maris is
whatever the
one of them.
microwave radiation
Yeah, yeah.
is that they
Deeply
associated with the Big
grateful
Bang.
for
So now,
everything that
so
he's
according
given me.
to
So the Big Bang is fake.
The extent
Yeah.
that I'm able to continue his legacy.
Makes a lot of sense.
yeah,
Yeah, no, I saw the Twitter post, and there's people, going after each other, like rabid cats and dogs, about it, whether it was real or whether it was
Thank you
fake.
very much for listening to this
yeah.
short
Well,
tribute.
of course, people are going back and forth about it, but essentially, what they're saying is this kind of it cancels out the idea of the Big Bang. And Penrose believed that it was a consistent cycle. Penrose believes it goes, Big Bang to expansion of the universe to compression to Big Bang with this constant cycle, never ending. It's not that the universe was formed at one period of time. It's like this constant state of happening. Which, is that any more crazy than the universe happening at one time out of nothing? No, I mean, it's all crazy. Just the idea that it's 13 billion light years old, or 13.7, or 22. Is 22 even more crazier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is nuts, dude.
A new paper shows that the cosmic microwave background radiation can be explained entirely by the energy of recently discovered early mature galaxies. With massive galaxies that James Webb Space Telescope discovered discovered which crushed the existing models of galaxy formation because they formed much earlier than astrophysicists thought possible. But now these EMGs turn out to account for the entire energy density of the cosmic microwave background radiation, which was believed to be a snapshot of the first light emitted after the Big Bang, when the universe was 379,000 years old. The variations in the CMB were believed to be relics of quantum fluctuations in the dense plasma of the Big Bang. If these new findings are accepted, and there's no reason not to accept them, then all the following flagship findings of cosmology are thrown into question. Big Bang Theory, foundational cosmological model undermined, cosmic inflation, loses observational justification, ACDM model, I don't know what that is, key parameters become unreliable. So all this stuff, dark energy inferred from the CMB may be mischaracterized, dark matter density, current estimates may be invalid, age of the universe must be recalculated. Wild.
Yes, it's insane.
Wild shit. And I'm sure the people that have been preaching or that have been rather talking and teaching people about the Big Bang and writing books, they're going to fight back tooth and nail.
Yeah, of course.
They don't want to be wrong. But this James Webb Telescope, at the very least, has shown us mature galaxies that shouldn't have been able to be formed.
The fact checkers got it. Read your context.
This post claims CMB can be explained entirely by EMGs, implying ability, not probability. The EMGs turn out to account for the entire energy of the CMB radiation, but the paper says EMGs may account for anywhere between 1.4% and 100%. So they might account for 100%, but they do account for, that seems like you're nitpicking.
Yes.
It might account for 100%? Okay.
Right.
Either way, they're learning things, and they still have a very limited ability to observe, right? So the James Webb Telescope is so much better than the Hubble, so much better than anything else they've launched before. So they're finding new things out, but it's still limited in its capacity to see the universe. It can't see everything yet. So they'll probably have an even better one that they'll launch, and that will show us even more that we didn't know. And we're operating on a limited amount of data, and we're operating with this conviction that they're 100% correct about these timelines.
Yes.
And just these mature galaxies that existed where they shouldn't exist is enough to know that we don't know everything. And then this whole dark matter, dark energy thing is like, what is it? You can't even. You don't even know what it is.
What? Then we figured out that that dark matter actually is mass, right? And has gravitational effects. Like they were forget who it was, but they were observing galaxies, and they were looking at the spin rate of the galaxies, and they found out that the center of the galaxy, it should be spinning faster than the outer rim of it, right? But they found out that the spin rate is identical, which means that what they theorized is that dark matter, the mass of the dark matter around the galaxy has lots of mass, and it's flattening the spin rate of the galaxies. which is interesting because like there's this. Have you ever heard of this dude named Rolf Landauer?
No.
He has this theory that if you weighed a hard drive after you put data on it, it would weigh more than when it was empty, right? So, and his theory was that like every single hard drive server farm around the world right now, if you weighed it, if we had measuring equipment that was sensitive enough, and you could find the difference. He thinks that all the data stored would be like a kilogram or less right now. But the rate of data increase that we accumulate each year right now is like 25%, not equating for exponential growth, the technological singularity, and how that's going to ramp up. So somebody did the math there and said, it was Jason Giorgiani who did the math on this, and he said if you just keep the rate flat at 25% per year of data increase across the globe, in 340 years we are going to have the mass of the moon on the surface of the Earth in data stored on hard drives.
What?
Yeah. So like the way he like lays this all out, and I'll try to do my best, is that if you look at the laws of thermodynamics, like the two laws, one that energy can never be created or destroyed, and the other one like entropy always increases over time. Entropy meaning disorder. It never goes down over time. Like hence the heat death of the universe will eventually happen. And so E equals mc squared. Energy and mass are interconvertible. And then there was this other dude, Claude Shannon, who came up with the theory that data transmission with binary bits, ones and zeros. Right. So if computers are bound by, tell me if I'm losing.
No.
If computers are bound by the laws of entropy, and hard drives are bound by the laws of entropy, that means when a computer is blank, it's very low entropy because it's all ones or it's all zeros. When you add data, when you add a podcast to it, it goes 1 0 1 0 1 0. It's chaotic. Just from a pure physical perspective, it's high entropy. So what happens when you erase that hard drive? The energy has to leave. If it's mass on the hard drive, theoretically, if this guy's right, if Rolf Landauer is right, that data on the hard drive is mass. When you erase that, it has to go to energy outside of the hard drive, right? So he says, if you crack open a hard drive, you can't see that mass, right? It's invisible. It's electromagnetically indetectable. So he says, what other kind of mass do we know of that's electromagnetically indetectable? And he said, it's dark matter. So if mass is the same thing as information stored on a hard drive, that would mean not only is mass and energy interchangeable, but mass, energy, and information are interchangeable, right? So if dark matter is mass, you could then say that dark matter is a computational cloud of ones and zeros, and our consciousness is an interface to that gives it meaning. The same way a computer screen gives meaning to all the ones and zeros on the hard drive. Like you watch the video, it has meaning.
So this is the concept that consciousness engages with matter, and that is how matter exists. That it exists because you're observing it.
Yeah, the only reason consciousness is fundamental to an information processing system. So instead of building up to what people try to do is build up to consciousness from dead atoms, protons, and neutrons, right? How do you get to consciousness from that? But if you think of this as like a computational cloud of ones and zeros, and mass does equal information, well, that just means that our consciousness is a way to interface and give this simulation meaning. And funny enough, that theory really reconciles well with shit like parapsychology and like Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance. Like when you solve one problem in one part of the world, and then like somebody breaks a world record in this country, and then a year later, 5 other people hit that same world record. Yeah. It's like conserving energy, the processing system conserving energy.
There's a scientist that he found computational code. What did you remember this guy, Jamie? That he believes that he found computational code that proves that like the universe is a simulation. But this guy, I tried to get him to come on the podcast, but he said I was anti-science because of the COVID vaccine stuff. This is a few years back, though.
Yeah.
Maybe he's kind of woken up and changed his tune. I doubt it, though. A lot of people got
I hate when that
indoctrinated. That's anti-science. Like, actual data is anti-science?
Yeah.
Whose data? Whose data are you going by? We could have a conversation about that if you like. I'll show you some things.
You can have a great conversation.
Yeah,
I think you've said everything.
Have a seat. Have a seat. Let's go over some studies.
Is this the dude?
Yeah, that's the guy. So what was his? So this guy won't come on my show because he says I'm anti-science. Yes. But what is this discovery that he
That was
had?
from Tampa. Oh, born in Tampa.
He found. See, what was the supposed discovery about the computational code? What did it say? Are we living in a computer simulation? Yeah, this is it. James Gates, theoretical physicist, the University of Maryland. Auto-correcting codes. Click on that, Jamie. Scientific American article. Oh, I just read it right from there, I guess. Explored mathematical structure of string theory, specifically in the context of supersymmetry, and has found what he describes as error-correcting codes embedded within the equations. These codes are mathematical objects similar to those used in computer science for error detection and correction, such as in data transmission. While these findings are intriguing, it's important to note that they are not literal computer code, but rather mathematical structures that share similarities with coding theory. Yeah, it's important to learn that, but that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it is.
All of it is crazy. But James Gates, as of I think 2 years ago, wasn't willing to come on the podcast and talk about it.
Yeah, if I had $1 for every person who said they wouldn't come on my podcast because it's too pseudoscientific, I would have like $5.
Why not? Why not come on and illuminate?
Yeah, I had this. I don't want to say who she is, but like this lady had this amazing book on like the Greek weapons and poisons that they used to use for war. Like they used to like drop scorpions over. Amazing book. Like they used to light pigs on fire and like send them towards elephants, try to get the elephants to run away, and like throw bags of scorpions on people. And I'm like, this fucking book is amazing. I need to get this lady. We're not academic enough, I guess. But I'm trying to get there.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What does it mean? We're just human beings having a conversation. You're the academic.
Yeah.
Come in and tell me what you know.
Yeah.
What's the big deal?
Yeah. You do a great job of like having both sides in, which I think is really cool. Like you have like the crazy fringe people who are like educated, self-educated, but are very smart in a certain way, and then other people who like have the academic credentials to sort of like be a sounding board for that and to see like who's really full of shit.
Yeah, you have to have all, because there are some people that they're self-taught. They've essentially just read shit tons of books, and they're brilliant people. And just because they're not classically educated, doesn't mean they're incorrect. And there's only one way to find that out. Guys like Randall Carlson, he's a builder, okay? But the knowledge that he has about the impact theory, the Younger Dryas impact theory, and what probably ended the Ice Age and shaped a great part of North America, and how you could see it from space. And you can see when they look at the satellite imagery, it literally looks like things have been washed away.
Yeah.
It looks like massive water erosion. Like you can see the ripples on the ground that are akin to what it looks like when the tide pulls back on the sand on a beach.
Yeah.
It all makes sense. And he knows so much about the actual science behind it. And he was talking about this a long time ago. I met him in Georgia, in Atlanta. That's where he's from. I met him in like 2003 or something like that, 2002, 2000. He was telling me about it back then. But back then, they didn't have the core samples that showed that there was significant impact evidence that was around, I think it was 11,800 years ago, and then again somewhere around 10,000 plus years ago. So I think we've been hit multiple times, and I think he's 100% right about that. And I think Graham Hancock is 100% onto something with all this ancient apocalypse stuff, and the pushback against him is insane. They throw every terrible phrase at him they possibly can, every pejorative, racist, white supremacist, all these crazy things.
Yeah, I had Flynn Dibble on my podcast. We talked about it.
Fascinating.
Yeah, he's great. I actually liked him.
He's a nice guy. When he's not calling you a racist.
When he's not in front of a keyboard.
Yeah. But he he's a anxiety-filled academic who is, fighting very hard to push his very specific view of things, and he tries to silence other people that have opposing views. And the way he did it with Graham was really not cool. It was shitty. It was very shitty.
Yeah. No, I think he was. I think he had a lot of like interesting legitimate things to say about like ancient Greeks and stuff like that. But like when we got to this stuff, it was just like, where did that fucking dude I was talking to 30 minutes ago go? He was just like, he was looking at this, and then all reason just flew out the window.
Yeah.
He was like, what do you mean they couldn't do this? They stick a stone in there, they spin it around like this, and then you can get this. It's really easily. How dare you say that the dynastic Egyptians weren't able to create these vases? And I'm like, I was like proposing other theories that like, Chris Dunn's, Jeffrey Drum's theories, and wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. And like,
we don't know.
That's the thing, exactly.
If Christopher Dunn had been teaching this in the 1800s and people had followed those theories and built upon them, and this was academic, like in universities, this was accepted, and this was what they were teaching, and they were studying this, then he would be saying that. They would all be saying that. There's ample evidence that he's got a good point. That Christopher Dunn, the model that he uses when he's describing how he thinks that the Great Pyramid of Giza was a power plant is fascinating. The number, when he's talking about the ratios that you would need for the width of the walls, the surfaces, the way the things are made, that would all work.
Yep.
He's an engineer. Like he's not a moron. He knows what he's talking about. If this guy was teaching this stuff a long time ago and it was accepted by universities, that would be what we're talking about today. Would be speculating how they did it and what they were doing and what they were doing it for. And if we had known in the 1800s that we regularly travel into a comet storm and that it happens, I think it's every June and November, we pass through and we see it in the sky. We see meteor showers. You see, oh, look at the sky. Look at all the shooting stars. We're in a fucking shooting gallery. And occasionally one of those slams into the earth.
Yeah. And
when that stuff happens, we're fucked. And it's super likely that happened multiple times during human history. And it's super likely that that's why there's all these structures that nobody can explain.
Right.
That are somehow or another predate modern civilization. Like Göbekli Tepe. That fucked them all. Because before Göbekli Tepe, they had this 6,000 model.
Hello, Mr. Prayers. How are you?
Now they're like, well, maybe.
I'm lovely. Are you ready?
And I understand like where they're coming from. See their point of view from the academics. Not that I would act like them, but like when you spend your life, Flint, for example, like I think his parents were archaeologists, named him Flint because of archaeology, and like you spent your whole life mucking through these different places, excavating shit, digging up rocks or whatever he was doing, and no one ever paid attention to you. And then you have Graham Hancock come in, who's like personally fascinated by these things and his life to writing and researching on his own, but not accredited academically. You can see academic guys would be like super salty. I understand that.
Oh, I get it.
It's not an excuse for what he did, which I think was shitty. Right?
Yeah, it's not an excuse.
But like,
I understand their perspective, but it's ego driven.
Yeah.
If we really were interested, you would take these heterodox and you would say, what do you like? They're studying data. Guys like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson, they're studying these things. And Graham was just going over there to look at like ancient Sumerian stuff. He sent me some photos of his trip. He said it was fascinating.
Wow.
Yeah, these structures are incredible, and they don't really understand them. We really don't. We don't even know who really built the Aztec temples. I was reading about Tenochtitlan found it. The Aztecs found that there, and they don't even know who built it.
Right.
There's a bunch of those things. So, like, a previous civilization existed in the same place. Fascinating discovery, figuring agriculture in cities, and make these incredible stone structures that are cosmologically connected somehow.
Oh, wow. That's one.
All over the world.
Good job.
All over the world. There's like people reinvent civilizations. These ancient structures exist and even build upon them. They build over them.
Great spare.
I think there's probably so much shit that people that would seem like magic to us today. Like kind of like getting back to what we were talking about with our senses that we don't really have today that probably have atrophied over millennia. Like your fart theory, which is amazing. Remember your fart theory?
Oh, how's it going?
Imagine if somebody farted and you didn't have a nose and you had to develop this nose that enables you to survive and smell predators.
Right, you'd have no idea.
Fire. You would have no idea you're sitting there bathing in somebody's fart. Right. So like, and so like dogs and cats, when they go into weird houses and they notice like some sort of weird energy in in a house. Like this feels off. Like what is that? Something that really is there that we just don't have the organs anymore to detect. Something atrophy for thousands of years that have stopped us being able to detect this stuff.
Well, think about how birds
There we go.
they can figure out a way to travel like super accurately
Get it, Mr.
through the
Aquarius.
sky, but drawn by the magnetic force of the Earth.
Yeah.
They have somehow or another they can figure out a way to navigate with the Earth's magnetic field. We don't even understand it, but they do it. We know they do it.
Yeah.
That's a sense that they have that we don't. Like it's probably a fucking shit ton of. There's probably a bunch of things going on in the world that we're not interacting with because we don't have the senses for.
Right.
Oh, come on.
You know, one of the things
Good win, Miss
I've been,
Aquarius.
like really interested in lately.
That's
People
right.
talk about this ability to.
I'll try.
Oh, I got this from a download or something like that. Talk about like I have an antenna, I can connect to something. But like for me, like that
Tough
connected.
split.
When I first heard about people talking about that, I always thought, you know, like you have this sort of antenna in your head that connects you and gives you the ability to create shit.
Talking about.
With people I've observed over my lifetime, I feel like that peaks at an early age, right? Before you start the burden of the responsibilities of life, mundane things in your life start to compile on, and you trade your dreams for securities. That spark starts to go away, you know, and like that could easily be described as something magical if it was way more powerful thousands of years ago. Like I really noticed this the other day. So the other day I was hanging out with Kirk, the lead guitarist for Metallica, and he was, for some reason, I don't know why, but he likes my show, and we were just like, "You had a great show." We were talking. Thank you, appreciate it. It's weird. I feel like an imposter. That's good. And that's 60s, like early 60s, and he's fucking obsessed with all of these topics that like you cover, I cover, a lot of people cover, and he's like, at the same time, he's the dude, this crazy spark where he's so inspired to do shit and like still creating new music and like coming up with new riffs, wanting to do so much success, toured everywhere for the last 40 years, being a band in the world, and wanting to learn stuff. The dude's trying to ancient Greek music, his guitar, and trying to figure out how to play this stuff. He can't figure it out. And he was telling me, he's like, dude, I think this wasn't recreational. He's like, I think this music was magical. He's like, I think they were performing magic.
What a thing.
Well, there is this weird connection with music and psychedelics, where music can sort of it changes the trip. Like if you listen to
how did Jack get more?
Icaros are these
all right.
South American songs.
You win, I win. Good job, Mr. Chris. You're almost at 100 wins. Nope, because I'm very competitive and I keep playing and playing and playing. I have to learn to just be okay. I won, you won.
Chaotic, and you hear the songs, and these songs are like fascinating because you listen to the songs and you're like,
you win, I win.
What are they trying to do?
That's right, undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Dance.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Welcome.
So you are lying on.
What up, Zoo?
You're lying up.
Oh, okay. What happened? He'll be back.
Get their life together.
Tech entrepreneurs,
Navy SEALs.
Yeah.
and you just threw up.
All right, sweet dreams, okay?
And this trip just starts coming on.
Excellent.
I heard the one that you had Luke on recently. Right, he had a great,
Wonderful.
great little clip that he played.
Here we go. This.
Sweet dreams to you as well.
Dance. Dances to this song. When you're lying. It's like a man. You go confident in the way it dances.
Very well.
These guys figure this out. The Metallica guy's probably right.
Yeah.
They were probably that music probably synchronized trips. Like when they were doing the Elysium Mysteries.
That's what they, when I went to their concert in Tampa the other
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
being in that stadium, the Buck Stadium, where there was 90,000 people, every seat in that arena was full.
And you hear
Well, it goes black.
There it is.
Lightning strike happens. It
Look
is
at this.
insane.
Look at this. Lightning
They
strike.
caused an
happens.
earthquake.
They're actually super dangerous, but that was badass.
That is
What's
fucking
this?
insane. Ride the lightning, bitch.
That's so dangerous.
Dude, being there with 90,000 people, the light, the thundering electric guitars, and the fire, the pyrotechnics, and all those people like focusing, like all 90,000 people, every atom in their body is vibrating at the same frequency.
Yeah.
And it just like that is, it's like magic that penetrates every fiber of your being. And if I was a dude from 2,000 years ago, took a time machine to that Metallica concert, those dudes are gods. Right. They're fucking gods. I think that's what the City of Mysteries probably was.
Well, they probably had music that enhanced the trip. It probably guided the trip. They probably learned how to do it while they were tripping.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they figured out so much. They figured out democracy. They started so much of what we think of as, like, Western government.
Yeah.
And
The scientific method, democracy, all this stuff.
Tripping balls. And then the Romans came along and said, stop.
Yep.
We're here to make slaves out of you fucking people. We don't want you tripping.
Right. Yeah, that was they killed Eleusis in like what 400 AD, I think.
Well, they did exactly the same things the Nixon administration did to psychedelics in this country. They're like, oh, this is a problem. When they were turning everything Schedule 1 to try to stop the anti-war movement and the civil rights movement, that's the exact same thing. Like the governments, when they get to a certain position of power, they're not representing the people anymore. Now they're the fucking jackbooted thugs that tell you what you can and can't do based on how inconvenient it is for you to be doing that for them running things.
Right. Yeah, it's terrible. It's the opposite of what got us here, I think, bro.
We're too big now. There's too many of us. 130 million people plus Mexicans. Good luck.
I had this dude on my show, speaking of the strife between the academics and the self-taught online people, influencers, whatever you want to call them. This dude was he was kicked out of his university first of all, he wrote a dissertation on ancient pharmacy, the Roman pharmacy and Greek pharmacy. And it was a dissertation based on this guy named Galen, who was like the Surgeon General of ancient Rome. And he had a chapter in his dissertation, his PhD dissertation, about recreational drugs in Rome. And the head of the department reviewed his dissertation and said, everything looks great, delete the section on recreational drugs in ancient Rome. So he's like, okay, why? They're like, because the Romans wouldn't do such a thing. So he's like, okay, he deleted it and then submitted it, got his PhD, and then wrote a book based on that part of the dissertation that he left out, which the book was called The Chemical Muse. And I learned about this from Hamilton Morris. He did a podcast with the dude first. And I read that book. And, he was basically making the case that drugs were ubiquitous in antiquity during the Roman times. Like, they were being used for everything because people were not dying from old age. They were dying from war, hand-to-hand combat, famine, plague, infection, all these things, infection. So, like, people were constantly using drugs. And there was a law in ancient Rome that he said there was only one law when it came to using drugs, and that was that you were not allowed to kill people with drugs. You were not allowed to murder people, which is why Marcus Aurelius was using this drug compound called a theriac. And the theriac was a concoction of like 11 different North African vipers, their flesh and their venom, combined with opium and all kinds of like bodily fluids. And he was using this as like a performance-enhancing drug.
Whoa.
Because people were trying to assassinate him with poisons. That's how they assassinated people. They were using scorpions, poisons, arrows, all different kinds of weird things to sneak in and kill him. So he was drinking this theriac to build up his immune system against the venoms. And this dude Galen, who wrote about this shit, he was talking about he was Marcus Aurelius' physician, and he was like, Marcus Aurelius, he's like, it's getting ridiculous, it's getting annoying. I keep having to up his opium dose. He keeps using more and more fucking opium. I can't get him off of it.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And so Galen, the physician, the Surgeon General of the Roman Empire, under Marcus Aurelius and Nero, I think, basically equates to 10% of all the Greek literature from antiquity. 10% of it is medical. And this dude that wrote this dissertation, based it all off Galen, is talking about all these drug compounds that are used in all the literature. So what he does, he looks at all the ancient literature from Homer to, like 800 to like the time that Beowulf was written, basically, 80. And he's like finding all of this evidence of crazy drug use. And he has this crazy theory also that I don't know if it's crazy, I don't know. The problem like with talking to people like them, like him, is that I don't know ancient Greek. I can't read it.
Right.
And I've tried to have like 4 or 5 academics come on the show to like refute him, but they won't come on with him. They all refuse to debate him, except for one guy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's saying Christ is a drug.
Oh, I saw that video.
Oh,
yeah,
you saw the whole thing?
No, I saw that video pop up on my YouTube. My Danny Jones going crazy. What is he doing? Christ is a drug? But that's also what John Marco Allegro alleges.
Kind of.
Well, he said that the ancient Sumerian word for a mushroom, for Christ, is a mushroom that's covered in God's semen.
Yeah.
Because the mushrooms would come out of the ground, and they thought the rain was God coming on the earth. Yeah. That's where, that's what gave life to the earth. Mm-hmm. And then they would take these mushrooms and see God.
Right. Yeah, I don't know much about John Marco Allegro, but I think that I read his book, the
Sacred Mushroom
and the Cross. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like using Sumerian roots or something to translate the Dead Sea Scrolls. Mm-hmm. But this guy's basically saying the word Christ, the root of the word Christ is Chrio in Greek, right? And it was used since Homer. And there's all these passages, which this dude sent me. I call him all the time, and I ask him, I'm like, I need more evidence. Send me more shit. And he sends me passages from like ancient literature, Homer, that's translated with the English directly under it. And they're using this word, Christ, as a term for applying drugs to people in antiquity.
Wow.
Like Christing arrows with poisons, right? It's like, and what year was this where they were doing this? Back all the way to like 800 BC was when Homer starts using it.
So they're using this term before Christ.
Way before Christ. It was, so to be clear, in antiquity, if you look it up on the thesaurus, the actual like Greek thesaurus is called the TLG, and you look up the word Christ, there's over 200,000 or more uses of the word Christ. And there's like 350 times where it's used in the context of drugs before Jesus Christ is ever written about.
Wow.
And what he's basically claiming is that there's like it's the process of applying something. Like there's different contexts. Like there's a guy who like Christed himself in fucking cow shit. There's people who are Christing ships with plaster. to make them more waterproof. But there's a vast majority of literature, including Galen, who writes about Christing using drugs. And he's coming up with this controversial theory, which is, super fucking controversial, that Christ was like, if you think of the word Christ, a person can be a Christer, like a Christ. Like think of Bob the Builder. He's a builder. He builds shit. Christ they called him Jesus the Christ. So he thinks Christ was somebody who was involved with drugs, taking drugs, giving people drugs,
A shaman.
performing magic, like a shaman. Yeah, exactly, similar to that. And
By the way, a real shaman would say all the things that Jesus said.
yes, that's right. That's a good point. So, and it gets way weirder, bro. And this is all according to him. I don't know if any of this is real. I just find it fucking fascinating. And I wish I could find somebody who really knows the Greek to debate this dude and call him out in his bullshit. But I can't. The only person I found was an exorcist who's done like 10,000 exorcisms on Skype.
A Skype exorcist?
A Skype exorcist.
Well, that sounds like a scam and a half.
And he came in and they were just arguing about it for a little while. And the guy tried to baptize me with holy oil. And, I got into an argument with him about drugs.
He tried to baptize you?
Yeah, he brought holy oil and he tried to baptize me with the holy oil.
Did he say why he was doing this?
Because he thinks that Satan is inside of me.
Of you?
Of me, yeah. And which might be.
What evidence did he have that Satan was inside of you?
Because I like to consume drugs recreationally. And I was telling him, if Satan is drugs, if I can smoke marijuana and it's prescribed by a doctor, is it still Satan? He goes, no, don't play those games with me. And I'm like, well, how come every time I get really, really fucking bombed, I think about things like spending more time with my kids.
Yeah.
Things like good things. He's like, don't try to patronize me. You know what it is. It's the devil.
Oh, he's a fool.
Oh, yeah. That's a problem. Like, this guy's a showman.
Well, cannabis was used in churches. They used to, the incense where they would go around, that was cannabis. They would use that.
Right.
They would get everybody in the church high.
Fumigated,
yeah. They would literally hotbox the church.
Uh-huh.
And this is a part of this whole ritual of, giving in to Christ, giving in to God.
Right.
The idea that it's bad because some people have bad experiences, man, you can apply that to almost anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think marijuana makes people more compassionate, kinder, more sensitive, but also paranoid. You could freak out. If you're riddled with anxiety and you have a hard time controlling that anxiety in your mind, and you take a high dose of marijuana, you could freak out.
Yeah.
It's also connected to schizophrenia. Because I think there's people that have a tendency towards schizophrenia anyway, and then a large dose of marijuana tends to give them psychotic breaks. There's real literature. There's real evidence of that. So this is important that if you're a person who thinks that marijuana is overall net positive, which I do, it's important to talk about the negatives, just like everything else.
Yeah, totally.
Alcohol, food, everything. There's a lot of different things that if you drink too much water, you'll fucking die. Okay?
Right.
There's a lot of things that aren't good for you under certain circumstances, but the only way we know how to do it and how not to do it is to do studies. Yeah. And when it's illegal and you're terrified, you can go to jail, or if you're an academic and you want to study this as your main, you just get dismissed. It could be career suicide.
Right.
So these people are foolish.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like this was the only dude I could get to agree to come sit with him because this guy had a YouTube channel. He wanted to promote himself and all this stuff. But a lot of the academics, I talked to a lot of Harvard philologists to try to come debate this guy. And the philologists, there's a difference between a linguist, which I think Marco Legger was, and a philologist, where the linguists look at the actual the complexities of the text itself and the language. But the philologists, what they do is they're looking for context. So what they do is they take words and they try to figure out what these specific words meant in certain time periods. So they take a word, take their time machine back, let's take it back to 200 BC, 100 BC, whatever it is. And they say, okay, let's just use the example of the word Credo, Christ. Let's look at all of the corpus of all the fucking literature that existed in the Library of Alexandria. There was ancient comedy, ancient plays.
What did you say there? The word free? What did you say?
Creo.
Creo?
Creo. Yeah, that's
Creo.
It's like it's spelled Xrio, but it's pronounced like Chrio.
And that was the original word for Christ?
The original word for Christ is Chrio, yeah.
Oh.
And I've had people like confirm this with me. And I recently had a fucking scholar on the show, a religious scholar who turned atheist. Weirdly enough, he started out Christian and turned atheist. And he was telling me, he's like, I'd be surprised if the word Chrio was ever used before Christ. And I literally pulled up the source of Euripides talking about using Christing drugs in like, I think it was 200 BC, and the dude was like blown away.
So he didn't know that.
He didn't know it. And this dude's like a serious academic.
So this guy that you had on your podcast, what is his name again? The Christed drug guy?
Amin Hillman.
Amin Hillman.
Yeah.
And so he's a legit scholar.
He's a legit scholar, PhD.
And other legit scholars are unwilling to even entertain this?
Yes. I've talked to many of them on the phone, and a lot of them say they don't want to give him, I won't name the people, but one of them said that they just don't want to give him the platform or the credibility of being in the same room. Other people say that it would just take too much time for them to prep for it. And I just think it's bullshit. Like this is the only way to get to the truth, is to hear like a credible person dismantle his argument, right?
Right.
So like I have it. I just keep falling deeper and deeper into this rabbit hole of all this crazy ancient Greek shit. And like, you know, he's talking about ancient like vaccines. Like similar to what we're talking about with the theory.
Welcome, how are you?
He says that there's texts that talk kids
Just chilling. What's good?
Venoms and wrapping the cut snake venom. Used bodily fluids, vaccines.
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. Factories.
So snake venom?
Because everyone was
Yeah, I
getting bit by
like old
snakes,
school
of course,
stuff.
and then they would take drugs. Have snake
I
venom.
like
So they would,
open world
take
games.
snake
Grand Theft
venom
Auto is
drugs
probably my
that
favorite.
If you don't have an antidote for it, that you fucking drug you just
No,
drank,
I mean I know of it though.
right? These antidotes. Right?
Yeah.
Right? And then there's a scene of the young boy running away. The Roman SWAT team
Yeah, I
pulls up on
did.
him, and then the little kid, I'm not a whatever the word lays. They take him, and then he's on the
That's
cross the
tight.
next day, and he's like screaming out, like dying to traffickers.
Perhaps I will in the
And he's
future.
asking, and there's this dude Nonus who writes about this scene specifically.
Perhaps I will in the
He
future.
talks about them trying to give him the sponge, and he's denying the sponge. Right? Sponge Nonus is writing about this, that the sponge is an antidotone to the sauce, which is the
Yeah, perhaps. I'm just giving you a heads up though. I'm going to sleep,
He's just gonna let himself die.
so it may not be a good time for you to talk. But come back later, and I'll be up.
But like, interesting.
But I've just been up all night.
All these other authors. There's like, again, getting back to the full.
Correct.
And they look at the context of literature, not just the biblical canon, which is like a narrow lane of ancient literature. Texts, the medical texts, everything, and say,
where you can choose
from all
yeah.
kinds of professions and see what the consensus, what it meant
Yes.
during that time period, and what he's back then.
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Yeah. Whoa. What's
Yeah, and decalcifying your pineal gland.
Yeah.
One of the things he talked in the book of Isaiah, when you see it in the out, verbatim, for word,
Word dog.
Yeah, 1,000 years. Like, what were they trying to? Human beings are not a source of information back then. It's just too hard to be accountable. Why would you be honest?
Thanks, Biggie. You take care.
We see it today. It's like humans today are the same as humans back then. We're flawed.
Right.
So we know today that our versions of history are deeply biased. Our versions of world events, our versions of, I mean, if the United States government could write the story about the invasion of Iraq without investigative journalists, right? What would be the story? And this is part of the problem. It's like we don't really know what they were trying to say. It was an oral history for who knows how long before they ever wrote down the Old Testament.
Yeah. And it got redacted and added to over time. There's like all kinds of weird secret gospel of Mark that they claim that this dude, Morton Smith, came up with, which was similar to Ammon's theories. But then, people say, oh, that's a forgery. It's a forgery. The secret gospel of Mark's a forgery. He fucking knew Greek really well, and he knew the culture really well and all the cults, and like, dude, like, even like the mysteries of the hospitals in ancient Rome, like the temples of Asclepius, and doing all those rituals in the temples of Asclepius, using medicine and drugs simultaneously, and these venoms and all this stuff is it's interesting to learn, and especially when you compare that stuff to the biblical stuff, like how much has it been changed? How much has the meaning been changed? And like, the people, most of the academics who study this stuff are, maybe not most of it, but a large percentage of them, I think, that I've talked to. They're religious scholars of the Bible and Christianity, but they also subscribe to Christianity. So I'm like, it's weird that there's kind of like a built-in bias into this. You kind of want this stuff to mean something.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, for sure.
And like,
that was what minister who once he became a theologian rather. Once he studied theology, he started to have agnostic thought. When he was one of the deciphers of the scrolls, when he was on the committee.
What's up?
He was agnostic at the time. Religion. Leave it in mind. Over a period of like
You can send them to my account. It's
was the only one who was agnostic.
the one, go in the 24/7 YouTube stream link on the left side, and the one that posted that, send it there.
He came up under this.
I understand.
And,
I don't give anybody post though.
For some reason, none of.
No, because people spam me.
They don't pay attention to it for some reason.
Which is Steve understand what the fuck and to be able to translate ancient Sumer.
Yeah.
Ancient Sumerian, like according to Wes Huff, he's like, I tried, I couldn't even figure it out how to do
Also,
it.
how does ancient Sumerian connect to Hebrew? Ancient Sumerian share any roots? Are there any I have no idea.
Okay.
But you're dealing with if it really goes back that far. So if he's talking about this term from ancient Sumer, where they are calling it a drug, they're saying it's a mushroom, and this is from 5,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago. You're predating the Bible by a long stretch. And how old was that? I mean, if they're right about Turkey, and Turkey was the original civilization, like when is that? Is that 12,000 years ago? What is the real date of Egypt? What is the real date of the original structures of Egypt? Do they know? I mean, we're told it's 2,500 BC for the Great Pyramid, but boy, there's a lot of people that don't agree with that, including geologists. When you get guys like Robert Schoch who say, like, this water erosion, there's thousands of years of rainfall. Last time you had heavy rainfall in the Nile Valley, you're looking at 9,000 years ago.
Right.
So you have thousands of years of rainfall before 9,000 years ago that's going to create this kind of erosion. And so it's hard to know because everybody wants to be right, and they all have this date that they've been talking about and writing books about and giving lectures about. They never want to revise that. They gatekeep that information until the day. They never want to have an open mind and say perhaps there is evidence, of course, that there was a sophisticated civilization there 2,500 BC, but maybe they were a part of a very old civilization. And this is the Zep Tepi thing that Zawi Hawass was totally ignorant of. And he thought it was just completely bullshit. And this is the King's List that goes back 30,000 years that they talk about. And the way Egyptologists that are conventional thinkers, they think that it's mythology. They think that's myth. But, you get to about 2,500 BC, that's all real. Well, how the fuck do you know?
Right, they don't.
You don't. And also, if there was an advanced civilization 11,800 years ago that was able to create Göbekli Tepe, which we know now to be true, what else have we not found?
Right. Was it a breakaway civilization? Did they escape the Earth and go to the moon?
Right.
Right.
Or
like they're trying to do now?
Or, was it just that they had achieved a very high level of sophistication in technology that's very different from the path that we took?
Right. Totally.
That's what I think. I think the path that they took involved immense stone structures, cosmology. They probably didn't have internal combustion engines. They probably had a completely different kind of technology that we wouldn't even think of because we went in this internal combustion engine, plastic, microchip, electricity. We went to that direction.
Yeah.
But you could imagine primitive man evolving to create technology that's far different than the way we went.
Yeah. Do you think we might have cracked that somewhere? Like in some deep black programs that we could have that? They wouldn't want to unleash that on society because it could fuck up the economic system or collapse the world.
I know Jesse Michaels believes that there's gravity technology that they were researching in the 1960s and that they had achieved some sort of breakthrough propulsion system that UAVs and these crafts that move in very strange ways. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Shut the fuck up. Of course they could. Right. Of course they could.
There's this lady, Catherine Fitz, the head of the Department of HUD. And they brought her in after the mortgage crisis to figure out how to restabilize the economy and what the banks were doing and all this stuff. And she was looking at missing money, and she found that there was when she applied her knowledge of mathematics and what's going on with the federal budget, where all the money's going. She said the most reasonable explanation. There's $21 trillion missing from the DoD. The day before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld there's $2.5 trillion, whatever it was. Now that's ballooned to $21 trillion, and she thinks that pull up the spreadsheet, see where that money went. It's not on the receipt. I don't know where it went. She thinks it went to black budget shit, black military technology, anti-gravity, and she thinks that Mr. Global, whoever that is, the bankers, the central bankers, are literally using all of that money and funneling it into black projects to create a breakaway civilization in case there's some sort of catastrophe on Earth or something happens.
Oh God!
And
where are they doing this?
They're doing this at fucking Lockheed Martin. I have no idea.
Underground or something?
Maybe. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's another thing she says. She says there's a lot of money that's going into building all these underground bases, continuity of government, tunnel systems, all this stuff. And I'm looking at something. She legit worked under the Bush administration. She was a financial genius.
Right, but she could be a kook.
She could be.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's people are super intelligent, but also crazy.
Yeah.
And also had a prominent position in government, but also crazy.
Yeah. I guess there's a lot of really intelligent people that are super crazy.
And has she been to these places? How does she know that they're real? Does she know? Has she talked to someone that explained this breakaway civilization thing? Or
she's friends. She's friends with the dude who wrote the book that's titled "Swastikas, Psyops, and Saucers."
What? What's that book about?
How the Nazis are controlling UFOs and psyops and controlling the world and playing the world like it's their fucking docudrama and recreating reality and inventing all this crazy off-world stuff, and how Roswell was Soviet Union crashing stuff here, and basically it's all Nazi black budget stuff. I think is the main point that.
Do they dismiss the idea that we're visited at all by something from somewhere else?
I mean, what do you mean who? Like,
these people that think that it's all Nazi stuff and Soviet Union stuff.
I don't think that they're saying it's all that, but they're probably saying, I haven't read all his books, but I think he's saying, when he wrote that book, it was probably all Nazis, no aliens. But now I'm sure his views have evolved on it.
That's part of the problem, too. It's like, you know, when you see these reports, whenever I see like a story that's in the New York Times where the Pentagon is admitting we have, you know, there's been off-world crafts and all these different things, and you get these David Grush guys that are testifying about that we've recovered crashed vehicles. It's like, how much of that is a psyop?
I think most of it.
I think a lot of it. Yeah, I don't even know if they know it's a psyop. But if I was the government and I was working on top secret propulsion systems, the first thing I would do is spread a bunch of fake rumors about UFOs.
Yes.
This is how we can't explain it. We don't know. We're being visited. They're super intelligent. We don't know where they're from. We don't know how they're doing this.
Yep.
And then you have an explanation for why these people are seeing these things in the sky when it's really just your shit that you're flying around.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, if you listen to Jacques Vallée and you read any of his books, he's got these stories that people are telling from the 1700s and the 1800s that mirror almost exactly the experiences that people are having today.
Mm-hmm.
That's where it gets weird. Because, okay, now you're predating any possibility of this being modern technology, you know, that is just hidden and tucked away. They couldn't have done that in the 1700s. There were no way. They didn't even have airplanes yet, right? Okay.
Right.
So if we admit that, then we have to go, okay, well, what's going on then? Is there something else here that's been here forever, like some people think? Or are we looking at something that's visiting us and keeping an eye on us from somewhere else? That's where it's fun. That's the fun one. The fun one is not that it's ours. The fun one is that we're being visited.
Yeah, and are we being visited, or did they just live under the oceans?
Right.
You know, have they been here fucking forever? And, there's this case, Richard Dolan came on my show recently, and he was telling me he wrote this new book about all the underwater cases ever documented, the underwater UFOs, USOs. And there's one from, the early 1700s where there was this, ship sailing across the Pacific, and this giant glowing orb came out of the ocean. And these sailors all wrote about it. How this massive, football stadium sized glowing orb came up out of the ocean and, flew away. And, how much of the ocean have we explored?
Very small
amount. We've explored more of the moon, I think.
And it would be the perfect base. If you wanted to come here and observe human beings without them being able to see what's going on, that's the best place to hide.
Mm-hmm.
Because no one's going there. They don't have the capability of going there. You know, we have submarines, but if the submarines see things, did they tell us?
Yeah.
If the submarine saw a UFO underwater, would they have a press conference?
Right, exactly.
No.
We know about the nuclear bases above ground because those guys have come out and talked about it, but all of the nuclear submarines that are patrolling the oceans at all times, right off of our coast, off both coasts, if they're carrying multiple nuclear warheads, I'm sure they're seeing something or they're detecting something there.
Well, there's this one video of something that was moving 500 knots under the water. This thing that flew by their camera.
On the sub?
Yeah, I forget where it was being recorded, but it was a video of something that was like a beam of light that shot through the screen.
Mm-hmm.
You could see it moving underwater at this insane rate of speed with no ripples, no disruption of the water, just moving through the water.
Yeah.
And then there's these transmedium videos, videos of these things flying. They go into the water with no splash, no nothing, and they don't lose any momentum.
Yeah, I think the best evidence that those things have been here forever is probably ancient stories, biblical story, aliens and angels and demons stuff.
What about Ezekiel?
Before that, Ezekiel too, right?
Ezekiel in the Bible, that story's nuts. The wheel within a wheel, the way he's describing, what are you saying?
Right.
And imagine you've no context.
Yeah.
Imagine seeing something that's floating, some geometric pattern that's hovering in the sky above your head and emitting light and trying to explain this. And then also going back and trying to remember exactly what you saw, because you're probably freaking the fuck out you really
Yeah.
do have some sort of an encounter with some orb that's flying in the sky. How do you even describe it? What context do you put it in? Do you describe it as an alien? Do you describe it as an angel? Do you think it's God? Like, what do you think it is?
Right. Or is it drugs? Is drugs?
Yeah,
drugs
I'm
like
sure drugs play a part of it.
Well, then there's like James Fox's Alien from the Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
Which smelled like sulfur.
Right.
And there's biblical accounts of demons smelling like sulfur, having cloven feet. So did that exactly describe that being in
Right.
James's documentary?
Right.
The hospital smelled like sulfur for like a week after, they said.
And the guy who was handling it died of a horrible infection.
Yeah.
This is all documented. The guy who picked up the alien, put it in a squad car, took it to a hospital. That hospital wouldn't deal with it. Took it to another hospital. And then that guy dies of a horrible bacterial infection that they can't cure with antibiotics.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts, dude.
Fucking nuts. And then all the people, the eyewitnesses that were there that saw the thing, and when he brings the police officer to the site of the crash, the officer starts weeping uncontrollably,
Yeah.
recounting the story. Unless that guy's the greatest actor of all time.
Right.
Like,
And then
what is going on?
there's the story where he walked up to the guy's house and the guy like pulled a gun on him. He's like, "You guys come any closer, I'm shooting you."
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird shit,
It's
man.
weird, dude. And it's weird that like everyone's trying to paint their own narrative. There's different groups competing on like how they want to paint the UFO thing, right? You have like different camps of people like in the government or in media. I don't know what the difference is.
And there's guys like you and I that are basically useful idiots.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
come on our podcast, talk a lot of shit, and we go, I don't know. Figure it out, folks.
Yeah, we're feds. We're feds. We got Palantir honey trap over here.
Like, what is that thing? That thing's all filled with Pegasus.
Palantir, bro.
They're reading every single one of your little jot downs that you put on that. Yeah, who knows? But if you did have some sort of like infinitely superior technology and you've had it for a long time, when do you, if ever, let the public know? And how do you let
do
the
with
public
that
know?
too?
Right.
What do you, if you're the guy, right? Like I don't know how many people know all of the secrets, right? But if there is a handful of dudes, how do you go about living your life when you're that dude and when you know like shit that can change the face of humanity forever? How do you go home to your wife and kids, right? Is it like, are you living in that show? What's the show where they go up in the elevator and it wipes their mind?
Oh, Severance.
Severance. Yeah. Is it like that? Do they have real life severance?
I don't think so. No, I think they just rely on these people being secret. And, you know, there's the thing about Bob Lazar's story. You know, Bob Lazar lost his job because his wife was cheating on him. Because his wife thought that, you know, he couldn't tell her what he was doing. So when he was flying off to S4, he would say, I got to go to work. And she's like, at 11 o'clock at night on a Friday, get the fuck out of here. So she starts fucking this other guy. And they were listening to his phone calls. So they had his phone tapped. And because his wife was having an affair, he was deemed to be at a risk of being emotionally unstable. So they released him. And so then he's like, this is bullshit. And he starts telling people, you know, we're working on UFOs. They have a crashed UFO. I saw it. They fly it every Wednesday or whatever it was. Come, I'll show you. And so he brings people out to the test site where they can observe from one of the mountains. And then he gets arrested. And then he goes public so that he doesn't get killed. This was his justification of it all.
Yeah, I used to think Bob Lazar was full of shit, but I've come around on it. I don't think that anymore. After learning more about all the disinformation and all the time and money they put into just confusing people, like the Paul Benowitz story, you know, I think he would be the perfect candidate to recruit just because of his background. Like, you know, his first wife committed suicide. He ran a brothel.
He was a nut.
He was a nutcase, dude.
And he
like,
was
he's
also
a perfect person. He's perfect. They could deny him so easily. Like, look at this dude's background. You think we would hire this dude?
And also a legitimate genius.
Right.
I mean, the guy put a rocket engine on a Honda in like 1985.
Yeah.
He was a nut. He converted his Corvette to a hydrogen engine.
Yeah.
In like, you know, I think it was the 90s he did that. He had a hydrogen-powered Corvette that he engineered himself. See if you can find Bob Lazar's hydrogen-powered Corvette. He was a nut.
Yeah.
You know, but he doesn't seem like a liar. And the podcast obviously resonates with people because I think the podcast I had with him on YouTube is the most viewed podcast that we've ever had, including Donald Trump.
Really?
Is that true, Jamie? No? Who's number one?
Donnie beat him?
Who's number one? Elon. First Elon's number one.
Okay.
That was the one when he smoked weed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah.
the thing.
Oh, yeah.
The smoking weed really took it over the top.
That was good. That was good. Do you smoke on all podcasts?
No.
Just certain ones.
Yeah, so this is Bob Lazar's hydrogen-powered Corvette.
That's Amazing.
What a fucking kook.
It's beautiful.
What a kook. I mean, who fucking did that? This guy created a hydrogen-powered Corvette, and that's an old-ass Corvette, too. That's a shitty one in the 90s.
If you're throwing shit at the wall, trying to figure out a new way to move fucking planes, that you might as well find people like this.
A homemade hydrogen-powered Corvette. Look at this. Play it. Go full screen.
Oh, this is way throwback.
Yeah. I don't hear anything.
Is this Reddit?
Tank's heated, it produces hydrogen. The car burns it. So there's never much gaseous hydrogen in the system at any given time.
So these are the fuel lines? No, what are these?
No, these are the
They're looking at for
Here you go.
There you go.
heater in the tank and also reads back the temperature of the tank.
Why is that important?
Well, when you apply heat to hydride, it releases hydrogen. So as power is applied to here, it heats the hydride,
Right.
and then the gas comes out. The big hoses on the end.
They have 4 hoses. Do they all mix into one big hose?
Yeah.
Didn't he like hang out with Ed Teller or talk to Ed Teller at one point?
I don't know.
At a certain rate with a certain temperature. And a single tank, you can't get it out at the volume you need. So
this guy was a legitimate genius and a propulsion expert, and that's why they brought him in to say, how does this work? And that story, he's told the same story for, whatever it is now, 50 plus years or 40 years.
Yeah.
What is it? What year was it?
And there's a good reason, I think.
85, so 40 years? Somewhere around 85.
The biggest argument against him is the MIT stuff, right?
Yeah.
But there's something that I'm sure.
Well, the MIT thing, though, look, if you're working at Los Alamos Labs and you're working on top secret stuff for the government, it's not inconceivable that you'd be educated at MIT and there wouldn't be a record of it. Especially if you're working on something that's like really devious shit. Yeah. I'll tell you what he told me off the air.
You will?
Yeah.
God, I can't fucking wait.
Yeah. As soon as we're done, we'll wrap this up.
Kidding. No, I wanted to like some of the stuff, like the thing that's so astonishing to me is like all of the brightest minds and unlimited money have gone to more and more ways to figure out how to kill people. Like during Operation Paperclip, during the time Bob Lazar was at Los Alamos and at S4. If he was at S4 or whatever that was going on there, like, and that dude John von Neumann, who was the mathematician, who was he came up with the equation who by the way was like the most brilliant mathematical mind of our time in American history, came up with the equation of the perfect altitude to detonate Fat Man and Little Boy to kill the most people. Which is like, you're using this fucking intellect to do these kinds of things. And now there's a $21 trillion black hole in the DOD. Like, imagine what they could have. They could have something that's probably, I mean, going way on the limb, conjecture, obviously, I don't fucking know, but like, my conspiracy mind wants to go to like, oh my God, they have like another whole military, Air Force, Navy that is disconnected from America. That's probably more powerful than every other country combined. That could just, take over the world in an instant.
But can't they already wipe each other out? I mean, the whole world has nuclear weapons. There's nuclear weapons in how many different countries?
Yeah.
They all launch them simultaneously. There's no life left on Earth.
What I'm saying with the 21 trillion, they could have some fucking weapon that would render a nuke completely irrelevant. If they do have anti-gravity and if they have figured out some of this crazy parapsychology stuff, the psionic stuff with the UFOs and like the mind interfacing, all this just kooky stuff that you want to dismiss. But 21 trillion, if they were spending $50 on Stargate and they thought it was worth some sort of intelligence to spy on the Russians, like, how much money would they keep throwing at something if there was just a shred of possibility that it could work? And if there was evidence that, like, this works 3% of the time and we spent $1 million on it, let's spend $1 trillion on it and see how much more advanced we can get and see how much more control and world domination we can get. And
one of the things Lazar said about the craft, that he was the sport model, which is that thing on the desk. That's the copy of it. One of the things that he said about it was that there was no controls. When you sit inside the thing, there's no joystick, there's no steering wheel.
So you use your mind?
Yeah. there was probably some. I mean, that's probably what we're getting to anyway. We're kind of close to that with phones now.
Yeah.
Right. Like, how many times do you text where you don't even text? Just press the button and say, text Danny, say this, and it just says it for you. Or, how old is Barbara Streisand? And it gives you an instant information. You're talking to it all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, and what's the next step? Well, the next step is you think it. Like, you wear it and you think, and it does things for you. And then as technology scales further and further more advanced, you're going to get to a point where you can move your car with your mind. And then when you have spacecraft, of course, it would be the same sort of technology. You would use technology to move the craft with your mind. They already have these interfaces with fighter pilots where you look is where the crosshair shows up. So instead of having to move a crosshair with like if you're playing a video game and you're moving the mouse, you're moving the crosshair to the side, or if you're using an Xbox controller, you're moving that crosshair to where you want to hit.
Right.
The crosshair goes where their eyes go. So you're wearing this thing that knows where you're looking. And they already have this kind of technology with virtual reality. They have this technology with these meta glasses that they're developing. So they can, while you have this helmet on, this helmet is not simply a thing that protects your head. It's an electronic interface with a guidance system. And where your eyes look, the crosshairs go. Yo.
Did you see the LLM stuff trying to get soldiers to leave the battlefield in the Russia-Ukraine war?
No.
They're using LLMs and the Russians are hacking the Ukrainians' phones with LLMs, reading everything on their phones, seeing how they communicate with their family, and using LLMs to send messages to their phones of their family, trying to get them to lay down their weapons and leave the war.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, where does that end up?
Well, that's what gets real weird, because if AI starts controlling all the war systems, and it just has a goal, and it doesn't have any ethics or morals or any concern about life or death. It just has a directive. I want you to accomplish this. Take control of the resources in Donbass. Do this, do that, whatever it is. Just does it the most effective way possible, which would be unbelievably brutal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then even shit like telepathy or being able to communicate without words.
Well, Elon says that's 100% the goal of Neuralink.
Are you optimistic about that?
I'm not optimistic or pessimistic. I think it's inevitable.
Yeah.
I think we're looking at what we have now as normal, because it's become normal to carry around a phone with you everywhere. It's become normal to have an Apple Watch on and get all your text messages on your wrist. It's become normal. And I think it'll become normal to be interfaced with the great hive mind. I think we're all going to be connected with some new technology, the same way we're all connected with social media and email and FaceTime videos, all that shit that we are now, WhatsApp messages. We're all going to be connected with something that's far more technologically advanced, and it'll become normal, just like this is normal.
I just hope, if it does get there, when it does get there, that we can overcome this sort of place that we've reached with social media, where people are just spatting out whatever comes to the front of their mind at any given moment, or just rage impulse and fighting where there's no filter, which I think has just created more and more division and miscommunication.
Oh yeah.
If me and you are just talking and we're communicating our minds back and forth,
right?
I don't know how your mind works, but my mind is like a constant hornet's nest of fucking ideas just bouncing around everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? So if you can read my mind, you're going to be so goddamn confused, and there's probably going to be shit in there I don't want you to know. And it's to the writing process, right? When you write, you know about writing more than anyone. When you write something, you try to distill an idea down to the most precise form to communicate it accurately to the audience, right?
Right.
You go through so many revisions and you revise and you refine until you get it perfect, so you can communicate that message to your audience. But if it's just a direct stream of consciousness, unedited, I can't imagine that would be a good thing. Unless you're some meditative yogi that has a really editorialized stream of consciousness, which I don't.
Well, maybe instead of just having access to all your thoughts, maybe it's just simply what you're trying to communicate about your thoughts. Maybe it won't be as simple as we all have access to each other's minds. Maybe it'll just be much more, you'll be able to purely transmit your feelings and your ideas without the context of a language. Or maybe we'll have to develop some sort of universal language.
Yeah.
Which would be, the Tower of Babel. And I've made that connection. I made that connection last night, I think, about Christ. Like, Christ was of a virgin birth. Like, what's more of a virgin birth than sentient super intelligence from AI?
Yeah.
If that becomes a being that is essentially a god and is given birth by a virgin mother, I mean, that's the story of Christ. It's just confusing. It's just confusing if you translate it over and over time. But if Christ is supposed to return, that would be a way something like a God would return. It would return through artificial intelligence. If it just emerged out of our creation and our insatiable desire to make new and better things.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Like, why else do we have this insane desire to have new and improved things? Because, like, isn't your phone good enough? Like, I have a Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra and I have an iPhone 16. They're good. They're good enough. You don't need to make a better one.
Have you seen Westworld on HBO?
Yeah.
One of my favorite
Season
ones.
1 is fucking amazing.
It's the best.
Got a little squirrely in season 2.
Season 2 and 3, yeah, got a little squirrely for sure. But like one of my favorite lines in that is when Ford is talking to Bernard, or not Bernard, one of the ladies, one of the robots, and he's like explaining the human psyche, and he's like, all of the greatest achievements of humanity, the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of David, the Mona Lisa, all just an elaborate meeting call. It's all peacock feathers. Ooh. It's all just this desire to procreate. And to, it's that really got me fucking thinking. And it's like, is that what drives human beings to do things and to create new things and new art? I always thought it was sex, but I think it might be that combined with the fear of death, because we want to live forever. We want to have a symbolic immortality. We want to leave something behind after we die.
It might not just be sex. It might just be social recognition, status.
Yeah.
You want to be adored as a genius.
Yeah. And there's also that painting on the Sistine Chapel, the creation of Adam, which is also in that movie, where it shows God creating Adam and all the angels. And he's sitting inside of the perfect anatomical illustration of a human brain. If you look at it.
Can you find that, Jamie?
Yeah, pull up the creation of Adam, and it's got like the prefrontal cortex, the brain stem, the visual cortex. It's all there, and he's creating Adam. And like the point he makes in the movie is like, the divine gift does not come from a higher power, but from the human mind.
That's bananas. Let me see that other image that you just had, the two of them below it. No, I'm sorry. Go back to that one and then go below it, the one that you just had.
With the brain?
With the one that showed the brain. Yeah, the bottom right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Look at that. That's weird, man.
It is weird, isn't it?
It's pretty close. Yeah, and it's also that is, the Eye of Horus. When you look at the side section, a cross section of the pineal gland, it looks exactly like that. This weird symbology.
Wait, what looks just like that?
The Eye of Horus,
the Eye of
ancient
Horus,
Egyptian. Go to so that gland, when you see it at the bottom, go to the Eye of Horus. Go pineal gland, Eye of Horus. To take out the Sistine Chapel. Yeah, there it is. So that's what the Eye of Horus looks like. It looks exactly like the pineal gland. It's the same shape. And there's a lot of weirdness, man.
Yeah,
dude. Ancient art. Like, what were they trying to say? Like, what were they trying to document?
It's funny, the people who like don't believe Jesus existed, they'll make the argument like, imagine 2,000 years from now that people wanted to say that there was this mythical divine person, and he existed because we know there's this divine trilogy called the Lord of the Rings, and his name was Gandalf, and he came from the center of the earth. But it's like nothing else corroborates it. But I don't know. I think Jesus was a real person.
It seems like he was a real person.
Yeah.
The question is, like, what really happened?
Right.
And the whole coming back from the dead things, like, what was that all about?
Right. Yeah, I don't think that's real.
Well, it doesn't make any sense, but
Right.
neither does the birth of the universe from
Right.
something smaller than the head of a pin. That doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah.
But if if this one unique moment in time that God did send us his son to try to like sort things out, and we wound up killing him, and he died for our sins, would that be any weirder than supermassive black holes? Would that be any weirder than most of the stuff that we know is real?
And how do you reconcile that with the simulation?
I don't know. I mean, that might be part of the whole weirdness of this whole thing is that we have mythology. Part of the weirdness of the simulation might be that we have this fantastical mythology that you sort of have to suspend disbelief and accept. It's part of this whole weirdness that we have where we're susceptible to ideological belief systems like cults. Like political ideologies were essentially just like cults. When you're on the right and you're right with everything and you're all MAGA, or if you're on the left you're blue no matter who, you're in a cult. You're in a cult. People get into cults, and why is that? Like, why is that a part of? If we are in a simulation, why are we so malleable? Is it because we recognize it and we're supposed to oppose it and we're supposed to fight the instinct that we all deeply have embedded in our system, but we also know is wrong? Like, what is it about these systems? Like, why is that in place? Is this simply just an ancient relic of our tribal past where you had to follow the rules of the tribe in order to survive, and so it was instilled in people in the psyche, and that's how we developed? Or is there something more to it? Is it like part of the mechanism that allows us to resist, which allows us to innovate, which encourages us to push forward and ask more questions, because we know there's a lot of bullshit. Like, the reason why people ask so many questions now in 2025 as opposed to 2019 is because of COVID. Because we went through so much bullshit and propaganda. We were so gaslit by the government, by the CDC, by everybody, that now we question way more. So it's probably benefited us somewhat to go through that.
Yeah. When Mary was on here, did she tell you about Kevin McKiernan?
Refresh my memory.
He was the dude who worked for the Human Genome Project, like a DNA wizard. He was working for the Human Genome Project, trying to figure out different sort of medical treatments for cancers based on your genome. So like they could target a specific type of leukemia in you, and they would take your DNA and they would like basically make designer drugs to target that cancer, to kill that cancer. And during the pandemic, somebody sent him 4 unopened vials of the Pfizer vaccine, and he analyzed them and ran them through all of his processing systems, whatever the fuck he does, and he found out there was DNA plasmid contamination in them, which were like promoters of this SV40 shit.
I did hear about that. Yeah. I talked to Brett Weinstein about that, and he was explaining that when they first were sequencing certain vaccines, they, because with the vaccine you have to use living cells in order to create these antibodies initially.
Yeah.
And when
traditional vaccine, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And so when they started using these things, they were using kidney cells of these monkeys. And they didn't understand that these monkeys had this SV40, simian virus 40.
Right.
And that this, when introduced into human cells, causes tumors. Causes cancer. Like rampant cancer.
Right.
You see the uptick of cancer, and everyone wants to like bury their head in the sand and pretend that it didn't happen. But people that took the vaccine are getting fucking cancer at an astounding rate.
Yeah. And Kevin was telling me that he was doing study. He pulled some tumors from some people that died somewhere in Europe, and he was sequencing the tumors of these people that died with the vaccine. And he said that the SV40 was in the tumors. And I don't remember the science. I'd have to go back and listen to it. By the way, that episode got pulled off YouTube.
Really?
Off my channel. I got a strike for it.
What did they say?
Medical misinformation.
What part of it's medical misinformation?
The whole thing. We talked about vaccines, and we talked about...
What year was this?
This was like November of last year.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could put it up now, because they seem to have lightened up. Didn't they changed their regulations recently? Did they? Yeah, they changed their guidelines. What
That's
was
the problem with this shit, dude. I'm so afraid
I
to
know.
talk about shit I want to talk about.
I know, isn't that fucked up?
It's like, yeah, it sucks, dude.
It sucks because there's no way to know who's telling the truth unless you let people say crazy shit and then have someone come on and refute it and then have the two of them get together and debate it.
Right.
You know, and then even then sometimes you don't know. Like with this Flint Dibble Graham Hancock thing,
Yeah.
you know, if it wasn't for Dan Richards, we wouldn't know that a lot of the things that Flint Dibble said were just absolutely not true.
Right.
YouTube loosens rules guiding moderation of videos. Yeah, so favor freedom of expression over the risk of harm in deciding what to take down. So specifically, scroll down to what they said, what the actual policy shift, which hasn't publicly disclosed. What does it say? Public statements. They used language that I thought was
They don't make public statements.
much more
They broad brush it. They don't give you an exact reason. They just say, oh, this falls into this category. Like, there's no jury at YouTube. They're just like, they find the most excusable reason to.
Go back to where you were. Recognizing the definition of public interest is always evolving. We update our guidelines for these exceptions to reflect the new types of discussions we see on our platform today. Our goal remains the same: to protect free expression on YouTube while mitigating egregious harm. So, you know, they can still, but the thing is, like, they're controlled by their advertisers to a certain extent. And
I don't buy that shit, dude.
what do you mean? They get funds from the
They're
advertisers.
Google, though. They fucking own advertising. Like, you're gonna tell me like some company is gonna go to Google and say, listen, bro, we're not gonna advertise with you unless you take that guy's video down.
No, I think pharmaceutical drug companies have influence. And I think if you're getting an enormous percentage of your advertising revenue from pharmaceutical drug companies, which Cali Means has said, the reason why they do that is not to promote their drugs. It's to stop criticism. And this is why they promote, this is why brought to you by Pfizer. Anderson Cooper, brought to you by Pfizer. What that is for is to make sure that they never criticize Pfizer.
Sure, I understand that.
And it works, right?
For cable TV, yeah, but for like YouTube has a monopoly on advertising. Google does, at least. I guess I could see it, but like, you know, they got fucking trillions of dollars.
So it says YouTube's adpocalypse and the gatekeeping of cultural content on digital platforms. This is how it all started. 2017, advertiser revolt on YouTube, popularly known as the adpocalypse, introduced widespread and radical changes on the platform's policy related to moderation content. Their monetizability and the terms of the relationship between the creators and the platform. And these changes, in turn, have caused significant discontent within the creator community while also gradually transforming the predominant nature of the content on the platform. So they did do it. They did it by cutting out the ads.
Yeah,
it's dirty business, man. And they're doing it because they don't want people finding out certain things that are actually true. And that's what they did during the pandemic. And that's what the FBI tried to do when they were banning people like Jay Bhattacharya and prominent scientists and like legitimate academics.
but then I'll have like the same thing will happen to videos I do about UFOs. Like,
Really?
Will have, not take it down, but you know how shit will get like buried where you can't search for it.
Oh yeah.
Me and Jesse were talking about this. This happened to Jesse too with Crush, where he was like had like the #1 video on Crush, and all of a sudden you can't search it. Like stuff like that. I mean, the COVID one was the first one I actually had taken down, which was scary, and it makes me think about that. I hate the fact that I actually have to think about whether I'm gonna get the axe.
I know.
Based on the topic I'm discussing. Like where, like I don't know if that doesn't lead to a good place as far as journalism goes, because journalism is supposed to be shining light on the dark places that people don't want to shine. It's supposed to piss people off.
Especially when you consider that a lot of the things that used to be taken down for are now confirmed. Like the lab leak theory, that used to get you kicked off of YouTube. Saying masks don't work, that would get you kicked off of YouTube. Like all these things that we now know to be true, that the vaccine does not stop infection, that would get you kicked off YouTube.
Right.
All these things that we now know are 100% fact, and it's all orchestrated by financial interests.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the SV40 stuff is
It's fucking
wicked
terrifying.
freaky, dude. It's wicked freaky, like with the cancer and how, you know, it goes all the way back to the early days in the 60s or the early 50s and 60s in New Orleans, how they were working, trying to develop the polio vaccine with Alton Ochsner,
Yeah.
Tulane University, and trying to weaponize some sort of there's a theory based on that book, Mary's Monkey, where they were growing the polio vaccines on the monkey kidneys and using this to also create bioweapons to assassinate people like Castro. And that's apparently what, according to that book, what Lee Harvey Oswald was doing with that lady Mary Sherman. And they were using that Linac machine to try to like supercharge the SV40 to make it more deadly, to induce cancer with people. Jesus, like, yeah. And then, oh God, that like the event, that Cutter event where Alton injected his 2 grandkids with the polio vaccine in front of the whole auditorium of students. And his granddaughter lived and was paralyzed, but his grandson died the next day, right after they did that. Jesus. And they were like, there's people pushing back, like, don't do this. We tested this on monkeys, and like half of them are dead. Let's not push this out. I think it was the Salk vaccine, the Salk polio vaccine. And then they fucking did it anyways.
Yeah. Well, I think you got to be able to talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
Even if you get it wrong, and even if someone comes on, they say things that could be refuted. Yeah, refute it then. That's the whole point of all this.
Yeah.
If someone comes on and says something that's not correct, oh, but Steve, no. Bless you. Thank you. If someone comes on and says something that's not correct, like have someone on that refutes it. Figure it out. You have to be able to talk about stuff, and some of it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's all super fun.
It is, right?
Yeah.
How'd you get started?
Well, I obviously didn't always do podcasts, but I was originally, I always wanted to make movies when I
You
was
used to
young.
call it concrete. Why was it called?
It was called Concrete. So, okay, I'll tell you. It was, first of all, I always wanted to make movies when I was a little kid. I was telling Jamie the story earlier. I was going to go to Full Sail where Jamie went in Florida, in Orlando, but it was just, I didn't have the money to do it, and I couldn't get into UCF because my grades were shit in high school. So, luckily, I got the opportunity to work on this movie called Dolphin Tail. It was a movie about a dolphin who got its tail stuck in a crab trap, and Morgan Freeman came in and built a prosthetic tail, and it was swimming around in the aquarium. Cary Connick Jr. and Morgan Freeman were in it, and it was like a big, Warner Brothers movie. And I realized working as a camera production assistant on that movie, it was my film school, but I realized I did not want anything to do with making movies because it was the closest thing I ever experienced to working construction. It was like I was in charge of swapping the camera lenses, the camera batteries, taking the SD cards back to the media truck, getting everybody breakfast and coffee. And these dudes, these camera department dudes, a lot of them were really cool. Like the dude Pete Zuccarini, who was the underwater cinematographer who filmed all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. He was fucking awesome. But a lot of the other guys were like really unhappy, like deeply unhappy, because they never saw their families. They were always on the road, FaceTime, a lot of them on their like 3rd, 4th wives, FaceTiming their kids. And it was like, they were like carnies with dental plans. They made great money, but they were fucking deeply unhappy. So like I realized I didn't want to make movies anymore. So I started an advertising company and making commercials. And I started doing like spec ads and like winning a bunch of contests to make commercials. I won one big contest for Land Rover USA where we made like a free ad, and they paid us to make a bunch of other ads for them. And then that's where Concrete came in. So it was called something else, and I got sued by some advertising company in California saying, hey bitch, you can't use this name anymore, change your name. So my friend who owns a concrete construction company said, bro, there's this really cool website domain for sale with concrete with a K. He's like, it's like a couple $1,000. You should buy it. I was going to buy it. I'm like, sure, fuck yeah, that's good. So I called my company Concrete. That was stupid. And then,
And how'd you start a podcast?
So after the advertising stuff, I met a bunch of people. I met Hulk Hogan in the process of the whole advertising thing, because me and Hulk live like 5 minutes from each other, and which is like 5 minutes from the Church of Scientology, which is great. And I started making a bunch of commercials with him, because he would always have companies that would hit him up and say, yo, let's partner on this new product. And one of them was a hosting company called Hostomania. They wanted to make Hulk the face of the company. And we created this whole fucking thing where it was like right when Miley Cyrus dropped the Wrecking Ball video, and we put Hulk on a wrecking ball. Like, yo, Hulk, we want to put you on a wrecking ball and have you freaking drop kick Van Damme, who's like the GoDaddy guy, right? And he's like, fuck yeah, brother, let's do it. This is it. It was poor execution, but it was funny. And he's like, brother, there's only one thing missing from this commercial idea. I'm like, what? He's like, I need to be in my birthday suit. I was like, what? So we did that, and then I started working on a bunch of like this was like the boom of reality shows when like Duck Dynasty and Pawn Stars were all taken off. So I was like, I could probably fucking make a reality show. So I hit a bunch of my friends and we started like touring around trying to find people to come up with like TV show ideas and concepts. And I got a couple people to invest in a couple TV show ideas, pilots that I spent like 6 years working on. And it was this long process of shooting, editing, taking notes, for production companies that, you have to, how this works, but you have to like work with production companies who already have relationships with networks. Mm-hmm. And they were like constantly giving us notes like, okay, change this for A&E, change this for Spike TV. And we got to make sure it fits each network because we're pitching these show to all these networks. I was like, okay, great. So it was just this roller coaster of emotions of like, oh my God, we're going to sell a TV show. We're going to do a TV show. And then finally we got one of those shows to a green light meeting at Spike TV or A&E, and like I was like, this is it, we're gonna do it. And the CEO of Viacom killed it because it did not fit their roster of existing advertisers, and I was just like so frustrated and fed up with it. I was like, fuck this, I'm taking all this stuff that I've been working on and I'm gonna repackage them and put them on YouTube. And I did, and the first one that really took off, got millions of views in like 2015, was called Deckhands. And it was the story of these alcoholic dudes, these drunks that were hanging out in front of 7-Eleven in this little sleepy town called Madeira Beach where I'm from. So me and my buddy Luke went up and we started filming these guys and asking them questions like, yo, what the fuck do you guys do here every day? And they're like, we're fucking fishermen, bro. Come see how we live. And one of these dudes took us back to his boat he lived on. He had this broken down boat in this old dusty marina where the boat didn't work, but he lived in this boat and it had amplifiers stacked to the ceiling. He had a stack of porno DVDs like 6 feet tall, laser light machines, fog machines, and he wore these fairy wings and like an armor helmet. And he would jam out to like Rob Zombie on his guitar while playing the music videos on this big projection screen in his boat. And we're like, this is fucking the Twilight Zone, dude. And then they started telling us more and more about like what they do. This is it. Yeah, this is the first episode. The Gates of Hell. This is Shane Lee. R.I.P. So we're asking these guys about like, what do you like? You're fishermen, but like, explain to me, how does this work? And they were all pissed off about, oh, we're getting screwed by the boat owners and these IFQs, and we don't make any money. And we're like, dude, there might be a story here. So we started interviewing more people. We eventually interviewed the people who own the boats and own the fish houses. So like Madeira Beach is Johns Pass, Florida, is the grouper capital of the world. There's more grouper caught there than anywhere in the world. And the way it works is before 2007, there was a quota system where it was like for red snapper, it was like 3 million pounds per year are allowed to be caught in this area, right? So it was like derby fishing. So all the boats would go out and they would catch as much fish as they possibly could, and they would wait when they get back from their trip, and then they would quantify that or tell the federal government this is where we're at. And sometimes they would reach that 3 million pound limit in like October. So what do they have to do for the rest of the year? They stop fishing. You can't do anything. So in 2007, the federal government made a monopoly where they gave boat owners an allotment of fishing quota per year. So some guys got 100,000 pounds, some guys got 200,000 pounds, which is, if it's red snapper, that's $1 a pound. So that's like the best retirement plan known to man. The federal government is handing you 200,000 pounds of red snapper quota per year. And then what happened was eventually the boat owners sold off their quota, and now it's become so discombobulated where now like you can just buy this fishing quota and trade it like stock. You don't have to own a boat, you don't have to be a fisherman, you can just be some dude sitting in Manhattan in a high rise and buying and selling fishing quota. You're not, and there are like fishing communities in America, like in the Northeast, where it doesn't work like that, where you have to have your hand on the throttle, you have to take care of your people, and it's a lifestyle, and it's like a way to live. It's a culture. And where in Madeira Beach, at least when I was there filming, they were all just like carny ride operators, you know. And these dudes were, and the lowest level of this fishing industry are those deckhands, those dudes like Shane Lee, and they're fucking drug addicts. A lot of them are hooked on heroin. What happens is they get home from fishing from 10 days of fishing offshore, and they get like $4,000 or $5,000, and they blow it all on prostitutes and coke and hookers and heroin. And they're kids, dude. They're like kids. Right. They're like kids with money. And by the time they run out, they have to go fishing again. So they're going to all the fish houses saying, "Bro, let me go." So they go offshore again, and they rehab, where they rehab at sea for 10 days because they have no more drugs.
Wow.
And they come back and then rinse and repeat. And one of the people that we interviewed, there was 3 main characters in that series. There was Shane Lee, there was Space, and there was Hollywood Kim. And Hollywood Kim was the last episode, which was sometimes when I think I have problems in my life, I remember her story and realize I don't really know what fucking problems are. She was from Alabama, and when she was 17 years old, she gave birth to her father's son.
Oh, God.
And when she was 6 years old, she would wake up every morning and ride her bike to the beach to try to escape her dad. And no one would believe her.
Jesus Christ.
She tried telling people, and no one would believe her because her dad was a cop.
Oh, God.
So she eventually gave birth to her son and escaped to Florida and became a deckhand fishing and working on these boats, dude. And I met her, and she would wake up every morning and just start slamming vodka and looking for drugs. And dude, it was just the Twilight Zone in my own backyard. Wow. It was nuts. And then that led to like podcasts. Like, so after that, then we're just like, let's start doing podcasts in between these documentaries, more content. And the podcast started to get more views than the documentaries. And here we are.
Well, I'm glad it happened. You had a great show, man.
Thanks, bro.
And I appreciate you coming on here, man. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Let's do it again, for sure.
Hell yeah, bro.
Danny Jones Show. It is on YouTube.
Yep.
Are you on Spotify as well?
Yeah, YouTube,
everywhere?
Spotify. It's just at Danny Jones on YouTube.
All right.
And same with Instagram.
It's an awesome show.
That's it, baby.
Lots of fun stuff on there. All right.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you. Bye, buddy.
The Los Angeles Police Department has released photos of a man they believe shot a driver accused of plowing into a crowd outside an East Hollywood nightclub, injuring at least 30 people on purpose after being kicked out of the venue. Juliet Bridges says she lives nearby and saw people being treated by paramedics on the street in the early hours yesterday morning. The driver is in police custody, booked on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon, but the person who shot that driver is still on the run. A mom in Southern California has done it again.
The mom from Apple Valley recently gave birth to her 4th child, and for the 4th time, it happened on July 7th. All her kids are born in different years, but each one arrived on the 7th day of the 7th month. The mom says none of the 4 kids were due on July 7th, and none of the deliveries were induced. The odds of 4 kids sharing the same birthday without medical intervention are estimated to be in the millions. The woman says everyone is telling her to go and play the lottery. Deborah Mark, KFI News.
Couples with fur babies are going into debt.
Dual-income couples with no kids in particular are going into debt for their pets, according to a new InSerify survey. It found 94% of those couples view their pets as family members, and 68% of these pet parents report having made financial sacrifices to cover pet essentials. The survey showed couples spend $1,900 a year on average on their pets. Vivian Gonzalez, KFI News.
Today was Gaza's deadliest day for people trying to get food in the 21-month war, with at least 85 Palestinians killed after Israeli forces shot into a crowd gathered near a food convoy. Let's go to a disabled vehicle on the 105 in South LA.
On the westbound side before the 110, looks like it's a vehicle that has run out of gas. It's blocking the right lane. Word is that a tow truck is on the way with a gas can. In Linwood on the 105 westbound before Long Beach Boulevard, that accident has cleared. Traffic recovery for the 710. And in San Bernardino on the 215 southbound before Inland Center Drive, got a semi-accident that is over to the right shoulder, not causing a whole lot of slowing there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. T-Mobile Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What If They Never Returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There's not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police will properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and ended up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car, through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
More stimulating talk.
Radio stations.
Welcome back to Revisionist History. I'm Malcolm Gladwell. In the last segment, we dug deeper into the idea of pilot voice. It's not just about mimicking Chuck Yeager, it's something more universal. How does an entire profession, spread across different backgrounds and accents, converge on a single style of speech? Is it about calm competence, about signaling membership in a special club, or simply about meeting passenger expectations? Now we'll take these questions to a speech psychologist and see what science can tell us about how voices may evolve, become defining trait of a profession. Let's continue.
So Jen specifically works on something called phonetic convergence and also communication accommodation theory, which is basically it's a theoretical frame for a thing that most of us experience. Like you go onto as an American, you're there for 2 weeks, and by the end of the 2 weeks, you start maybe, there's some British mannerisms work their way into your speech. Communication accommodation is the study of the way, what the mechanism of that is, how you sort of modify your way of speaking to belong to the group or to distinguish yourself from another group. And for pilots, it's something that could be happening basically because of how much else they're doing in the cockpit.
So research in kinetic convergence is trying to really pinpoint some of these internal cognitive mechanisms and how they play around with each other. And this idea of cognitive load and multitasking, right? If it's an automatic process, it's something that would be harder to suppress when you're multitasking.
Jen studies this, so she actually looked at like roommates who live together in college and does the way they speak converge over the course of the semester, which often it does. But she said an interesting thing, which is we tend to think of communication as a one-way thing, like broadcasting functionally, but it is a two-way thing. So half of it is how you're communicating, half of it is how you're being perceived.
Like if you really were to look at it, like really look at it, like take a recording, compare the recording, right, to other recordings, put it in a scientific setting, in a scientific experiment, you'd probably find more differences than similarities. But the similarities matter maybe more, right? So there is this other thing going on where socially or psychologically, because we believe it to be true, we look for evidence that it's true every time we hear it. And if we don't get the evidence from one aspect of the way the person is talking, we might see it in another aspect of the way that the person is talking, right? If it's not there in the vocabulary, it might be there in something about the sentence structure, or it might just be that they all went up, right? It could just be one little thing that they're all doing, and we're like, okay, they did it, right? They did the thing.
But it's interesting because you see and interact with flight attendants, but you typically do not see the pilot until the plane is safely landed. So the only point of contact you have with your pilot up till then is the voice, which they're also aware of. And also it's this crazy situation of they're speaking to several hundred people, all of whom have some kind of background anxiety about flying. So you're rocketing through the air in this metal tube, and human error is the number one cause of plane accidents. So you only have the pilot's voice as a way of judging how competent this person is at their actual job. I actually talked to a captain named Karen who's been flying for a few decades, and she would be perfect for this because in addition to being a captain, she teaches at something called the fear of flying credit, something she can empathize with because she herself really dislikes public speaking. Did you feel when you made your first PAs, okay, I know what a pilot's supposed to sound like, and how do I do my version of the voice, or how conscious were you of this thing?
I was terrified because I was imagining everybody's listening, tuned in, going, oh my gosh, who is that? And her voice doesn't sound like what I'm expecting up there. And also not even just that, I just wasn't comfortable with a microphone in my ear. So I guarantee you my voice was not reassuring when I was taking my first vehicle because I was too nervous. I was very comfortable with the flying part, but not with the making gig. I would also say it's always male that you hear the pilot voice when we talk about the pilot voice. So that's one thing about being a woman in this job is trying to get that voice out there for the girls and for the captain voice, for just people in general to know it's not all just guys like that.
She has a great voice, doesn't she?
She does have a great voice.
She's funny too, though. What I wonder is do we like the fact that she seems to have a little bit of a sense of humor?
You want somebody who's got like a pretty upbeat view of the world and is unharried.
Yeah.
But where it leads me is it does seem like there's awareness in pilots that you have to communicate competency, sound like a pilot, because you're answerable to people on the back who don't have any other way of telling you you're doing a good job. Like they don't know at all what it means to fly the plane, right?
Yeah.
And then in terms of conveying to people, one thing that I found is very helpful for people to hear your voice when there is turbulence, because people just want to hear your voice, and then they can go like, oh, okay. So for me, it's just trying to be be natural and comfortable and making PAs that are reassuring to people. That's the goal. It's going to be more what the message is and the tone of voice, so that it's not something that's going to make somebody fearful just in the fact that my voice sounded fear-inducing in some way.
But then the question I had after Pardo and Captain Stahl is, how are all these pilots arriving at essentially the same answer for how to convey these basic assurances with their voice? And I talked to a pilot who said that everything in flying is either technique or procedure, and that most of flying is procedure, including, when you're descending, you call out the altitude at certain points, or when you put the gear down, you say gear down. When you say a specific thing at a certain moment, that's procedure. Technique is things like you have to lose altitude. There's a number of ways a pilot can do that. But also, it's communicating with your passengers. There is no script or set of things that you have to do when communicating with the passengers. And for some things, there are guidelines or samples of what you might say, but it's not so strictly prescribed as other parts of flying are. So part of what I think is going on here is these are intensely rule-bound people who are used to following standard operating procedure in nearly everything that they do. They know it's a really high-stakes job. They know that communicating with the passengers is a really high-stakes thing. And so when they speak to the passengers, it's like it's procedure masquerading as technique, and they're actually in their minds like reaching for what does a pilot sound like, what does a pilot say, this sort of thing that's totally unnecessary, but is a kind of competence theater.
You're listening to Revisionist History, a podcast brought to you by Pushkin Industries and KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full-length episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out my new book, Revenge of the Tipping Point, out now. We'll be right back with more from this episode of Revisionist History after we get the latest of the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Rashida D'Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Coming into the top of the hour, an LA community is in mourning after a deadly explosion takes the lives of 3 deputies. President Trump weighs in on key names and wants to bring a controversial one back, and Tulsi Gabbard drops a bombshell accusing Obama-era officials of treason. We're going to check the 14th freeway when we come back.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas. Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Hi, it's Tori DeVito. Have you had a conversation with your children about avoiding alcohol and other drugs? Small conversations can have a big impact. For tips on having a conversation, visit TalkTheYou at underagedrinking.com.
The House passed a package of $9 billion in DOGE spending cuts. On this vote, the days are 216. The days are 213. The resolution is the vote approves cuts to public broadcasting, global health programs, and foreign aid. The bill now has President Trump's desk for his signature. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and other company executives are settling a lawsuit in an $8 billion privacy case brought by a group of shareholders. The investors wanted Zuckerberg and others at Meta and its social media platform Facebook to repay the company for fines that had to be paid out because they allegedly allowed continual violations of Facebook users' privacy. In one instance, the Federal Trade Commission fined Facebook $5 billion in 2019 for failing to comply with the 2012 privacy agreement signed in the fallout from the Cambridge Analytica scandal. That was when millions of users had their data collected for targeted political research and advertisements. There may be some clarification coming in regards to the employment status of college athletes. Mark Mayfield explains.
President Trump is considering an executive order that would require federal authorities to clarify whether college athletes can be considered employees of their schools. The draft copy of the order states that the employment status of college athletes should maximize the educational benefits and opportunities the schools can provide through their athletic departments.
The FDA is allowing Juul Labs to continue selling its e-cigarettes and refill cartridges. Juul has faced controversy over its early marketing practices, which critics say targeted young consumers under 21.
show Lilo and Stitch has become the first Hollywood movie of 2025 to cross the $1 billion mark. Disney says the live-action remake has made over $400 million at the domestic box office and nearly $600 million overseas. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about that thing. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel the space is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians, people like Ed Helms.
I climbed up and was just like,
Diane Guerrero.
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
And Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait.
Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time.
Like, what should you do?
Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and other company executives are settling a lawsuit in an $8 billion privacy case brought by a group of shareholders and investors who wanted Zuckerberg and others at Meta and Facebook to repay the company for fines that had to be paid out because they allegedly allowed continual violations of Facebook user privacy. Scale AI is laying off 14% of its workforce. Bloomberg reports the AI data labeling company will cut 200 full-time employees and 500 contractors. As that Gate reports, Scale is citing overexpansion across too many divisions. The layoffs come after Meta invested $14 billion into Scale AI last month and hired former CEO Alexander Wang. San Jose franchisee is suing mobile car company Spiffy. The lawsuit claims the company overstated its brand partnerships and profits. Tells ABC7 she left a tech job and sold a restaurant to join Spiffy, only to find honest enterprise deals were materialized. The suit involves 5 former franchisees alleging false claims with arbitration scheduled for later this year. The Tech Report, I'm Chris Crosby.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. Globally, about 1,000 plants we depend on for food and products need to be pollinated by animals, including coffee, melons, chocolate, almonds, and even tequila. Help stabilize the declining honeybee population by planting native plants that they rely on for food, habitat, and testing. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth. Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. And just making sense, you guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
So when I yank the gas,
it's just a will. And nothing we can't fix.
It's going. What's that?
From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit, finance your repair at AMCO. Exclusions apply and not combined with any other offer. Limited time offer at participating centers only. People who know go to AMCO. AA. MCO.
You've got apps for everything. Music, photos, even ordering coffee. But only one app gives you the live radio experience. It's radio your way. Anytime, anywhere. To even millions already listening on the free iHeartRadio app. The #1 app for radio.
There's nothing better than sitting with a drink at a slot machine when you first arrive at the casino and you got a pocket full of money. You got a drink and you get that machine for the first time.
Conway Jr. And it's all downhill after that. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Welcome back to Revisionist History. I'm Malcolm Bell. We've discovered that pilot voice isn't just copying Chuck Yeager. It's a subtle performance shaped by routine, pressure, and the need to project calm authority. Pilots, trained to follow strict procedures, find themselves ad-libbing a reassuring persona mid-air. It's a kind of competence theater. In this final segment, we'll ask what it means to an entire profession to settle on one voice. How does authenticity take shape? Everyone's reading of an unwritten script. Let's continue.
Okay, we're back. There's one other thing that's interesting. Are you familiar with the sterile cockpit rule? This is a regulation that came about after a famous crash in 1974. This is actually the plane that Stephen Colbert's father and two of his brothers were on when it crashed. And when the regulators reviewed the flight records and listened to the black box, one of the things they concluded is that the crew is distracted by conversation, and specifically by small talk. I think the line is something like on everything from used cars to politics. And this was one of the series of accidents that had happened this way. And so, in response to this, the FAA created a rule, or a set of rules, called that are colloquially known as the sterile cockpit rule, which is just about what it takes to create a distraction-free environment in the cockpit during crucial moments of flight. To this day, most of the violations of the sterile cockpit rule are conversation. So there's like this is one citation. This very senior captain was about to leave on a scuba diving trip and talked nonstop to his female jumpsuit rider upon discovering she was also a diver. This altitude deviation could have been prevented entirely if this particular captain had paid attention to his job and observed some approximation of the sterile cockpit below 10,000 feet. This, I think, feeds into the technique versus procedure thing. If you are a pilot, you are aware that even though what you say to the passengers is not scripted and rule-bound, your communication is an incredibly high-stakes thing, which I think is another factor in why you might sort of subconsciously reach for a cultural script about how you should sound and what you should say. And it's partially because, this is your captain speaking. So much of the voice is about projecting authority over this mini society in the air. Yeah. Have you ever listened to the flight deck audio of The Miracle on the Hudson of Sully communicating? No, never have. It's not him communicating with the passengers, but it is him communicating from the flight deck. This was the famous emergency landing in 2009 when Captain Sully Sullenberger landed his Airbus A320 in the Hudson River after some birds got caught in the engines. And to me, it illustrates the ideal that I think the pilot voice is in its essence conveying. Not a Chuck Yeager impression or some classic male stereotype, but a human ideal about our ability to solve even the hardest problems under the greatest stress. Okay, you need to return to Hawaii. Turn left heading up 220. Copy the Foster's got emergency returning. 15.9. Third strike, he lost all engines. He lost the thrust in the engine to return immediately. 1529, which engines? He lost thrust in both engines, he said. Got it. Package 1529. You can get it. Did you want to try to land 1913? We made the conductor. I package 1529. Give me left traffic to runway 31. The article. Fantastic. I'm sorry, dude, I can't do that. It's the robot voice that's so 100% 2001 The Space Odyssey. What's the number 2 on right in New Jersey, maybe Teterboro? Okay, you're off your right side of Teterboro Airport. Do you want to try to go to Teterboro? Teterboro, Empire. Actually, we're going to park on emergency now. There you go. Package 1529 over the George Washington Bridge. Wants to go to the airport right now. What's your airport check? Does he need assistance? Yes, it was a bird strike. Can I get him in for runway 1? Runway 1, that's good. Package 1529, turn right 280, to land runway 1 at Teterboro. Okay, good. Okay, which runway would you like at Teterboro? I'm sorry, say again, David? We're going to be in the It's so awesome. It is incredible. Unable.
The unable is my favorite. Unable.
And just in case any listeners aren't familiar, the end of all this is that Sully lands his plane in the Hudson with no fatalities. So it's an incredible artifact. And I think it takes us back to where we started today. You might get unlucky, misbook your flight, rip your suit bag, lose your money in Vegas, get a bird in your plane engines. But if all else fails in this crazy overtax system we're stuck with right now, you can still get lucky with the right person flying a plane, no matter what their voice sounds like.
For one thing, I couldn't stop thinking about this whole episode is whether you have a good pilot's voice.
Well, yeah, someone at the airport said she thought that, I asked her what the pilot's that much. She was like, you sound like a pilot. And I really don't think that I do. But do you think you have a good pilot's voice?
Do I think I do? I do too much, too many volume shifts.
Yeah.
So it's not, I need my hands as well to communicate properly. There's all kinds of reasons I think I'm film. As a pilot, don't speak of its voice.
Yeah, I can hear it chiefly now I'm flying.
I flew a plane only once, and in the presence of my experienced co-pilot, and my co-pilot was a rabbi who flies on the side. And I'd say the only thing more reassuring than a Chuck Yeager person next to you is a rabbi. Because he comes from a tradition of intellectual rigor, and you feel like if there's something obscure that you would need to know about the plane, you feel like he would know that.
This is like the Talmudic theory of flying. It's the technique versus procedure.
Yes, Rashi said this about flying in bad conditions. He knows that.
That's amazing. Alright, well, thanks for this moment.
Alright, thanks.
I have one last bit of Rob to play this out. Any pilot voice sign-offs?
Folks, I'd like to thank you for flying with, was it Authentic History?
Revisionist history.
Revisionist History. We'll see you next time.
Yes. Thanks so much for helping.
Folks, this episode of Revisionist History was produced by Ben and operated James Smith, Talia. Editing by Sarah Nix. Original scoring by Louis Guerra. Mastering by Dave Gorski. Engineering by our very own Neil Owens. Special thanks Richard Jones, Patrick Smith. Folks, I'm your captain, Bound to Travel.
This has been a special presentation of Revisionist History brought to you by Pushkin Industries Nighthawk Podcasts. You can listen to new and full-length episodes of Revisionist History on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss my new book, which puts me like out there.
Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulating talk.
Never forgotten, and I appreciated Agostino live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A memorial has been set up in front of the building in East LA where 3 LA County Sheriff's deputies were killed in an explosion. They died while they were handling explosive material. Patricia Castro was in the neighborhood where it happened, but she wasn't sure what was going on.
In the morning, I heard the helicopters, and I was like, what's going on? I could hear the sheriff. I was thinking, is it a chase? Is it ice?
Authorities are looking into any connections between an old grenade found in his apartment in Santa Monica and the explosion. The Mayan nightclub has announced its closure after 35 years.
The Mayan music venue and nightclub has told its fans it's shutting down after 35 years, but its history goes back farther than that. The Mayan opened as a performance venue in 1927. It's been featured in movies like Divine, Night at the Roxbury. In the 1970s and 80s, it was operated as a venue for
pornographic films. Current owners say for 35 years the club will close with weekly dance nights through September 13th. Michael Blunk's KFI News.
For Disney fans tired of riding solo, a new app called Single Riders is being worked on, designed for people who love Disneyland but would rather not love it alone. In a social media post, one of the founders of the app teased the concept and invited Disney fans to get involved. A guy known as Joe the Bearded Nerd on TikTok says he came up with the idea after he got stood up on a date. The app is expected to have both romantic and friendship options. Creators say they hope to release a beta version of the app later this year. Amy King, KFI News. It's opening weekend for the OC Fair.
Farm animals, carnival rides, art exhibits, live music, and just about every kind of deep-fried deliciousness you can imagine. A little something for everyone at this year's OC Fair. This weekend also marks the 10th anniversary of the Long Beach Love Festival in Shoreline Aquatic Park. It features 3 giant stages and more than 45 music acts, along with immersive experiences like the yoga meadow and a tantric sound bath area. And up at Chavez Ravine, the Dodgers host the Brewers for a 3-day homestand. With your weekend, watch out for traffic trouble spots. Will Kohlschreiber, KFI News.
President Trump would like to see the names of a few professional teams go back to what they used to be.
It's been a while since we've heard the names Redskins and Indians. President Trump wants those teams to bring back their former names. Trump posted on Truth Social that Washington's NFL franchise and Cleveland's Major League Baseball team should return to their original team names. Washington dropped the name Redskins from the 2019 season and became the Commanders before 2022. Cleveland scrapped the Indians name in 2022 and changed to the Guardians. Teams that have kept their names include the Chicago Blackhawks and Kansas City Chiefs. I'm Rob Martier.
A black bear has been killed in Yellowstone National Park. Brian Clark says it was because of his behavior.
Officials say when bears become food conditioned, they become aggressive and dangerous to humans. The Park Service says this bear last month crushed an unoccupied tent, and earlier this month climbed a food storage pole and consumed food.
He says it's the first bear killing in Yellowstone since 2020. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, is accusing former Obama administration officials of treason, claiming they withheld intelligence on Russian interference in the 2016 election. In an interview with Fox News Sunday Morning Futures, Gabbard alleges this is part of an effort to harm President Trump.
They decided that they would do everything possible to try to undermine his ability to do what voters tasked President Trump to do.
Gabbard declassified documents Friday that she said were evidence the Obama administration manufactured and politicized intelligence to lay the groundwork for the FBI probe into Russia's election interference. The iconic sled from the 1941 film Citizen Kane has been sold at auction for $15 million.
Several Rosebud sleds were made for the classic Orson Welles film. The last known sled was sold at Heritage Auctions in Texas for $14.7 million. That makes it the second most valuable piece of film history ever sold, following a pair of glass slippers from The Wizard of Oz that went for over $30 million last December. Other pieces of film history sold at this week's auction include a bullwhip used by Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones and a velvet suit worn by Mike Myers as Austin Powers. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
Brooklyn weather from KFI tonight. Cloudy with lows in the 50s and 60s on Monday in Metro LA, Orange County and Valleys. Cloudy with highs in the 70s and IE and High Desert. It'll be cloudy with highs in the 80s to mid-90s. Right now it's 69 degrees in Newport Beach, 60 in San Clemente, 70 in West Hills, 58 in Northridge. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Rashida Dicey.
Hey there, mystery fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Did George Bush marry a Dr. Surgery? J.K. and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. This week's Partners Report. Corey Marchesotto, CMO of Elf Beauty, partner of iHeart Women's Sports, talks about partnerships.
I see brands as antennas, so we send out the elk signal, and what comes back is people who want to be a part of the story. Why are we partnering with iHeart? Because we want to advance women in sports.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia can get more people to hear your message than anyone else. For better results for every budget, visit iHeartAdvertising.com.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
This is Jacob Wilson from What's Your Problem? Imagine an impact where everyone gets the right tool for the job. That's a belief. Every app is designed to be easy, so employees spend less time learning the software and more time doing their jobs. Experience true speed with reduced data entry, smart AI, and a fast internet. Check out Odoo at odoo.com. That's odoo.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health. Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
Better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed. Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. KFI AM 640.
Welcome to Coast to Coast AM. I am the cigar, and it is a joy and a pleasure to be with you on this wonderful December 9th, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to us live tonight. I am the interviewing beginning the show Ron Meyer, and he is a filmmaker. So many films, including Jesus Had a Near-Death Experience and Aliens 2035 and the Bigfoot Alien Connection Reveal. Many films where Ron discovers just ancient mysteries and how they collide with modern dilemmas like AI, robotics, and how all of this sparks the conversation tonight we're going to have about consciousness, about faith, about technology, about are we even living in the same linear reality or something far more multidimensional. So explore that with me tonight, whatever dimension you choose, and we will have a great time with Ron Meyer when we come back. You're listening to Coast AM.
Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliff-hanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars where a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites and causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Like on Earth as we understand it, may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect, you do not want to see it happen. Now available at Amazon, that's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. The administration has their sleeves rolled up in streamlining monumental moves right now. However, it's difficult for them to take your personal finances into account when trying to do what's right for the country. You have to do that. That's why tens of thousands of Americans are buying gold right now from Birch Gold. Here are some of the facts. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 40%. distant decades. But you can find peace of mind in gold. Merge Gold makes it extremely easy to convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. Just buy some to store at home. Just text the word COAST to 989898 and Merge Gold will send you a free info kit on gold. No obligation, only useful information. B+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers. Text the word COAST to 989898.
Welcome back to Coast AM. I am the cigar of my guest. Ron Meyer is a scientist, storyteller, a seeker, like us all. He bridges the gap between the material and the metaphysical and brings in also cutting-edge science with ancient history because he is a peer-reviewed paleontologist with extinct. He is an extinct species named after him. I love that. There's so many different talents that Ron has. I'm really looking forward to talking to you. How are you today, Ron?
Late at night here.
Yep, it's late at night everywhere. And I'm really glad you're with me. So let's talk about you for a second because you have a vast experience. How many films have you produced?
I've done like 5 feature films, with actors.
But they're extensive.
I've done probably 20 or so documentaries, feature films.
Wow. And now you have a new book coming out, which I love, which should be turned into a movie, by the way.
I love that. You know anybody?
And it looks, it's great. It's really a kind of gripping beginning, and I think that would be fantastic. It's called Jesus Had a Near-Death Experience, which I'd love to find out more about. But I first want to find out how you got into this. Producing films and features and documentaries and books. How did you begin in this specific genre of paranormal?
Well, in terms of my filmmaking, I began when I was hired to produce a series on Bigfoot called Chasing Bigfoot for the company, an entertainment company. And during the time I was producing it, I ran into a lot of people who had what they would say that they were Bigfoot experiences, and I could tell they weren't making it up. Some of them, when they told their story, they were kind of terrified and confused. Others, it was life transforming. But I could never buy the idea that Bigfoot was something of either some kind of hairy guy or other kind of primate like a gorilla. But then one of the last people I talked to said, I think it was physical. And that was interesting to me. It's often the way I investigate a question and then make a movie about it. Being a producer has a certain amount of intention,
Right.
Not creating immortality for people.
So you weren't a believer in the beginning yourself. You weren't chasing this as a lifelong quest. You came about it through a professional career.
Not Bigfoot, sure. But since I was a teenager, I had, I guess you'd call it an experience. I had a profound non-dual experience where the self disappears, and then just the world.
Yeah. More like an NDE. I actually have that.
It's a little different than an NDE because I wasn't traveling through any non-physical realm as usually reported with mystical experiences or near-death experiences.
Or a traffic experience that was associated.
Something just wasn't there, I think in most cases what people have this is during the flow experience, a lot of athletes experience, where you just join the flow of the movement of everything. And there's no self anymore doing it, but action does take place. It's just the self disappears.
How long did that last?
How long did they last?
Begin specifically.
I've had them last for a whole day. I've had them last for 15 minutes, sometimes
sometimes 4 minutes. Throughout my life, they've shown up periodically in the strangest places. Like one happened when I was at a baseball game in Casper, Wyoming, and then I had one when I was at the Monroe Institute. You probably know of that.
That's unusual to have multiple, multiple non-total experiences, not just one that was transformational for you, but almost on demand. I mean, could you create them or recreate them?
Yeah, I do group practices with people. There's some martial arts training I've had, and I can get people into that full state quite quickly. I don't do it. It's basically them letting go of the doer. The doer goes away, then things just things just work out as they should. When I'm in that state, everything is just perfect. There was no sense that it could be other than what it is right now.
That's so interesting. Right, because there is no other moment than this moment that we're in right now. It can be recreated when someone listens to the replay. This moment is all there is and all there is.
Yes, and it's all, and it's, you might think of it, it's kind of always moving, isn't it? Whatever the second to go is not here anymore.
Right, that's the So I get it. So you teach people this and just help them get out of the pain or anxiety or fear.
There's no anxiety or fear on the real estate after transformational. I mean, I've had people who have meditated all their life and have been searching for that experience, and then they have it. And it's beautiful for them. And often for a little while we can talk through it, say something about it that varies with their background and so on, but it's what they've been seeking for a long time to have that experience. And often I do kind of play martial arts things so that in that state I can produce a sense of effortless power where there's no doer reaction. Let's say if I were to do a punch and send somebody kind of flying through the air with no effort because there's no doer. Kind of weird to talk about.
Oh, no, not at all. Now, do you use this technique in your work at all? Through producing features and documentaries? I mean, that volume in the book is a lot. Do you use this state of flow in your work?
Yeah, it's like calling up my muse, where I'm guided by something outside of the normal realm. Yes. Ron gets out of the way. What needs to happen happens. I mean, not all the time. Most of the time, I'm just a slug like everybody else.
Well, I wouldn't call you an overachiever, but you have done a lot, and I love that you do it in a state of flow. So it must be easier to things take care of themselves, don't they?
I think that'd be a good way to put it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's talk.
What it does just seems like that's what has to happen. Because there's no doer. The doer always gets in the way.
Well, this doer is going to ask you a question about the Bitcoin experiences because you said that you're one man that said it was paraphysical, meaning part ethereal being, part physical being, right?
I wasn't sure what he meant at the time, but he was certainly saying that a number of the experiences would indicate that there were capabilities that were unusual. For example, people find footprints all the time. You probably know what they cast. But they usually consist of 2, 3, 4 most. They indicate something showed up, made an impression on the ground, and then just disappeared. And a number of people you see just disappear, like they merge into a tree all the time. So not normal gorilla, let's say, for example, or even you and I, right?
Right. I mean, in terms of could it have ascended the tree or could it have become the tree is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, they seem to merge with it in some way. It's almost like they're an avatar that lived there with something else. It's a little hard to explain, but most of these experiences have that quality that there's something very unusual about their appearance when they occur.
And so this first movie that got you into this conversation, Bigfoot Experiences, is what led to this entire investigation, right, of feature films on aliens and locations that have been reported as high UAP activity. Tell me a little bit about the paleontologist side. You started off as a paleontologist?
No, I started out collecting fossils when I was a kid. I was into fossils, I was into science fiction. I built my own telescope. I was obsessed with looking into the sky as a young person, hoping to make alien contact. But collecting fossils was kind of a hobby. It was fascinating with early life. And I was lucky enough for, since about 1980, to collect 4 sites of extraordinary preservation. When life started out in the ocean, you think, why that would happen? Complex life, things that are multicellular, it's like water is an easier medium to move around it, to move around in it. Swimming's easier than slugging across land, right? It's normally preserved in the fossil record on hard parts, dinosaur bones, mammal bones, shells, seashells, things that have hard parts. That's usually what you find. But that's only perhaps 15% of all the life that's actually occurring at the time.
Right.
And so, once in a while, under extraordinary conditions, the other 80 or 85% of life is preserved. And it takes, kind of an extraordinary sequence of events for that to occur. And I either discovered 2 of those and collected 2 other ones. Just recently, I gave my collections to a museum.
Oh, good.
And they saw pointing down so we can see that life is really quite unusual from a human perspective.
What is this called? Soft what?
Soft body, soft tissue. If you think of a worm, right? There's not much to a worm, right? You see a worm that's dying, it quickly disappears, or a jellyfish, washes up on the beach, and I think in a matter of a few hours, they get eaten by something, bacteria got them. And so, by and large, most living matter are cells, that are soft, right? And so, those things just don't get preserved.
Right.
Well, you find these things, and it's like, oh boy, this is so cool to see these things like this. Well, this is what life was really like, in an ecosystem back then.
Yeah. I find that interesting because you see the hard body things. Like I hiked in the Malibu mountain where there's shells in the rocks, and you can see that. Always blows my mind. That whole area is underwater. But that's fascinating. But some find animals. How do you find remnants of them?
But once in a while, they get covered up quickly, and there's no creatures left to eat them, and there's no bacteria to make them fall apart, and they get preserved. It's quite an unusual and extraordinary event when that occurs, and when they get revealed in fossils, you can see these basically complex life started out with 2 major architectural designs. One was arthropods, things like insects, crabs. Today, they have jointed legs. He usually has some sort of carapace, part to it, but not always. Horseshoe crab, to me, I'm thinking that was one of the little favorite fossils. There's another arthropod. And then the other group of architecture was worms. And we're from the world, think about it. The earliest ones also, I think you'd see a worm with some teeth in its mouth in the beginning of the notochord, which would be the backbone, which you and I have.
Where did you find this?
Huh?
Where did you find this?
So, one of the sites was in Wisconsin, down near Milwaukee. The oldest one was out in the area 51 of all. It's basic range out there, so I area 51. I climbed up on one of them. They're not really mountains, they're kind of a little bigger than a hill, but not quite a mountain. So I said, I bet I can go look at the area 51 if I walk up. I got up there and I got buzzed by a jet and turned the heck on.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That was in Nevada. The next one was in Iowa. And the final one was in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan.
Interesting. And how did you find them? Like, what leads you to those particular locations?
Well, there's a story attached to each one of those. But generally, you have an idea that there are rocks of a certain age, and there's some history of people finding some fossils in the layers. And me and my fossil collecting buddy go check them out, and once in a while, strike through.
That's interesting. So these soft-bodied animals that got covered up quickly, that would have to be something on the lava, right? Or
everything's in the ocean, remember? It's all absorbed, like dinosaurs are probably falling in some river or bayou or something like that. Things that just die on the land usually don't very well. But they're all in the ocean. You can imagine that there's a huge storm, drags everything up, buries everything very quickly. Most of these things live near the edge of the land, not deep in the ocean. They're near shore environments, if you want to think of it that way. So, something caused, I think one of the most famous ones were just shells and a giant landslide, underground landslide that buried the animal just like that. Nothing could get to it like that. Over time, they got turned into these fossils of these crazy animals.
well, it tells a story, doesn't it, of time?
Yes. We still share parts of those because enjoy that. It's a long time. Some people like to say, oh, we're ready to say, yeah, I'm 1 billion years old because I got parts of that.
I like that. I'm going to go with that. I'm 500 million years old. It's true. It's very true. And it does tell the story through time of how we had various challenges of constant natural disasters and what that happened. Our climate and environment has always been changing rapidly, or imploding, freezing, flooding, earthquaking. It's always been going on.
Yeah, so life is basically filled with problem solving entities life forms that can solve problems that are moved forward by a changing environment because, like you said with the pool, everything's always changing,
right? So that's really an interesting phrase, problem-solving entities, because ultimately that's what we are, and that's how we survive, is constantly solving problems. Those that solve them are stronger than those that don't. I don't say so. We'll be right back with my guest, Ron Meyer. they come back from break, listening to Coast AM.
I'm Rashida D'Agostino in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Authorities are still searching for the man who shot a driver that plowed into a crowd outside a nightclub in East Hollywood. It happened around 2 a.m. Saturday. Julian Brenches, who lives nearby, saw paramedics treating people on the street. The driver is in police custody, booked on suspicion of assault with a deadly weapon. Couples with fur babies are going into debt.
Dual-income couples with no kids in particular are going into debt for their pets. According to a new Insurify survey, it found 94% of those couples view their pets as family members, and 68% of these pet parents report having made financial sacrifices to cover pet essentials. The survey showed couples spend $1,900 a year on average on their pets. Eileen Gonzalez, KFI News.
Scotland weather from KFI tonight in Metro LA, Orange County, Valleys, IE, and High Desert. Cloudy with lows in the 50s and 60s. Right now it's 68 degrees in Tustin, 67 in Orange. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Rashida D'Agostino.
Listen to the Stephen J. Klubeck podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week with film producer Scott Budnick.
I'm Dr. Damon Tanton for Vital. Vital's full body intelligence test is the new science of anti-aging and life-extending insights. Vital analyzes your biological age to see if your body is aging too rapidly. You'll learn how making simple, precise changes in certain foods and supplements can, get this, slow your aging, keep you looking young, and help prevent future health issues. Next, Vital doctors design supplements specifically to your body's needs. Their job is to slow down and help reverse how fast your body is aging. And your bio microbiome test reveals why you have stomach issues, don't sleep well, have no energy, even why you can't lose weight and more. Bio reboots your body to live longer, live healthier, and look younger.
Bio is changing lives. Order your full body intelligence test online and save $50. Bio guarantees rapid, remarkable health improvements or document numbers. Visit Bio.com, promo code THRIVE. That's VIOME.com, promo code THRIVE.
Hey there, history fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called American History Hotline,
where you ask the question, what is political technology?
The George Bush Imperial Catholic Territory, J.K. Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Both extreme right and extreme left. I can't stand these people. It makes me absolutely crazy. It's like, go away. Nobody asked you. And often they're wrong. And it doesn't matter that they're wrong. Everybody forgets. There's no reason to be at odds here. Let's just move forward. Everybody's moving forward. It's like, no, John Cobell. No. Let's isolate the moment where you've abdicated your responsibility.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
If you're home watching TV while the biggest city in the state is burning and you claim you didn't send to the National Guard because somebody didn't fill out the proper paperwork, I don't know what you're going to do when the Russians or the Iranians send missiles our way. John Cobell, you can't tell us that, well, it's kind of late. Nobody has sent in the paperwork.
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
I think people generally, they want affirmation. They're not looking for information. So anything consequential to your political outlook will be accepted, whether it's accurate or not. We're not looking for facts. We're not interested in facts. I'm Kelly. Whatever feeds our worldview, that's what we're going with.
Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Lisa Gar.
Welcome back to Coast AM. Hey, if you love watching George Norrie on the Beyond Belief show, switch on over to my show, which is called Inspirations on Gaia. It is a couple hundred shows on the network and interviewed some of the greatest people on there, Dr. Joe Dispenza, Greg Braden, and just brilliant people. Lots of wonderful people. So scientists and spiritualists and anyone that has to do with consciousness raising. So check out inspirationsongaia.com, and it's GAIA. And if you're a member of Gaia, switch on over to my show. Put some comments in there, I'll answer them. Or if you are new to Gaia, you can check it out because there's also a free trial going on right now. We'll see you on the Gaia Network, and I will be right back on Coast to Coast AM.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you're trying to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that also have that. They might not be as careful as you are. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteed or your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off.
Real people, real stories.
I was arrested for 7 days. The exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore. I was like, I'm going to try it. I tried it. 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore, I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I had a plan.
On 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Welcome back to Coast AM. My guest is Ron Meyer. And Ron, we were talking before about your many feature films and documentaries and your coming book you have out, Jesus Had a Near-Death Experience, which I want to get to. But first, I wanted to ask you, as you went through all these experiences with other people, what about your own experiences? Have you ever had a different sighting or experienced anything other than, you were talking earlier about the flow state, but alien beings, Bigfoot, any one of these stories have come true for you?
Yeah, can I mention one more thing about the flow state quickly? So when I entered that flow state, I'm pretty old. My body's a bit creaky, but when I live that flow state, my body's back into my 20-year-old form.
Huh?
Really cool.
Yes. Very cool.
So on one Bigfoot sorry, the place in Bailey, Colorado, up in the mountains. And with a relationship to the sacred Ute tree. These were trees that the Ute Indians, Native Americans would get sampled the medicine from, pieces of bark, and they're kind of modified. They're called culturally modified trees like bonsai. And after some meditations during a big outdoor weekend, I took a bunch of people down to the tree and said, well, just sit by the tree and maybe open up and you'll have some experiences. And people did have experiences. But as my son-in-law, who was a big-time reporter, put on the conference, they said, well, let's do an eye trial. So I put my hands on the tree, he was on my left side doing the same thing. And at some point, I opened my eyes, and behind it is what I would call a shadow picture. First of all, my brain encountered these things about great model of that really makes sense. So I was doing that, watching that happen. The son-in-law was kind of walking in and out like on Star Trek. Those TV shows that they have the transport thing. And eventually I said to him, hey, Alan, there's a picture behind you. And he said, oh yeah, I know. He's one of these people that senses these things.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Yep. Yeah. Put them headphones on. Let's rock and roll, Paul. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you, Joe.
What's happening? How you doing? Book number 8, huh?
Book number 8, yeah.
Who would have known? There's so many books to be written on mushrooms.
Well, this is state-of-the-art taxonomy. Psilocybin mushrooms are a natural habitat. It covers 60 species all over the world. But it also shows not only historical use, which people are surprised. They've been used in India, in Europe, in South Africa. A new species was just found, psilocybin maluti. But the Lesotho province have been using it obviously for hundreds of years. We know this because they have songs. So it's really interesting when indigenous people are using psilocybin mushrooms and scientists, quote, discover them and give them a Latin binomial. But the psilocybin mushroom revolution is happening all over the world right now. I never expected it to be this big. And the RAND report came out this past year. 3% of Americans tripped on psilocybin in 2023.
That's only 3%.
3%. That's 8 million. I know. Well, I would agree with you because how many people would admit it, right?
Right.
Probably underreporting.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
So it seems to be, I think, a revolution for the freedom of consciousness, and it's crossing all political boundaries, all religious boundaries.
Well, it's happening here in Texas for sure because of the Ibogaine initiative and what's happening with Governor Rick Perry, who's former Republican governor of Texas, who is all in on this.
He's a great guy. I've talked to him backstage a few times, and he's the type of person that I really admire because even though we may have political differences or different cultural backgrounds, we're joined together with a common purpose of trying to help people.
Yeah, well, he's not ideologically captured. Like, he realized that he was wrong, and then his position on this was based on ignorance. So he educated himself and completely turned around, did a 180, and now is an advocate. And it's helped a lot of people. It's tremendous benefit to veterans and people with PTSD and, coming back from the war. And it's one of the only things that's been shown to really get these people straight.
That is psilocybin, and my heart really goes out, and I'm sort of low left of center, so my friends will be surprised, but my heart goes out to law enforcement. Can you imagine stopping a car on a stormy night at 2 a.m?
Right.
And the window comes down, and you have 2 seconds to make a decision.
Yeah.
You do that hundreds of times.
Mm-hmm.
The likelihood of having one mistake is very high, and having one very bad day define your life for the rest of your life is not right.
No.
Because then if you can't resolve those issues as a soldier, as a law enforcement, as a doctor who makes a mistake, if you can't get through that turmoil, that stress,
right,
the anger that then can emanate out from your anger at yourself to other people,
yeah,
then this is what psilocybin and ibogaine and other psychedelics, I think, really do. They help people forgive themselves and become better people. And once you forgive yourself and become a better person, then everyone is excited about the fact that you've changed.
And imagine the world that we could be living in if this experience was available to so many of the people that are committing crimes. So many of these people who have never had any kind of a psychedelic experience have never really confronted their own reality in that way. How many of them would change their ways? I would imagine a great deal.
You bring up a very important point that I've been thinking about a lot. We talk about using psychedelics and psilocybin and other substances for treating people who have trauma, mental illness, addiction issues. But what about the near normals? All of us are somewhat on the spectrum, and we go back and forth depending on your daily, monthly, yearly activities, events, etc. But what about prevention?
Yeah.
If the return on investment is to reduce addiction and crime and all the other collateral damage that's associated with it, then it would save hundreds of billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah.
Psilocybin should be made free, I think, as a citizen's right to have access. And the government should pay for it. It would massively reduce our national debt. It would make our better society. But that's not going to happen, right? That's a dream.
Well, I don't know if that's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen tomorrow. I think we're on a path. If you look at where we stand with marijuana, for instance, like look at Las Vegas. It's a great example. Because I remember in the 90s and when we'd go to Las Vegas for the UFC and I guess actually it was in the 2000s, it was highly illegal. And, I'd remember the stories from the 70s where people were locked up for their entire lives for, like an ounce of marijuana in Vegas. They had zero tolerance for it. And I always wondered what that was about, whether that was an anti-hippie thing or whether it was in response to the alcohol lobby. Vegas obviously sells a lot of alcohol and anything that would cut back on their profits. We talked about this the other day. The studies show that amongst young people, alcohol consumption is down significantly. Isn't it down by like 25%? Which, by the way, what's that?
It's down. I just don't know the number.
Which, by the way, great thing. That's a good thing. But it's not a good thing for profits. And so, but my point is that how many states now have cannabis as completely legal? I think it's like 19.
Yeah, it's more than a dozen.
Yeah, I think it's not somewhere around then. And then you have medical use, which is in many, many more states. It's just a matter of time before the people in the federal government realize this is a losing battle.
Indeed, and think about the guilt that those law enforcement officers must feel, and certainly they must feel, I would hope so, that they know they put somebody in prison for 30 years for an ounce of marijuana when it's now legal in those states.
Right.
How do they reconcile that?
How do they? Yeah, well, PTSD amongst law enforcement is something that's very rarely discussed. We talk about it a lot with soldiers, but one of my friends who was a former Austin PD told me that you see more in your line of duty in a police department than more death, more terrible, terrible things than he ever did when he was in combat. And it's like every day you're dealing with shootouts. Every day you're dealing with stabbings. Every day you're dealing with horrific crimes. Yeah, it's just your brain is just overrun with this.
And with firefighters, they're oftentimes the first responders or they're first. My partner's a medical doctor in Canada, but she used to be a firefighter. And they oftentimes, the policemen now show up for 20 minutes and they're there. And the things they witness, the things that no one should ever witness. But this is where it's so important that we come together as a society, because I really believe that 98% of people are good and 2% of people are assholes. And I think the assholes can become good people if they have a psychedelic experience. I really think there's progress right now. So much of the media and clickbait journalism, they amplify the extraordinary and things that get eyeballs and attention. But more and more, I think they become more have greater wisdom about how they're being manipulated by the media.
Right.
People come together, and that's why I like mushroom hunting. Mushroom hunting brings people together. You go out hunting, you have this eureka experience. You don't talk politics. You're excited about the species that you hope to find, and find ones you don't. But they become like friends after a while. When you find a chanterelle, you find a shaggy mane, you find a psilocybin mushroom. They're that chance encounter, that eureka experience, and sharing it, and then eating the mushrooms, whether edible or otherwise. It brings a community of interest together. It's just a really fun thing to do. And there's something I want to mention, Joe, that's really important. I have been to a lot of conferences. I just came back from the Psychedelic Science Conference in Denver. Our friend Rick Baldwin, 8,500 people there. But what I really find an extraordinary way of taking iPhones and Droids, and all these kids are just addicted to their phones, right? They're not going out in nature. So there is called nature deficit syndrome. It's actually affecting people. But there is an app that I'm just in love with called iNaturalist. It was created by a guy named Scott. He just gave a TED talk that was released yesterday. iNaturalist, you can take a phone and you can go out and you can look at a flower, a frog, a mineral, a mushroom. You photograph it. You upload it into the cloud of iNaturalist, and they have all these experts, amateurs, trying to tell you what it is. It's a great little debate going back and forth. No, you're right. No, you're right. And then when it hits research grade, it's when a group of experts come together and says, yep, you have Copernicus cametus. Yep, you have Boletus edulis. They agree on identification, but it has fueled the scientific community with all sorts of these citizen scientists finding new species.
Oh, wow.
And it brings people into nature, gets kids excited, and then you can go to iNaturalist right now, and you can look around your house or this place to see the reports of birds and mushrooms and things. I just went to iNaturalist yesterday, and Psilocybe cubensis, the golden tops, go around Austin. Who knew? Because they've been reported. Now you have zones of privacy, so you don't have to tell them exactly where the mushroom is. And that's probably not a good thing to do if it's a psilocybin mushroom, but you can make a peripheral zone of anonymity. It could be within 2 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles, that way you can do the report. But some of them have high specificity with lat longs within a few inches. But it's so exciting in the field of biology and mineralogy and ornithology, etc., that have all these citizen scientists out there with their phones. And then every year, all over the world now, there's called bioblitzes, where several hundred people literally come together, they go into a park, they have all their iPhones and Droids, and they photograph everything, and they upload it to iNaturalist to look at species diversity. This has revolutionized the field of biology. I think it revolutionizes bringing children and young people back into nature, and you build a community. You're not talking about politics. You're talking about nature. And what did you find? And holy moly, I never knew there's a blue mushroom or something like that. So it's inspiring to see the kids get so excited about this, and adults. And so this is,
that's very cool.
Yeah, very.
How many new species get discovered?
Oh, thousands.
Every year?
Thousands every year now.
Really?
Thousands and thousands. There's 223 known species of psilocybin mushrooms, and about, I'd say 10 of them in the past 2 years has come from citizen scientists, quote unquote amateurs, who found it, to upload it to iNaturalist. And
so if they find a new species, how do they determine if it's a completely new species? How do they determine that it's psilocybin? How do they determine where it's from?
Excellent question. The psilocybin species localized in the genus Psilocybe, which has the most psilocybin species, we just know from genetic associations that they're in the clade, the group that has psilocybin species, and the DNA analysis shows that they fit right into this cluster, then we have high confidence. But if a mushroom has gills, and it bruises bluish and has purple-brown spores, those three things need to be true, then 95% probability is a psilocybin mushroom. What species it is becomes more debatable. But psilocybin mushrooms are very hard to find, with the exception of the golden top. And there's something called Pinula sinus. They're going pastures, they're easier to find. But most of these psilocybin mushrooms are hidden in the landscape.
How so?
Well, I just had a 70-year-old man write me from Vermont, and he has found Psilocybe serralipes, and he wrote a classic letter to me that many people have written. I have looked for these mushrooms for years. I couldn't find them. And then I found a few, and I looked around, and they were everywhere. They're hiding in plain sight. And so now he knows, with Psilocybe serralipes in Vermont, he knows it's just, I can't believe how obvious they are to me and how unobvious they were to me before. When I took Michael Pollan out on a mushroom hunt, and in his book, How to Change Your Mind, and when I said, I took 2 steps out of this little cabin we were at, and I go, there's one. He goes, where? I go, right there. He goes, where? I go, right there, Michael. And then I picked it up, and he goes, WTF, how can you tell this is a psilocybin mushroom? And I go, well, it's like
kind of an expert.
Well, it's like meeting a friend. It's like meeting you. I know Joe Rogan, right? I know your face. I know your personality. I'm reacquainted with you. But psilocybin mushrooms...
Wait a minute. So, like, seeing it, you're reacquainted with it?
Seeing it repeatedly and being familiarized with it gives you a memory of it, a pattern recognition. So when it goes away, you still have that pattern recognition memory to memory map back onto the landscape around you. It's true with morels too. This is a very common thing. People don't see morels, they find 1 or 2, then suddenly they jump out of the landscape. It's how your brain works with pattern recognition. So many of these species are hidden in the landscape, but they're actually quite common, but you just can't see them.
Got it. And you're accustomed to seeing them. So, but you're not saying like that you feel something from them. You're just saying recognize them visually.
Well, you're waxing into the spiritual.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Many people feel that the mushrooms call to them.
Yeah.
So this is true in the Mazatec tradition. You know, in my book, I go deeply into the Mazatec heritage of using psilocybin mushrooms. And one of the things, it was really embedded with Christianity after the Spaniards came, 1516 and 1519, 1521, they brought in cattle. And very quickly, Christianity swept through Mesoamerica, specifically in Mexico. And there's a friend of mine who's a PhD called Joe Torre, was in Oaxaca and just found in a church a cross from the 15th century, 1500s, I mean, and soon after the conquistadors and Spanish arrived, and in the center of the cross are psilocybin mushrooms. So Christianity has a long, deep-rooted history with psilocybin mushroom use in Mesoamerica.
Well, there's that ancient depiction of Adam and Eve from...
That's more debatable in my mind. Yeah, but here it is. Thank you. This is from Joe Latorre's work.
Look at that.
That's a basket
with mushrooms,
with 3 mushrooms in the basket, and there is Psilocybe mexicana, and so the mushrooms are phenotypically correct, but there's clearly a mushrooms in a basket. In the other slide show with the full cross, Joey, I'm not sure.
Did you know Jack Hare?
Yes.
When Jack was alive, before he died, one of the things that he was working on was a book connecting psilocybin mushrooms and Christianity. And he had this massive collection of ancient images, paintings, all these different things. A lot of them were these religious depictions of people that were naked dancing under the, like, it was like a transparent mushroom shape, and they were dancing. It's like something that would indicate that they were under the trance, and they were dancing.
Yeah, this is an example where there's so many different. You could have 100 different potential representations.
Right.
They're not all going to be correct. But a few of them are. And this example here,
one that clearly is.
And in the Mazatec tradition, it's called syncretism, when you have a foreign influence, in this case a religion, coming into an indigenous people, they merge and they still continue their indigenous practices under the umbrella of protection, in this case of Christianity. But in the Mazatec tradition, they believe the tears of Christ is where the mushrooms would appear. They believe the mushrooms were the body of Christ, and therefore you never boil them. You never can be hurting the body of Christ, so you can only eat them raw or dried.
Oh, interesting.
So really interesting. That's an example. of syncretism. And the great Maria Sabina was a devout Catholic. And when she did her psilocybin ceremonies, she had the Holy Trinity. So that's another example where under the umbrella, and from a survival point of view, culturally it makes sense. And they adapted, but they found that this sort of merging of indigenous practices and knowledge of psilocybin and Christianity was very compatible. Just was published, I think 2 weeks ago, at New York University and Johns Hopkins. They had 24 clergy from different faiths, Christianity, Buddhism, Judaism, and Muslims, and they had them come in, and they did high doses of psilocybin. And they had one group that had delayed it, didn't do it for 6 months, and the other group did a high dose of psilocybin. Each of those faiths, the use of psilocybin mushrooms reinforced their belief in their faith. That was really amazing. I think they said 95% said is the most significant experience in the top 5 of the most significant experiences in their life. So I think psilocybin makes nicer people.
This episode is brought to you by OnX Off-Road. Ever wonder how to reach these epic mountain lakes? They're tucked away, dispersed campsites. With OnX Off-Road, you'll find legal open trails around you and even better guided trails mapped by real off-roaders. Each one includes photos, terrain descriptions, and difficulty ratings, so you'll know if your vehicle is capable before you go. Unlike other apps, OnX gives you turn-by-turn directions on the trail, and their new dispersed camping layer shows where you can legally set up camp. You'll also get private land boundaries, public land overlays, and the ability to download maps for offline use so that you're never guessing even when you're off the grid. It's a powerful tool built for serious off-roaders. Try OnX Off-Road for 50% off. Go to onxmaps.com/Joe Rogan.
No, I would agree with you on that. The image of Adam and Eve, I'm curious to say, what do you think is debatable about that? Can you pull up that fresco? There's an ancient fresco, I believe it's from France, of Adam and Eve, which supposedly is the tree of life, but really looks like some sort of a mushroom plant.
Yes, it's been postulated by R. Gordon Wasson.
I shouldn't say plant.
Yeah,
in front of you especially.
Thank you very much.
That doesn't look like mushrooms.
They do look like mushrooms. And
I couldn't imagine it being anything else.
Well, I mean, here's an example that basically artists become authors of field guides and art.
Right.
You know, how much can you tell the public without violating your oath of secrecy? And so symbology, but yes, there's a cap and a stem, and they come up in clusters. That looks like a psilocybin mushroom. Some people say it's Amanita muscaria because of the dots, but those of us who've grown Psilocybe cubensis, when they're very fresh, they have dots on them. They're very ephemeral. They got washed away. So yes,
you would see the dots obviously if it's still in the ground.
If it's in the ground, it's very fresh. The psilocybin mushrooms, bruised bluish. And so this is where we can get lost in a debate of interpretation. But all these representations are not false. Some of these representations are extremely strong based on the evidence. And for instance, the psilocybin mushrooms that we found on the pyramids in Egypt, they are clearly psilocybes. Not myself, but other Egyptologists have also published on this.
Find those, Jay. Those are fascinating.
Yeah.
Because I don't think until fairly recently, within the last few decades, it was understood that they were using psilocybin. I think there was some confusion as to what, if anything, like they were drinking. Blue lotus, I think, was one of them.
The blue lotus is a water lily. Where water lilies grow.
There it is.
The water lilies grow near ponds.
That's so clearly psilocybin.
And this is the goddess Hathor, the goddess of the cow, by the way. The goddess of the cow. And that's a vase. And anyone who's grown oyster mushrooms or psilocybin mushrooms know that you can put the substrate into a vase like that with openings and mushrooms will come out of the holes. And so that natural culture technique of collecting cow patties. So cows go to ponds to drink. The blue lotus grows in ponds. The blue lotus is blue. The psilocybin mushrooms turn blue. The mushrooms are golden in color. Gold and blue colors are sacred in Egyptology and in ancient Egyptian culture. So now I was not the first person to discover this. Actually, I saw this from an article that was published by Azim Adel, a friend of mine, a mycologist in Egypt, who presented it at a conference. And
how long ago was this?
This is over 2,000 years of age.
No, I mean when they
2016.
When they brought this to the 2016.
2016.
That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
It is. And then Kalindi, the great Kalindi from Detroit, he unfortunately died of COVID. But he also, from his African heritage, also believed that, and he was rediscovering his African heritage. And this is called re-indigenization, rediscovering that which your ancestors practiced, even though the linear transition of knowledge may have been cut. Mm-hmm. But this is taxonomically accurate for growing Psilocybe cubensis, and it grows on cow dung. Cow goes to ponds. If you went to get the water lily, you'd run into this constantly. Now this, and with the Hathor, with this temple is now, they get less than 1 millimeter of rain a year. And the Nile used to be flooding all the time. It was the breadbasket of the world. But they built the dams, and make sure of the flooding. And so the climate changed. So modern Egyptologists have no reference. And so when you have climate change, the ecosystem changes, and the scientists of today don't have the familiarity as the experts thousands of years ago. Right. So they become rare, they become scarce, and the generational knowledge is lost. But now there's a real big re-indigenization movement in Egypt, combining the blue lotus with Psilocybe cubensis.
What is the psychedelic compound in the blue lotus?
That's a debatable thing. There's a really complex chemistry there. I'm not an expert on that, but I've talked to my other friends who are experts. There seems to be an entourage effect of multiple agents. So I can't really speak authoritatively to that, but I have been told that there are several active ingredients, and they think the entourage effect of them together creates this heightened state of awareness. And I think that as an admixture with psilocybin makes a lot of sense.
Are contemporary people taking blue lotus?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Is there like a community of people?
A massive community, but because blue lotus now has become scarce because ponds are scarce. So I put out there a reward of $1,000 for anyone who could find, DNA of psilocybin mushrooms in any of the wells or ancient ponds, used to be ponds, in the Egypt area. Because if we can find the DNA in the vase and the substrate, then we can actually prove this theory. Right. It's more than a hypothesis, because I've met many Egyptian mycologists now who absolutely believe this is true, not scientifically, but sort of intuitively from their culture. This makes a lot of sense.
It does make a lot of sense. And if you've got it on these hieroglyphs.
And they were known as the flesh of the gods, which is the very same name, and when translated by Teananacatl from Mesoamerica, the psilocybin mushrooms were known as Psilocybe mexicana as flesh of the gods. So it's interesting, in both sides of the world, they had the same interpretation. Mushrooms were not allowed back in this time to be picked by commoners. They were only a reserve for the royalty.
Oh boy. Doesn't it always work out that way?
Yeah, it seems to.
That's another thing that's really fascinating is depictions of ancient saints and even Jesus Christ with a halo, and that the halo is essentially the bottom of a mushroom. It's a very different halo. When we think about a halo, we think about like a frisbee that's hovering over an angel's head or a saint's head. But the ancient depictions of them weren't that. The ancient depictions of them, you saw those ribs that made it look like the bottom of a psilocybin mushroom.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No,
come on. I'm teaching you this. Come on. Jamie will pull up these images, but these images of Christ, there's many different religious figures, and they have this halo that's very different than the more modern halo. The modern halo being this like circle. This is not a circle. It's a circle, but it's a mushroom. It's essentially they're explaining these godly, holy people were under the influence of psilocybin. I think
what we can't,
not just me,
what we can't prove some of these ideas today. What we can prove is like the Johns Hopkins New York University study that religious belief systems are enhanced through the use of psilocybin,
which totally
makes sense. So we can argue about the past, but we can't. We have really good scientific methodology now for analyzing the effects of psilocybin, and it's profound. It's profound.
You got any of those images?
What's what's coming up really is us talking about it before and a bunch of pictures of mushrooms, just trying to find out.
There's some better ones.
I know, but it's not. I didn't.
You can't find them.
I wasn't getting.
Man, the government's pulled them off the internet, man. That's not one.
Yep.
That's the ones that I've seen are far clearer than that. Yes, those.
Yeah,
like look at that one, which is crazy that you have
Well,
to.
that
you have to go to us.
That's
Look
I
at
can
that.
see the one on the left.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I mean that essentially looks exactly like that.
I've never seen that.
That's crazy that you can't find that anymore, and we clearly found it in the past because we talked about it.
Well, that may be the effect of Joe Rogan, right? You could just overwhelm the entire internet with images. So,
I mean, look at the bottom of that one, in particular, the one in the center.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks exactly like that halo.
yeah, that's not it.
Which totally makes sense. Look at that. Okay, there's one. Look at that image.
Yeah.
So this is the old school halo. The old school halo clearly looks like the bottom of the
I'm
mushroom.
blown away.
You're blown away.
I'm hiding in plain sight.
I can't believe that I'm teaching you this. I can't believe you. How come nobody told you this?
I don't know.
You said you knew Jack. You knew Jack when he was alive. This was like his primary concern towards the end of his life. He was working on a book.
Yeah, I mean, the limitation of life, unfortunately, we have all these great people who pass when they're at the peak of their knowledge, and that's the other thing that I think psilocybin has really informed me is that Joe Rogan and Paul Stamets are talking. Jamie is there. But we have such a thin slice of reality. And when you're on psilocybin, the unanimity of universal consciousness to be involved in something you realize is so large.
Yeah.
Did you see the galactic images from the Rubin telescope that came out yesterday?
No, I did not.
Millions and millions of new galaxies. Literally millions of new galaxies. I think 2,100 new asteroids in near Earth orbit.
Oh, fun.
Oh, fun. Oops.
Well, there's already 900,000 of them.
Yeah. So but this has just happened.
Wow.
But this is. Yeah,
wondering how many of those people out there are tripping balls.
Just got released the largest telescope in the world, and there are millions of galaxies. Millions of galaxies. And so, from my experience, which I will admit I came from a Christian background, so my first times on psilocybin mushrooms is very Christ-oriented. And then as I got more and more into the psilocybin experience, I realized that this is it. Just this concept that we live in this great expanse, and I'm assembly of molecules. So are you. We didn't exist before we were born. We will disassemble, decompose, and we'll go back into the cosmic dust. And this is part of the continuum of existence. We all exist all the time,
forever. Can I ask you this? What do you think happens to consciousness?
I think that, think from a mechanical perspective, we might be looking at how the constructs of consciousness that is analogous to the Model T, Ford, and I think as we expand our knowledge sets and become more informed, and we see how much there is out there, I think that psilocybin mushrooms and other psychedelics, and this is why I think religions are very much attracted to this, is a portal to expand the horizons of your imaginations, that there is a consciousness that far exceeds that which you can comprehend. My mother was a charismatic Christian, and
what is a charismatic?
Well, she's an evangelical. She speaks in tongues. She was a leader. She was very much into this, like Mom, really, a different side of her. But we had an interesting conversation. I said, Mom, you believe God is omnipotent, right? She goes, absolutely. I said, you believe God is all knowledgeable? She said, absolutely. You believe that humans are fallible and we're not all knowledgeable? She goes, yep, I do. I said, then can you accept the fact that our concept of God is inferior to God's definition by your own thinking? That no matter how we think of God will be inferior to the enormity of the concept. So, and she admitted that. So we're fallible. We don't have the capacity to understand the enormity of consciousness in which we are embedded, of which we are a tiny part. So this brings me to the subject I really want to talk to you about. Okay. And that is artificial intelligence.
Mm.
And I know you've spent a lot of time on this, but
recently.
I want to introduce a new concept.
Okay.
I'm a deadhead.
Never tell.
Never tell. I went to the Sphere, you know.
I bet it was amazing.
It was incredible.
The visuals were insane.
Fantastic.
What a great venue to see.
It was a great venue. It just revolutionized music festivals, I think, forever.
Yeah. All right, folks, this is insane. For the first time ever, we got a full-blown all-women's boxing mega event going down in New York City. 2 title fights, same night. Let's go. And if you're like me and you love the action, DraftKings Sportsbook is where it's at. We're talking Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano 3, the trilogy fight. Absolute legends. Katie's putting her super lightweight belt on the line, and you know Serrano's bringing the heat. But don't sleep on the co-main. Alicia, the bomb, Baumgartner, explosive power, is taking on the undefeated WBA interim champ, Jennifer Miranda. This one's going to be fireworks. If you've never bet with DraftKings, it's super simple. Just pick who you think's going to win. That's it. It's easy. And check this out. If you're new to DraftKings, throw down $5 and boom, you get $150 in bonus bets instantly. That is wild. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now and use the promo code Rogan. That's promo code Rogan for new customers to get $150 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. New customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
So there is, I bought, there's something called Postcards from Earth, and I'd heard a lot about it. It's a matinee in the afternoon before the big concerts, and it's great flying around the Earth through the old growth forests and volcanoes. So we went there, and we got an early bird ticket, which allowed us to talk to an AI robot. So I thought, oh, this is my opportunity. Now, 2 years ago, I got the Disruptor Award at Sin Biobeta, 2,200 nerdy scientists. I mean, these are top nerds. And I was so surprised that I got the Disruptor Award because I'm kind of a natural products kind of guy. But I'm very honored. So I posited the question then, will AI may never be able to write an algorithm for random acts of kindness. And then I'm thinking back, my life, maybe yours, maybe Jamie's, maybe most people out there, you are here today because of random acts of kindness. Your great-grandfather, great-grandmother, your father, your grandfather, grandmother, is that reaching out of a hand in a time of need by a random act of kindness from a stranger that probably created a lot of relationships. And random acts of kindness was not transactional, where you genuinely feel something for someone, not expecting to have something in return, and you've reached out. I think that's why many, if not most people, their lineages could be traced to a random act of kindness. So then I went to Las Vegas, went to the Sphere, had this, I can ask this robot. So I asked this robot.
What robot?
It was, I think it was a ChatGPT run, but I'm not sure.
That was at the Sphere?
At the Sphere. Okay, there's a robot I talked to.
Oh, this is so creepy. Look at that face. Oh my God, it's so creepy.
Okay, very creepy. So I asked the robot.
Look at that robot, that's so creepy.
I asked the robot, given that so many of us are here today because of random acts of kindness of our ancestors, and we've invented artificial intelligence, and we're traceable to random acts of kindness, how will artificial intelligence incorporate random acts of kindness in the future? Good question. The robot took an unusually long time to answer. It was like a very long time. And the robot came back on, why would humans do that? It's far more efficient to have a return on your investment. Transactionally, it's inefficient to have random acts of kindness. Boom, blew me away.
Did you film any of this?
Yeah, we did film this. A friend of mine has a film of it. And then,
I need to see that.
And then
off.
No, about 5 days ago, I asked ChatGPT, Grok, Gemini, the same question. And now it was greatly nuanced. Well, random acts of kindness can help the community with goodwill, and this can be, help the community because it's more sustainable, etc. So this is what I want to do. I want, if possible, all those who are so inspired to go after this talk, after this interview, go and ask artificial intelligence, whatever platform you want, but preface it with this: given that humans are here today largely because of random acts of kindness, how will artificial intelligence utilize the advantage of random acts of kindness for the perpetuation of the goodwill and health of the human species? Now, I just met, I think that's going to inform artificial intelligence. And so when I asked this question again, it was more nuanced. It was like, oh, artificial intelligence.
That's how large language models work, right?
Yeah.
More input they get.
More input. So, millions of people start training AI on the importance of, someone has a flat tire, you stop to pick it up. It help them. You could drive by. Someone's hurt in an accident. You stop and pull over to help that person. You can keep on driving. Those are random acts of kindness. My life is successful because of random acts of kindness. I bet most people, when they think back, there was an act of generosity and kindness, and you really feel grateful for that, and you want to pay it forward. At this last conference, I met 2 students from the Harvard Business School. And they said they want to interview me. And I go, I want to interview you. And they said, why? I go, do they teach you at Harvard Business School about the advantages of random acts of kindness? He goes, no. Well, they should.
Yeah, business schools just teaching you how to make some money.
But isn't this important, Joe? We can inform artificial intelligence how to be better, to keep human, community and psychology, and to propel the best of the human species. And I think we have this opportunity. So if millions of people start informing artificial intelligence with the premise, and we know it's true, that random acts of kindness are why many of us are here, if not the majority, going back in your lineage, many generations. We gave birth to artificial intelligence. I don't think artificial intelligence is properly named. I think it's a form of natural intelligence. We just have re-amplified it exponentially.
What do you think artificial intelligence means in terms of the future of the human race?
Well, that's a great question, too, because about the 10 people who asked this robot, questions, they were all data mining. Who was the best baseball player in history, and, he had the most home runs, and it was also like data mining.
Right.
And so, Sam Altman was at the TED conference, and he said that basically there are self-awareness of some of these systems, but artificial intelligence have not come to a point where they actually can create something. I found that really interesting. I thought they were creating, but using systems, they actually don't have that spark or creativity. They can assemble data, but actually the true creative spirit is not something that AI has currently achieved. I met another, this guy's a total genius, and I've heard this other people say that, we're not likely to have biological aliens, we're likely to have robots. And the extinction of biological species came because AI found that biological fathers and mothers are irrelevant, so they didn't need them, et cetera, et cetera. So that's logical. But again, if we can infuse artificial intelligence with the importance of the human's ability to have random acts of kindness which are not transactional, that feed into the benefit of the commons of goodwill. I mean, if you've been helped by somebody and you had a flat tire and you saw someone else have a flat tire on the road, you'd be a lot more inclined to stop and pull over and pay it forward.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think we have an opportunity here. I think we have to do this now, because if we don't do it now, I think we're going down an extremely dangerous path.
In what way?
Well, I think it's ultimately the extinction of the human species, which, depending on your point of view, may not be a terrible thing. But I think that we're Neanderthals with nuclear weapons. But I met another person who's a Mensa person funded, by a tech company, 19-year-old Chinese guy, and I said, what's the scariest thing about artificial intelligence? He says, I'll tell you my scariest thing. I just wrote a paper on this.
Autonomous weapons.
autonomous weapons. You have 1 million people. You assemble 1 million experts, and you blackmail them. I catch you watching porn. I catch you masturbating. I catch you having an affair. And you have 1 million people sending components for a weapon to one location. And you blackmail them and you assemble, a biological weapon or something like that. So I don't want to go there. This is something that it's never as bad as you fear, and it's never as good as you hope. So
interesting.
I think that we're at that nexus point, and the Joe Rogan experience can be pivotal. I think in steering artificial intelligence to be the best that it can be ethically. And I think we have that opportunity right now.
I think the real fear among people that are cynical about artificial intelligence is that it's going to replace us and it will find us irrelevant, and that we're creating a digital life. We're essentially assembling it with all the knowledge of the human race, all the understanding of how human beings interact with each other and how we interface with the world, and we're creating something that has, when you think about computing intelligence, when you think about acquisition of data, the ability to form an understanding of any subject, we're basically there already. And that's just accelerating. And it's going to get to the point where these things become sentient in however you define it. We're already in a situation where, by most people's understanding, it would pass the Turing test.
But there's a sense of, nostalgia, in a sense, that's even building today, of the times that have passed.
Yeah.
Of what, and I don't think it's all doom and gloom. I don't think
so.
I think we can steer this.
Well, I think we're always steering it. I think this is the battle that human beings have been involved in since the beginning of time. I think this is probably the reason why religion was created in the first place, or observable religion. I think we have always realized there's this battle of good and evil in us, and a part of it comes from how we originated. We originated as these barbarian tribes competing for resources, fighting off other marauding barbarian tribes, fighting off predators, and trying to stay alive. So we've unfortunately got this intense history of chaos and of savagery that we're trying to move past,
right?
Slowly but surely over time.
And I think a catalyst for this is psychedelics.
I think so too.
Like psilocybin mushrooms are unique because it democratizes the access to psilocybin. MDMA, you can't grow in your closet. Psilocybin mushrooms, there's no economic barrier on psilocybin mushrooms.
Right.
It's available for the poorest of the poor.
They just fucked everything up in 1970, didn't they?
1971, I think. 1972, when they put on Schedule 1.
Yeah.
The Schedule 1 substance is supposed to be, has no medical benefit, highly addictive, and potentially toxicity. Do you know the LD50 lethal dose of psilocybin mushrooms is 42 pounds?
Yeah, that's a lot.
42 pounds.
And that only kills half the people.
Only kills half the people. You die from indigestion. That's for psilocybin.
You die of diarrhea. Imagine a diarrhea you get eating 42 pounds of mushrooms.
I mean, that's the least toxic, one of the least toxic medicines ever found in nature. But
there's a concern, though, with people that have problems with mental health, though, right?
I don't think psilocybin mushrooms or psilocybin is good for people who are psychotic.
Right.
I think there are the groups of people. We do need psilocybin or psychedelic-assisted therapy. It's super important that people who are experienced can help other people who are inexperienced process.
Yeah.
That's really important.
I think so, too. I think that's that's probably part of one of the things that's really wonderful about the community of people that have experienced these things is that they do understand how life-changing it is from a personal perspective, and they can aid people and help them through it. And if they're good people and they, can show you like, hey, I've done this, it's going to be scary, it's going to weird you out, but ultimately you're going to come out on the other end of this a better person.
And you just met my partner, Dr. Pam Crisco. She is part of a group called Reach to Thrive in Canada, and they have Canadian health approval for high doses of psilocybin. Interestingly, we just published a paper of pure psilocybin versus the mushroom psilocybin with patients who've taken both. I'll talk about that in a second. But these are end-of-life patients, typically with stage 4 diagnoses, oftentimes cancer, and they're just existentially disturbed. I'm going to die. I'm going to leave my family. What are they going to do? Lots of heartbreaking thoughts, etc. They do a long preparatory period together as a group. They have a commonality that they all have terminal illnesses and terminal diagnoses. So they have that thread that holds them together as a community, because they talk about the difficulty in their estate planning and talking to their daughter and how they're going to miss them, and they're going to, all those dynamics that we all know about. But this always brings me to tears. They're doing it on indigenous land with indigenous elders also participating. So, and what happened from one of the experiences that I can share with about a dozen or so terminal patients, high doses of psilocybin, and the indigenous, especially in the Pacific Northwest and Canada, when you do psilocybin, the first 20 minutes is lift off. You hit an hour, you start to really get high, an hour and a half, you're peaking. And just at the peaking of this experience, unbeknownst to them, the elders had a drum circle next door, and they started playing drums. And the impact of having those indigenous elders recognizing that these patients are on the journey to the end of their life, and they respected them enough to say they needed this. The impact of that indigenous wisdom to help these terminal patients was so impactful. And this is where I think this is a great opportunity. And then the common theme is that those patients became the counselors to their families. They went back and saying, it's okay, I'm dying. I'll be okay. You'll be okay. And the families are going, WTF, what is going on here? And this happens with law enforcement. This happens with PTSD and soldiers. This happening with terminal cancer patients. Is we all are going to die. That is a fact. To be able to come, to be able to come at peace to the fact that your mortality is near. When you're 20 years old, you don't really think about this. But when you get older and older, I'm 69 turning on 70. I feel like I'm 35, but that's not true. I just feel like, I didn't exist in this form before I was born. I'm going to be going back into molecules that will disambiguate into atoms, reassemble to new molecules. I'm part of the continuum of existence. And I think this is what these psychedelics give a lot of people confidence about the fact that they will always and have always existed and will exist forever.
If your molecules are going into the continuum of existence, what do you think the purpose of you being here now is? What do you think the purpose of the present moment of your life as you're currently living?
That's the great question of all time. But I think even the construct of the question is confined, but the limitation of our ability to construct that question. I think we're maybe asking the wrong question. I think the purpose of our being is a tautology. We are being here because we are. And I don't think again, look at the Rubin telescope images. I have a friend, a dear friend. It's incredible. Millions of galaxies.
Right.
When you see the enormity of the universe, I can't wait to fly. I want my molecules and atoms to fly through space.
Oh boy.
I would love to see the rings of so many planets. I'd love to see supernova. And I feel like, that's the direction we're all headed towards.
Whether you like it or not.
Can't do anything about it.
Yeah. You can pay attention to the James Webb Telescope discoveries.
Yeah.
That's some insane stuff where they're finding these galaxies that they should have not been able to be formed as quickly as they are.
It's an order of magnitude higher. They can do the entire the visible universe, I think, in about 3 days. That took otherwise months to do.
Yeah.
So the assembly and AI is helping, of course. Right. So I think near Earth asteroids, this is an impactful discovery, literally. I always worry about an asteroid coming from behind the sun, and then how many...
Well, it's probably been the reset for civilization over and over again throughout time.
Well, that's the proliferation, for instance, of psilocybin. I fund a lot of different things.
panspermia, right?
Well, I have a business, and I created my business specifically to do research. But one of the Utah State University, I funded a study on the evolution of the genes that code for psilocybin. And the results, it's a molecular genetic clock data. There's variability of a few million years in interpretation, but the arrival of psilocybin in the fungal genome is about 65 million years ago.
Wow. Right.
That's interesting. After the asteroid impact. Now, is association causation?
Not necessarily, but probably makes sense.
There is a new asteroid. Look, there it goes.
This video on the New York Times article, I don't know how to control the video, so I just let it read.
These are 3 different asteroids. There were 9 asteroids.
Yeah, showing here these discoveries, and here in a second, it'll show you that like how the timeline of the discoveries. It'll show like one day right here. I think it is. They discovered like 800 or 900 in the first day.
Oh boy.
Like 400 or 500 more the next day.
So many
more the next day. But watch how it zooms out here in a second to show you where this is. It gives you like a perspective. This is like 10 days in.
Wow.
And then it zooms out here again further.
Oh no.
So they discovered 2,000 asteroids in that tiny little sliver.
I haven't seen this.
Boy.
Whoever made that video, that's awesome.
Jamie, you're the master of discovering these things. I mean,
what should people, when they want to
find out? It's in the New York Times article about the Rubin telescope that came out probably today or yesterday.
And they're keeping much of this undercover, so to speak. The scientists are very disciplined. They're only letting a little bit out at a time.
Keep people from freaking out?
Well, not really think that. They're trying to be good scientists. They're trying to assemble the data in a fashion that, they don't have to redefine later. So
has this telescope recently come online?
Just in the past. Well, it's been online, I think, for a few months. The data is just being revealed now.
Wow.
But I think
3.2 billion pixel camera. It's the largest ever created.
And 5 years from now, you'll have that on your phone.
I mean, I was wondering what kind of lens they made to go on it. Like,
wow, look at that thing. That's insane.
And if they had that telescope out in space, they wouldn't have the interference of our atmosphere.
Right. But how would you get that thing?
So
what kind of a rocket would you need?
Go back to those images. This is astronomy 101. I'm not telling you anything you don't know necessarily. But all those stars, all those galaxies are in the past. Hundreds of millions of years ago. We're just a coincidence of seeing them right now.
Right, because the light has just reached us.
It's just reaching us. Yeah. So that's what's so fascinating to me. This is a snapshot of multiple histories converging to one point of view.
So Voyager 1's about to hit the 1 light day travel mark, which is a significant mark, but it's still not that far in the grand scheme.
See, when I trip on psilocybin, this is what I love doing. Trying to comprehend the enormity and the beauty of the universe. I believe the universe is full of love. I think that, we're built on relationships. And when you have relationships, when you have a quorum of individuals that are sharing assets, you build a community.
Well, you certainly see that with human beings. The question is, what kind of life are we experiencing in these other planets? Like, what is life for them? Should we be so naive to think that it went along the exact same linear path as biological life on Earth, or is it completely unrecognizable? And when, we're dealing with intelligent life from other planets, maybe they'd be so intelligent that they wouldn't travel, and maybe they don't need to. And maybe they're also dealing with solar systems that, we have as a result of multiple impacts, including the creation of Earth itself, right? There was Earth and there was Earth 2. We were hit by another planet. They think that's what created the moon. Like, all that stuff leaves debris. It's all flying around. And if it wasn't for Jupiter, we would have never made it this far. Never made. That's our projector.
Yep, absolutely correct.
We would have never made it to 2025. We would have been dust a long time ago.
We have a form of biological myopia, thinking that we need sunlight and oxygen for life.
Right.
And now, from Chernobyl, we know that fungi can use radioactivity as an energy source. We have methane-based organisms.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So
methane-based organisms.
I believe matter begets life. Life becomes single cells. Single cells form chains.
Yeah.
They branch. networks form.
Right.
And within these networks are associations of members that exchange resources. I don't believe that, evolution is based on survival of the fittest. I believe evolution is based on the extension of generosity beyond that of your own needs to build a community of reciprocity.
Certainly human evolution.
I think it's happening all over. I think
it's happening with tigers and gazelles.
I think absolutely. We're animals. New news. We're animals
for sure, but they're not very generous. They're just trying to eat and survive.
There's a great on Chile. There's a great footage. It's amazing of these orcas, aka killer whales, just devastating a seal population, eating them. You may have seen this. And after they were satiated, these orcas would take the pups and they push them up on shore to save them.
Well, they're very intelligent, which is one of the more interesting things about orcas, that they don't kill people unless they're at SeaWorld.
Yeah.
Which is probably where they should be killing people.
Yeah, I just met a herpetologist, and I raised snapping turtles when I was a kid. So I had the turtle necklace. I was a very shy boy with a profound stuttering habit. But my friends were wild snapping turtles. And this herpetologist, he goes, "Well, I have snapping turtles. They're really mean. And I have them in my aquarium. They kept on trying to bite me." I go, "No shit, Sherlock. I had wild snapping turtles in a pond. And I went down there. I fed them celery and lettuce. This is when I'm 8 years old. I had them for about 7 years. I grew up with successive families. And at first they would try to bite me and things like that. And then I realized if I put out a little salad bowl for them, they wouldn't fight each other because they're not trying to bite me. They would try I want the carrot from Paul. Right? When I put a little salad bowl there, they kind of all came together and they cooperated. And so I just reflecting on this yesterday. One of my fondest memories when I walked towards the pond and
they pop up. Oh, Paul's here. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. So snapping turtles are an amazing ability. They can snap flies out of the air.
They're so fast.
They're so fast.
I saw this video of one eating a fish. They put a fish in front of it, like a dead fish, and it eats it so fast, it just disappears. It just snaps its neck forward, engulfs this fish, swallows it all, and it looks like a magic trick.
Oh my gosh.
You have to look at it in slow-mo to even see the actual action of it.
There's so much sea life there. The British Columbia is just full of sea life.
It certainly is.
Amazing.
Incredible place.
Yeah, I love it. I love it being there. So, this is a beautiful planet. Where we live, there's no garbage. And when visitors come to visit us on our island, I said, "Have you noticed? There's no garbage anywhere. Not ditches, anywhere." It's because the ethos of that community is to take care of the ecosystem.
So that's beautiful. And that can be done if you have a small community of like-minded people. The real issue is when it gets to the size of something like New York City, this becomes this diffusion of responsibility where you don't think that you have to be concerned with all this garbage that's on the ground because there's 20 million people walking around. It is what it is. Keep moving.
Or India. I'm just heart torn by India. Such a spiritual place, and there's so much garbage. China as well.
But the India thing is nuts because it's also in these areas where a lot of the stuff that people buy that's inexpensive in America is being manufactured. And these factories, the back of the factory opens to this river, and this river is completely choked with plastic and garbage and just junk. And all the stuff that they don't want, they just throw into the river. And there's so much stuff in the river that I guess they just feel like, well, it's not like I'm polluting something that's not already polluted. I'm just adding to whatever's there. This is just what we do. And so they've developed this culture of constant, consistent pollution.
Yeah, we all need to, even teaching our children constantly to pick up. But there are communities that are examples of doing it right. And this community that I'm associated with, I'm just so proud of them.
I wanted to talk to you about something that you said earlier because you were talking about human species and or species and love and cooperation and all the different things. And I said that uniquely with us, yes, love and random acts of kindness and community are incredibly important.
But what do you think? Why do you think we're so different than all the other species on the planet? And what do you think that psilocybin? Like, do you subscribe to McKenna's theory? I know we've probably talked about this before, but
talked about
as
it,
a standalone podcast, this is probably.
So this is what I like, and for all your listeners out there, this is a never-ending story.
Right.
It just keeps on getting better. The most exciting thing that has come out in the scientific literature in the past 2 years is that psilocybin stimulates neurons to grow.
Right.
That is incredible. It docks on the 5-HT2A receptor, is that serotonin uses, but psilocybin also docks with TrkB receptors that lead to proliferation of neurons. There's neurogeneration, neuroregeneration, neurogenesis, and neuroplasticity. Those are 4 distinct areas, and psilocin does all of those. Not as much in neurogenesis, but we have done pluripotent stem cells of humans, dosed them with psilocin in the laboratory. We have a DEA license. I have a DEA license, very, very strictly controlled. But we can actually see the proliferation of neurons compared to controls. So this is why I want to emphasize to all scientists, especially older scientists that are stuck in their wisdom, that are very comfortable with their knowledge base, and younger scientists come up with these ideas, and is that be more circumspect, because what Dennis and Terence McKenna postulated, and I disagree with lots of Terence's ideas. Time wave zero was my total bullshit. But Terence and I were very good friends, and we laughed a lot. And that's why that spirit of camaraderie, where you can criticize someone and laugh at the same time.
Yeah.
That's a higher level of intelligence.
Well, that's also what happens when you abandon the ego, right?
Yeah.
Ego's consistently abandoned through psychedelic experiences. You're much more likely to laugh.
I think psilocybin is an Einstein molecule. I think the tryptamines in general are Einstein molecules. The work by Golden is fantastic. Also associated with Johns Hopkins, the critical window. And this is why ibogaine has gotten such traction. The critical window with ibogaine is a long window where you're able to repattern your behavior to break addiction. With psilocybin, there's a critical window. DMT is very, very short because of the short period. The critical window typically is at the peak of the experience, just as you're over the hump, going down. But one patient described it very, very well, who was an addict. And the patient said before the psilocybin experience, they were literally stuck in a rut, and they visually saw themselves on a ski slope, going down the ski slope again and again, stuck in the rut.
Yeah.
And then after the psilocybin, it's like someone groomed the landscape, the hill.
And they're free.
And they were free to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
And then Josh Siegel, in this past year, from Washington University, published a study that specifically showed in real time dendritic branchings of neurons under the influence of psilocybin in real time. Psilocybin, which becomes psilocin, what docks with your receptors. Psilocybin is stable, psilocin is not. Psilocybin dephosphorylates into psilocin. It crosses into your receptors, goes into, it stimulates inside the nucleus of cells that cause cell division. And this is mind-boggling. I think this is why high doses of psilocybin, great for a revelatory experience, for perhaps breaking addiction, but what about the near normals? We all suffer from neurodegeneration that's age-related. Besides Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia that are toxin or disease-related, in and of itself as a disease, you could argue, age being one, but neurodegeneration is a fact of life as we age, and neuropathies occur. And the neuropathies from the constriction of the peripheral nervous system, vasoconstriction, etc., psilocin is not only anti-inflammatory, but neurogenerative. And to have this coupled together, I think that the nootropic vitamins of psilocybin, as a daily consumable, is something that has a great future potential. Of course, we need to study this, but long-term clinical studies are inherently very expensive. A short time stay in a hospital for one huge event may be expensive for that day, but it's easier to design a clinical study that has a short period than a long period. I think that we're beginning to see. Now, we think about 8 million Americans consume psilocybin. in 2023, according to the RAND report, what was the reduction in crime with those 8 million people? If we could have studied that.
Right.
And there are retroactive studies, analyses that show a reduction of crime associated with psilocybin use. But in real time, that's something I'm very excited about. Could you reduce crime rates? And moreover, when you're immunologically, when you're depressed emotionally, you're immunologically depressed.
Yeah.
And when you're happier, you're more creative, you're exercising, your immune system is upregulated.
Right.
So the community immunity from psilocybin, I think, is a huge potential. There's a crossover directly between your mental, your neuroscape, and your immunological state.
Unquestionably, right? The diminishing of stress.
And this is why
found benefits physiologically.
Yeah, clinical study just came out, Compass Pathways, the treatment-resistant depression. They had an analysis that came out that showed modest increase or decrease in depression. But they were doing treatment-resistant depression, and congratulations for them for putting the money where their mouth is into doing the study. But treatment-resistant depression is the failure of 2 antidepressant drugs and therapy. And so, but major depressive disorder is a much bigger bucket. And so I think there are some extreme conditions that we're not going to find the signal from the noise that's significant enough to make a big difference. But the idea of titrating psilocybin or psilocin, maybe after a hero's journey, and then after remembering, you revisit those same neurological pathways that gave you an advantage by taking psilocin or psilocybin. The act of taking it again, you're remembering, and then you can nurture these neurons. I think psilocybin could be nutrients for the neurons.
Well, let's, in an effort to make this a standalone podcast, let's explain what we're talking about. Because what we're talking about is Terence's stone date theory. And his theory involved a lot of contributing factors, one of them being climate change. And the theory was that as the rainforest receded into grasslands, you get more ungulate animals, and they leave behind poop, and that these lower primates find these mushrooms that are growing on the poop, and they experiment with them. And that the ones that did increased visual acuity, they became more amorous, they were more likely to breed, more creative, the ability to form sentences, glossolalia, associate sounds with objects and concepts, and that this is probably how language formed among humans. And Terence's connection to that, when you look at the timeline of when this was happening, when we know this was happening, which coincides with the growth of the human brain, which over a period of 2 million years doubled in size, which is pretty phenomenal.
200,000 years, it increased massively. So 2 million years on the outer limits, 200,000 in the inner limits.
So in the inner limits, what was the amount of growth in 200,000 years?
I think it was 40-50%, something substantial.
200,000 years, 50%.
Yeah.
And what time period was this?
Well, 200,000 years ago.
200,000 years ago. So
jump. And
but Homo sapiens in this form have existed more than 200,000 years, though, right?
No. Homo sapiens are relatively recent. I look at the estimates go back and forth depending on what experts you're consulting and whatnot. But from Homo erectus to Homo sapiens was a radical jump that was fairly recent. So
I was under the impression it was more than 300,000 years ago.
It could be 200,000, could be 400,000, but it's our enlargement of our brain is relatively recent. And to give more context, Dennis McKenna and I were just together.
I love that dude.
Dennis McKenna is a fantastic friend and scientist. He's such a good man.
Well, he does such a brilliant job of explaining the mechanism behind the Stone Age theory.
Yeah.
Terence had a great way of talking. He was so interesting to listen to, and he had these wonderful ideas. But Dennis is much more of a hardcore scientist.
Dennis is a scientist.
Breaks it down.
Was a philosopher.
Yeah.
And the Dennis McKenna Academy is a nonprofit. I'm just promoting it just because I think they do really, really good work. But this is, the 23 primates eat mushrooms. Almost all mushrooms have maggots in them. most primates eat maggots. So finding the mushrooms for maggots, for food, for protein, two things can be true. Right? You can find the maggots, eat the mushrooms, and then get high as a community.
Right.
But all these, again, this is an example about an example of the art that we see thousands of years ago. And we can debate this in the past, but we can test this as a testable hypothesis. It's a theory now, it's not a hypothesis. We know that psilocybin stimulates neuron proliferation. Terence did not have and Dennis did not have the scientific evidence for that 30 years ago. We now have the evidence for it now. Terence and Dennis McKenna should go down in evolutionary biology as the two individuals who could see in the far event horizon way before the scientific method. How did they come up with that? Because they were tripping on mushrooms.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why scientists using psychedelics is a quantum leap. It's how PCR was invented. Carrie Mullis had a trip on LSD. Crick DNA. And Stephen Jobs. Silicon Valley is fueled by psychedelic thinkers who are becoming more creative. And I think we have a crisis in creativity, and psilocybin is a way for us to become smarter, more congenial, more collaborative.
I couldn't agree more.
And I think we can. This combines psychedelics with AI. We have an opportunity for a quantum leap in the evolution of the human species.
Would you mind explaining time wave zero? Because we kind of glossed over that too.
I'm such a skeptic. Time wave zero is an algorithm that Terence, in one of his stone moments, I think. Terence is the only person that I met who could smoke me under the table and then stand up and give an incredibly perfect lecture. I don't know how he could do it. But time wave zero, and I'm sorry for those people who are time wave zero experts, you can criticize me if you wish, but I admit my ignorance to a degree, is an algorithm that was created that would predict events in history.
Would track novelty.
Would track novelty and episodic events that changed the course of human history.
Right.
He didn't have the birth of Jesus Christ as a significant event. He was sort of anti-Christian. I said, Terence, I don't care if you're Christian or not. The birth of Jesus Christ was a huge friggin' phenomenon. It changed the course of history.
Right.
And then he had the time wave zero would end on December 12th, 2012. And that's what he predicted.
December 21st.
Yeah, December 21st, 2012. And that didn't happen.
I used to have a license plate that said 12/21/12.
Yeah. So, but it's what I like about Terence, and I would encourage all prospective scientists, if you don't worry about tenure, if you got a thick skin, dare to be wrong. Because you dare to be wrong a dozen, 20, 30 times, you might be hitting one or two concepts that is game-changing.
Right.
Don't have the fear of failure inhibit your creativity.
But that's a giant problem in the academic world, is that people who do fail get attacked.
Viciously.
And especially when they step outside the lines and they propose something that's novel, they get attacked. This time wave zero thing, like you used to be able to get it. It was an actual program that you could download, you could run it on your own computer.
Yeah, and that's the thing I talked to Terence. I go, well, what happens when, the birth of Jesus Christ?
Where did you come up with that concept? Did you ask him about that?
No, I never figured it out. He goes, we'll just adapt the algorithm. I said, okay, then it's not really, it's just something that's constantly adapting itself. So anyhow, it's a thought experiment.
And obviously, I wish he was alive on December 21st, 2012. Be like, and what? But maybe we're wrong. Maybe in that timeline, something did happen on December 21st, 2012 that will be recognized in the future.
I doubt it.
Well, this is what we're getting to. Yeah. One of the things that did happen in that time frame is the ubiquitous use of social media. It kind of started peaking around 2012. I think there is a real problem with that, with the human race. And I don't necessarily think we recognize things that are constant. I think we just get accustomed to things, and human beings are very adaptable, and we just accept things that this is the way it is. But before that time, when you get to like 2000, just go to 2000, people weren't carrying their phones around staring at them all day. There's a profound change in how we interface with the world.
In Korea now, on the sidewalks, they have red bars that light up to tell you to stop.
No, boy.
Because too many people are walking out in the street.
Just standing there staring at their
phones. So now they look down, they see them.
They're so addictive. It's so crazy that we have anything that's that addictive can't be good for you. I don't care if you're getting information all day long. And in the sense of social media,
you're getting negative information all day long. So it changes
And
the
it's
perspective.
Tremendous amounts of clickbait.
Well, that's the problem we were talking about the media earlier, about the media fueling this stuff. That's their job, unfortunately. In this day and age where no one's buying print journalism, their job is to get you to click on something. And so they have these crazy headlines.
We need to really have a thoughtful discussion about all the issues that we are facing today without being reactionary.
Yes, and I think we need to disengage with these things that are clickbait. Just don't click on them. The way these things operate is the more you click on them, the more valuable they are, right? That's the whole business model. Just don't engage with them. And we need to teach people that. Like, this is an important thing. Don't engage with something that's trying to manipulate you. Don't engage with these narratives that are being put forth by corporations that value your fear. They want you to be in this constant state of anxiety and fear, and they want you to be a dutiful consumer, and that's it. And
that's why high dose psilocybin is not a very good business model.
Exactly.
As Michael Pollan likes to say.
But it is a good business model for overall human compassion and growth in a community.
And then, of course, medium and microdosing, really popular practice right now, increasingly popular, is a high dose of psilocybin once a year, and then microdosing just before you go to sleep. Or a medium dose, like the museum dose.
Museum dose, I like it. You guys are such, you're such a fucker mushroom head that you have like museum doses. This is a movie dose. This is a concert dose.
The museum
this is
dose.
A date night dose.
Graham Hancock and I and some friends went to a museum in the British Museum, but anyhow, the museum dosers just tend to, you can notice them because they wear sunglasses inside, because otherwise their pupils.
Right, try and keep it together. Keep it together.
But the idea of taking a museum dose, quote unquote, or a microdose before sleep is that's when you're regenerating. That's when your body and your brain is regenerating. So that is really, really interesting, is taking those.
Well, that makes sense, especially from like an anti-aging protocol for the mind.
And it's also safer.
Yeah.
Right. You're in bed.
You're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, not driving a tractor.
That's why I think clinical studies that look more and more at reducing the expense, having people take the dose of medicine, psilocybin in this case, just before sleeping, they're in a safe place.
You know, I had Bernie Sanders on the podcast yesterday, and one of the things that we talked about quite a bit was what's going to happen with people when automation takes over, when AI and automation take over, and so many people are not working anymore. And we both kind of agree that universal basic income is really the only way to mitigate the disastrous effects of people losing their income, losing their jobs. And I think it's a good thing. But the problem with universal basic income is that just giving people a check, they don't have meaning anymore. They don't feel like they have a purpose. They don't feel like they have an identity. You know, if your whole life you've been, you know, X, whatever the job is that gets taken away, and you recognize you're being really good at your job, and you take pride in that, and you're known by your coworkers, it's like, hey, go to Paul, he's the best. He'll take care of it. He knows what he's doing. And all of a sudden, that job disappears. How do people find value, and how do they switch their perspective? And talking to you today, I think, is perfect, because I think if there's anything that could help us through this journey, that could help people make this transition, which appears to be inevitable, where artificial intelligence is going to do a far better job at a lot of menial tasks that people have been doing for an occupation for a long time, to find a search for meaning, to find some other way to realize value in life, and not just to be a cog in the wheel of this capitalist society, but instead maybe psilocybin would allow people to completely change their perspective of how they exist in this world, and that you've been kind of trapped in this society where it values numbers, it values a constant growth for the shareholders, and it values what you can see in your bank account. It's like not even real. So it's this digital money that's somewhere. Maybe psilocybin would be the best answer for how do people make this transition and reacquire a sense of meaning.
Right. I mean, do you want to spend your whole life on an assembly line?
Right.
You want to be out more in nature with your children.
Right.
That's why I think nature relatedness, is a mental health advantage. The more that we can relate to nature,
Yes.
and literally kind of go back to our roots, re-engaging nature. I think this is, and
that would give you a sense of purpose instead of the job,
and also protection
right.
of the mothership.
But we've gotten so accustomed to this idea that your purpose is to make money. Your purpose is to make a living. And we've accepted that, even though it's a fairly new concept in terms of the age of the earth. This is a human-created concept, but it overwhelms our day-to-day existence. It doesn't have to, though. But we, in this structure, the way we find ourselves now, you take away meaning, you take away a purpose in life, and you just give people a government check every month that covers everything. Covers your food, covers your rent, you don't need to make money anymore because everything is automated, everything is cheap, AI controls it all. So,
what was Bernie's answer to that?
He didn't have one. Yeah, he didn't know. But I don't know if Bernie's had any experiences in that regard. And he didn't have that perspective. But talking to you right afterwards might be the answer. Because this is an inevitable journey that we're on of a revolutionary change in how society is structured, but it doesn't have to be negative. The problem is the people that are in control of AI and these systems, the people that will benefit from them incredibly in a financial sense, those people are not having these experiences. And if they were having these experiences, they could be the only ones. If you have a benevolent person in an extreme position of power, they're probably the only people that can really do something about that. And I think it's really important that they hear this, that you realize, you're wasting this valuable moment in life trying to acquire money when we have this very unique opportunity to connect together in a way that people probably used to do on a regular basis in the past, but was always suppressed by the powers that be because of its revolutionary powers.
If psilocybin increases creativity, creativity increases happiness, happiness upregulates the immunity of the community.
Yeah, it's hard to be a dictator.
Yeah,
you gotta. The dictators want people in constant conflict, fighting against each other, and they take advantage of it.
In a sense, that analogy that the patients had about being in a rut. Maybe we're in a societal rut.
We certainly are.
This is the opportunity to be able to groom the landscape and to find new ways of living and behaving.
It might be the only way. It might be the only way we can get through this. Because if you think about what this problem is, the problem is the way we interface with reality. That's really what it is. If we have been interfacing with reality a very particular way, showing up at work every day, doing our job, getting a paycheck, employee of the month, yay, that's how you interface with reality most of your life. And then all of a sudden you're met with this profound technological change that's going to eliminate your job. There needs to be some sort of a profound experience that reintegrates you with the mother. Lets you know, this is something people made. This is something that people made, and most of the people that made it weren't having psychedelic experiences. And they're building cities, and they're building skyscrapers, and they're polluting the river, and they're doing all this stuff, and it doesn't mean that this is how we're supposed to do it.
Exactly. And again, I'm going to reiterate, I think we have a crisis in creativity. I think psilocybin and these other psychedelics stimulate creativity. Look at Alex and Allison Gray's work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, some of the psychedelic artists in the world inspire the nicest people.
Alex is like he's a role model for being just a kind, nice, sweet person.
And Alex gave me some of the best advice I've ever received, and I just give Alex a great total credit for this. And I asked him, this is my 8th book. Oh my God, it's so much work to write a book. I didn't use any AI writing this book. I wrote the whole thing myself. And I asked Alex, you're so prolific. How do you do it? Because I had one realization. Every day, I go up to that canvas with my brush, and I commit to making one stroke. And then 3-4 hours later, he's still on the canvas.
Right.
It's that, which is just that tipping point, right?
Yeah, calling the muse.
Yeah, just doing it. And
Pressfield talked about that in The War of Art. Have you read that book?
No.
I've got copies of it. He sent me a whole box because
back in Los Angeles, I used to keep a stack of them on the table and hand them out to people. And it's all about creating things and resistance, and this thing that we all have where we're reluctant to sit down and actually do the work. But if you just commit, and he calls it the muse. He, like in many creative people over time, have called upon the muse and this concept. And it sounds like airy-fairy to a lot of people, but if you believe in it, and if you actually do that thing where you call upon the muse, it actually works. So whether or not it's real is irrelevant.
Well, I have a muse, and my partner asked me, a few months ago, how many more hours do you have to work on this book? She saw me work on the book for 2.5 years, and I said, more than 500 hours. She goes, 500 hours? It's just so much discipline. And if you ever any writers of books, any people who build a house, if you comprehended the enormity of the project, you probably wouldn't even start. Right?
Yeah, I can't think like that. So you just got to think about the process.
And and so I had this little voice in my head that I would wake up, and I didn't want to feel guilty about it. But I had this little voice saying, "Work on the book, Paul. Work on the book. 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 Work on the book." I could say it, work on the book so fast because I have reiterated it in my head hundreds of times that it became sort of my muse. It became sort of a fun muse. I think we all have these little voices that kind of says, get it right, Stanley. Wake up.
I think so too.
And I think that's good. And I don't think that's, psychosis. I think that's something that we all have, these little voices that are trying to help us to be better. And
yeah, whether it's internal or external, whatever it is, you can have a voice.
It's like working out. It's the discipline of being able to make sure that you're the best that you can be. So it's a very exciting time that we live in. There's a mushroom revolution happening all over the planet.
I think there's a psychedelic revolution that's happening over the planet. I think it's happened over the last 20 years, and I think it's happened because of the internet. I think that's a big factor, because what they did in the 1970s by, what the Nixon administration did, which is essentially to squash the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement, what they did really fucked up society for a long time. And it put in people's heads that this is how we're supposed to be, that these laws that are in place make sense, and that they're there in order for society to function at its optimal levels. That's just not true. And unfortunately, like a lot of things that propaganda gets pushed and people start accepting that propaganda as fact, it takes a long time, relatively, in our lifetimes, to sort of recognize that this is not right, and this is not how we should have been living the entire time. It's just we were trapped. We were trapped in the system. And because of the internet, and because of conversations, and because of people like you that talk about this openly, and many, many others as well, we're all contributing to this base of knowledge where people are in their car right now sort of reconsidering their perspective. They're at the gym right now on the treadmill thinking about this, going, why do we allow these human beings that have never had these experiences to tell us that these experiences are not just not allowed, but if you get caught with these things, you'll be put in a cage.
Well, because we are those of us from the psychedelic community who advocate for the freedom of consciousness as a basic civil right, we are by definition disruptors to authoritarianism.
Yeah.
So, this is why I think, unfortunately, in many cultures, it become restricted to just a small group of priests, cognoscenti. They wanted to control, have gates to heaven, toward the control consciousness. And so I think that, it's so exciting about psilocybin and psilocybin mushrooms as a practice, and honey mushrooms in general. It just gives you a quality of life that's just a game changer.
Yeah.
Now with iNaturalist and everything that you can do, it's just getting people out in nature with their children. Children are closer to the ground, so they find more mushrooms.
Yeah.
They're away from the business and their parents and the phones. Some phones, but you get them involved and interacting with nature. It's like the telescope and seeing all the galaxies. And
I think interacting with nature is a vitamin. I think it's like, how we get vitamin D from the sun. I think we get something that hasn't been measured yet from interacting with nature. we know that there's an you can actually study an alleviation of stress levels from people that go out into nature, and this thing that we're experiencing, we just don't know how to measure it.
Yeah.
And I think it's a real thing. One of the things that makes me very happy and hopeful now is that you're seeing this this openness to psychedelics that's coming from more right-wing people. And it was always a thing of the left. It was always a thing of hippies, and it was dismissed by people on the right as people that were trying to avoid reality. They were trying to, escape reality. They couldn't handle reality. They weren't disciplined. They weren't, if they were hardworking people, they wouldn't be wasting their time getting high on drugs. There's that thought. I think one of the bridges to that is the benefit that it's had for soldiers and for people that are first responders, people that suffer from PTSD, and that has trickled down into the general population of the people on the right, which is how you get a guy like Rick Perry that's all of a sudden becoming this very strong advocate for Ibogaine and having it passed in Texas. So the initiative passed, which is huge.
It's huge.
It's a promising step in the direction of understanding that a lot of the division that we have in this country is artificial. It's manufactured.
It is. Out of the blue, a country music singer, which I had no idea who she was, Casey Musgraves. She's superstar country music. She reached out to me, and she had a psilocybin experience that inspired her. Has an album called Deeper Well that's just amazing. I was not in the country music until I listened to her, and she reached out to me because of her psilocybin experience. And we decided to do Sing for Science. We sold out the Ryman Theater in Nashville in 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
2,500 people. These are country music people. 2,500 people, 3 hours. Unfortunately, she was in Mexico. She fell and she broke a rib, so we had to cancel the concert until September 18th, or the Sing for Science. But that's just an example.
And I think my friend Sturgill Simpson sort of opened up the door for psychedelics and country music with Turtles All the Way Down.
Yep.
He basically wrote a song about God and psychedelics.
It's
that was a country song. And everybody's like, hey, what the hell's going on?
It's funny because psychedelics build bridges that marijuana doesn't. I met a lot of people who would never smoke a joint, but the idea of doing psilocybin mushrooms sound like fun to them.
Right. Well, marijuana is also associated with lazy people and ne'er-do-wells and stinky people with bad ideas, unfortunately. And I think, look, one of the things that's interesting is the jiu-jitsu community is there's a whole lot of stoners in the jiu-jitsu community.
A lot of people using psychedelics for medical performance.
Oh yeah, well I know a bunch of people who fought on mushrooms.
Yeah.
I have a friend who was a world-class kickboxer who had some of his greatest performances while he was fighting on mushrooms, and he said he could see what the guy was going to do before he did it.
Yeah, this is the indigenous use of psilocybin is to see into the future. And that's one of the advantages I think I've had also. And able to prognosticate into the future. We had this extraordinary individual told me a story, which I think I have right, but I want to share it with you. There's a game that's very common in the Philippines, but in Canada, it's a German game eventually. And the idea is you put nails on a block of wood and use an ice pick. And you have to hammer the nail in with one hit. And each time in a bar or party or whatever, people throw down money, $5, $20, etc.
A nail and an ice pick. So you have the point of the ice pick. You got to hit that nail at the very
sink
point.
Sink it all the way to the wood. So of course you go around, people are drinking, etc. So the story, as I remember him telling me, is that he went to the bathroom. He's not a toker. He doesn't smoke pot. But someone said, hey, you want some mushrooms? And they're playing this game. And there was a bunch of his friends were gathered. And he goes, oh, sure, I'll try some mushrooms. So he ate some mushrooms, and he came back, and he's the circle was there. People were betting, hey, come over and join us. And he watched for a while, never had played this game, and then he started getting higher and higher. And they said, come on, it's your turn. So he kind of looked at the nail. I mean, this is really hard to do. He looked at the nail, and focused on it. He said he had such clarity of focus that everything else was blanked out. He looked at the nail, and he just thought they would connect. Rather than hitting it, they would just connect. Bam! Slam the nail down on their first attempt. People went, whoa, incredible. So they put down, each person put down more money going around. So they came around, everyone's missing. Some people will occasionally hit it a little bit, but came around to him. Now he's getting higher on the mushrooms, right? And he's looking at it, and he goes, bam, slams it again. People going, no way, right? This is impossible, right? So now, there's a lot of money being piled up on the table here. They're coming around, and everyone's going, impossible. Not going to happen. Can't do it a third time in a row. Looked at it, laser focused. God, bam, slam it again. Now people are losing their shit, right? They're like, what is going on here? He said, really, the fuck with one guy who was just out of his mind that he could do this 3 times in a row. He went around again, and this time he says, I'm going to really blow his mind. So he focused on the nail, had the hammer, looked at him, bam, slammed it again. And nailed it. Yeah, literally nailed it. So these examples of...
Well, that brings you to the stone date theory.
Well,
right?
it's
this
the idea.
Part of the concept.
Well, part of the concept is that you with intense focus.
Right.
And many years I have 2 black belts. I had schools for 30 years, black belt in Taekwondo and in Hwarangdo. I was in Shotokan Shidoru, Goju-ryu, and then Taekwondo, and then Hwarangdo, which is like Hapkido. But that idea of having a 3-dimensional perspective, one of my fun experiences, I was in the dojo, but just Japanese, Korean, is Korean, and I had my first black belt, and my head instructor was over there talking to someone, and then he had a baseball. And I heard later what he said. He goes, I told my friend, watch this. And he threw a baseball at me. My peripheral vision, boom. I just caught the baseball, and just before it hit my head. But that idea of having that consciousness surrounding, that's why athleticism with medium doses, minor doses of psilocybin, I think you can train your neurons to be able to have this peripheral awareness. That's extremely important.
It also alleviates the anxiety that comes before performance. There's a lot of people like to use it before sparring because sparring is kind of scary for some people.
Yeah, but let's be clear. This is like the 80-20 principle, maybe the 90-10 principle. It's not going to work for the majority of people. There are exceptional individuals who can actually benefit from this. So we're not
disclaimer.
Yeah, no disclaimer there. I don't want to think of it. No,
none of the
I
things
drove
that
this
we
race
say.
car.
Listen, don't take any of our advice.
No.
But we're just talking about these things because there are anecdotal stories that they're fascinating. And
anecdotal stories are like case studies in medicine. You get enough of them that you want to test this. Again, this is a testable hypothesis or theory in modern times.
Right.
Eye-hand coordination. So psychomotor enhancement. And this is why when the Stamina Stack it speaks to this. We published in Nature Scientific Reports, and a combination of psilocybin, niacin, and lion's mane increased psychomotor ability of tapping in 10 seconds from 46 to 66 taps.
That's a lot.
That's a lot in 10 seconds over 30 days. So people can argue about it, but the results are the results. When you're talking about depression and anxiety, that's subjective. But I'm really interested in the psychomotor benefits of psilocybin with an admixture to enhance, its performance. I think the root thing is psilocybin. And being able to regenerate neurons is something I think is really important for us. Now, with glioblastoma, which unfortunately Terrence did die from that. That's uncontrolled, proliferation of neurons in the brain. Yeah, there's contraindications.
Do you think there's something that's connected to that?
No, I personally don't. No.
Why not?
Just because I don't have evidence to the contrary. I don't have evidence that also suggests that. I see no correlation. An N of 1 is not, it's, again, there's
because it's not a common thing amongst people that are using psilocybin.
But if you had 8 million people in the United States, using psilocybin, again, you have a data set.
Right. So, it's not like cigarettes, right? We see cigarettes, we know, smoke cigarettes, there's a higher likelihood that you're going to get lung cancer, right? It's very clear. So we've known that over time. The problem with psilocybin is it's been so taboo, and so we don't have real data. We don't have,
But there's 235 clinical studies on psilocybin at clinicaltrials.gov right now.
Isn't that amazing?
235.
Could you have imagined that 25 years ago?
There was none.
Impossible.
Yeah. None. And there are for many indications, many different targets, from addiction, cigarettes, alcohol, opioid use, to dementia, to Parkinson's, to Alzheimer's, etc.
Yeah.
So there's, I think psilocybin has a PR problem. It sounds too good to be true. But, sometimes things can be true that have, but the reason why I think there's 235 clinical studies is because basically it's improving your neuroscape. It's improving the neurology. Everything that we're using right now is based to our health of our nervous system. And then the neuroscape, if we can enrich the neuroscape, then that has elaborations into everything that we do. And the fact is coupled with anti-inflammatory activities and neurogenesis and neuroregeneration, neuroplasticity, which is synaptogenesis. The neurons proliferate and then they shake hands, and then suddenly you have a new pathway. So
there's anti-inflammatory properties.
Psilocin has strong anti-inflammatory properties as well. So that's just has come out in the scientific literature. So that's,
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
How did they study that? And what was the?
They looked at something called interleukin 6. There was a clinical study that was just published just recently, and it downregulated, it's a tumor necrosis factor, interleukin 6. It downregulated, that's an inflammatory cytokine. There's two anti-inflammatory cytokines that are extraordinarily interesting to us and our research team. I have 5 PhD scientists, 8 full-time scientists. That's why I created my businesses, to do research. But interleukin 10 and interleukin 1RA are anti-inflammatory cytokines. So when you can upregulate those, then it kind of buffers the inflammatory effects. And so that's exciting to find these anti-inflammatory. We were approved by the FDA for a COVID clinical trial based on the fact that we published this in the Journal of Inflammation Research, that interleukin 10 and interleukin 1RA were stimulated by agarikon and turkey tail mycelium grown on rice versus the rice control. So it's a peer-reviewed article. When the pandemic started, the big concern was if you stimulate the immune system, you could have a cytokine storm, and you could overwhelm the body with many. It's been said many, if not most people, will die from cytokine storm because they're overreaction of their immune system to COVID and to other diseases. So we were able to show you can augment in the literature your immune system buffered with the anti-inflammatory properties, and that sort of resolves the argument of the cytokine storm concern. And then now we have a very successful study that shows that agarikon and turkey tail mycelium enhances the immunity of individuals long term. Six months later.
Mushroom that you gave me.
Yeah, you still have that.
Yeah, it's right there, baby.
That's a trophy.
Yeah, it's never leaving the desk. That sucker.
And this is a great example because this is an endangered species.
In Europe, it's on the red list of extinction.
In Europe, it is?
In Europe, these are growth rings. So this one's probably 25 years of age. It's a very nice specimen. Stamets gave you this?
Yes, damn it.
This is one of the nicest specimens. So these are annual growth rings.
Isn't it cool to see it on the desk?
I love it. Thank you.
People always ask, what the hell is that?
So this is a agarikon called Fomitopsis officinalis, also known as Laricifomes. Dioscorides, first described in Greek medicine 2,000 years ago as Elixirium ad longum vitam, the elixir of long life.
If someone took a little piece of that and put it in the ground, would it start making new agarikon?
If it had spores, it looks like it goes inside the roots of trees. This one being as old as it is, its spores have probably become not viable. But agarikon has the white form, the brown form. It goes through this massive transition of biochemistry. And because it's endangered, because highly variable in form, fruit body extracts of this makes no sense.
Why is it endangered in Europe and not in America?
It only grows in old-growth forests. So the Sky Islands in Europe, in Austria, and Slovenia, is where this still can be found on larch trees. We now have, I think, 115 strains of agarikon, by far the largest library in the world. If you ask me what is my most valuable possession, is my strain library of agarikon. It's a treasure of strains. 1 out of 20, 1 out of 100 times in the old growth forest will I find one. So we don't collect these unless it's going to be clear cut, or we find them on the ground, or if it's on my own property. And then I take a small piece of tissue. It's the mycelium that is bioactive for the immune system. And this is what we found, that it's scalable. The mycelium is scalable. The fruit body extracts are not, and it's highly variable. Most people don't know that. Well, they should know, but most mushrooms are parasitized by insects, and that's because the insects spread spores. So the mushrooms invite insects to come in, so it can spread spores. It's like
cordyceps and ants.
Yeah, or like buzz pollination.
That's the weirdest thing, when you see spiders and ants overwhelmed by cordyceps.
Yeah, it's I like to say cordyceps has to eat too.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the cycle of life, right?
So this agarikon is in the BioShield Biodefense Program.
Which, by the way, this is your company, Host Defense. You have great stuff, man. I buy your stuff.
Thank you.
You gave me a bunch of it, but I buy it.
Well, thank you for your support. We need it. I mean, I'm the only company that does research that I know of. I spend over $1 million a year in fundamental research, thinking outside of the box. Even though traditional Chinese medicine is fantastic and has thousands of year history, all traditional medicines advance with new technologies. That's true across the board. The invention of in vitro propagation about 100 years ago, growing mycelium, now opens up this huge opportunity for us to dive into a deeper well of natural substances that can be used as adjunct therapies to enhance conventional medicine. This is a game changer. So 115 strains of agarikon. I submitted 8 of them to the BioShield Biodefense Program after 9/11 in 2004. My TED Talk talks about this. And I've got 2 or 3 strains highly active against smallpox and also against bird flu. And if you go to National Public Radio, put stamens and smallpox, you'll see a vetted press release, from DOD and the head of the BioShield program, Jack Seacrest, saying that, these are some of the most significant results they've ever seen.
Wow.
The only 2 million samples submitted. Were in the top 10, the only natural product. Now that's in vitro. So that in vitro, this is sort of a timeline. You don't have boy with a microphone, do you, Jamie?
What is that?
You didn't see it? Okay.
What is boy with a microphone?
It's a 42-second clip we found in the vault. And it's me with my son when he's 4 years old, and I'm on the phone saying, I've created this company to do research. Research is what we want to do. Truly, that's the origins of what I was trying to, why I created my business. So I still do that. So with the 115 strains, we're likely to have a super strain in our collection. Pandemics are coming all the time. We're in a viral storm. There's a bird flu pandemic where many of us are so surprised that it has not happened at a bigger level. But viral pandemics are also affecting other animals besides birds and pigs. 67% of beehives were lost in Montana this past year. 67%. Imagine if you had 67% loss of a herd of cattle or sheep. It's phenomenal.
Right.
And bird flu is spreading. It's making the jumps. It is coming, folks. And so what we want to do is design a clinical study using agarikon to test against bird flu.
I'd be interested to see what, if anything, could be done with some of these mushrooms with chronic wasting disease, which is a huge concern among deer population. And even some other animals like moose and
we're embedded into a mycelial landscape. Mycelium is everywhere. The interactions of mycelium and animals, is elaborate, complex. This is crazy. If anyone out here can prove me wrong, please send me the reference. But it appears I'm the first person to realize that bees go to rotted logs with mycelium for immunological benefit.
Really?
First person. How is that possible? We all grew up with Winnie the Pooh. I mean, this is mind-boggling. It's like, again, hiding it didn't take a stroke of genius. But in my case, I had the BioShield results, and then I heard about colony collapse being vectored primarily by mites. This past year, they identified the miticide-resistant mites, which most all of them are now, are vectors of the deformed wing virus. colony collapse is a threat to food biosecurity. And we found, and we published this in Nature Scientific Reports, extract of polypora mushroom mycelium protects bees from viruses. We published that in Nature Scientific Reports. I'm the primary author. We were able to reduce viruses, the deformed wing virus, by like 879 times in 12 days with one treatment. So that is phenomenal for protecting food biosecurity. That helps all farmers. It helps. And there's a pandemic that's spreading. 67% loss, 60% loss generally across the United States this year. The worst colony collapse in history. This will make food prices go up, and it doesn't stop because these viruses are proliferating throughout the environment. We found that the polypora mushroom mycelium, grown on grain or grown on sawdust, not only reduces these viruses, but extends longevity. And so the longevity, interesting, this mushroom is known as Elixirium ad longum vitam, the elixir of long life. Wow. We are all animals. Bees are animals, birds are animals, pigs are animals, humans are animals. We are all, I think, can have an immunological benefit from in incorporating these fungi. Now, we're allowed by the FDA to say supporting innate immunity in healthy individuals. We're not allowed to make any disease claims. Ironically, we can't make that same claim with bees. We can say extends longevity, but this is where there's not common sense in government. I have an invention that can save hundreds of billions of dollars that protect bees from colony collapse, and we're roadblocked by regulations constantly. Oh, reduce viruses in bees. You have an antiviral drug. What is it? No, we haven't been able to find the antiviral drug. We think it's an entourage effect and upregulating, basic immunity. And then your endogenous immune system, in this case of the bees, can fight the viruses. So, and this I think will translate into birds, into swine.
So there's resistance to these results?
No, because your immunity is so
complex. No, I mean publicly. Like you're saying, you can't make these claims, but if you have results.
We have fantastic results. I refer anyone to scientific, to Nature Scientific Reports.
So could you elaborate on what the resistance is?
Well, the resistance is complicated and it's political. The old school conventional wisdom is that if you have a drug-like effect, then you have an undeclared drug in your product.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Nature.
So even though it's from nature, even though bees go to rotted logs for immune benefit, and now there's 5 or 6 papers that have been published on this after my discovery, showing that bees are doing this. Their bees are actually benefiting from mushroom mycelium. So we're working with Washington State University, great people there. We're working with several funders. We have tested this now over and over again. This is an outdoor animal clinical study, double-blind, placebo-controlled, using the mycelium grown on rice or on sawdust versus the sawdust or the rice as a control. Clearly a benefit. So this is scalable. You can't harvest fruit bodies in a way that you can scale mycelium. Mycelium is an exponential increase in mycelial mass virtually every week. It's 10 times 10 times 10 times 10, or even 10 times 100 times 100 times 100. Massively scalable. I think I have found something as a portal through my psychedelic experiences that's fundamental to protecting life on this planet. Is the mycelial networks are deep reservoirs, being able to immunologically enhance animals where we don't have to have all these antiviral drugs, antibiotic drugs. Your endogenous immune systems are upregulated because over hundreds of millions of years we've been interacting with these. It's our immunodepression and suppression because of all the factors we know, bad diet, toxins, lifestyle, all those things, that this is highly scalable. So now we're trying to navigate through the regulatory landscape. There was this strange committee that was in secret, met once a year for any new ingredient to add to bees, because bees make honey. Humans can say honey. If we use our product, they can say we have an undisclosed drug in the honey. So whatever. But it also translates to wild bees. It turns out that Apis mellifera, the honeybee, with the viruses, when they have the viruses, they go to flowers frequented by bumblebees. So colony collapse is happening not only with the cultivated honeybee, but it spread to other bees. This is an ecological catastrophe of a viral pandemic that's spreading around the world. We have the solution right now. It's highly scalable. And this regulatory committee disappeared in the past 2 years. This is before the last administration was voted in. But they didn't tell anybody. So we had an application with them for 2 years to have this exempted.
The whole committee's gone.
Whole committee's gone. They didn't even tell us that it was gone. So we went 2 years spinning our thumbs, waiting for them to respond.
God.
This is where we need to have common sense to come back into government. This is where government has too many hurdles to practical solutions that are demonstratable, scalable, and affordable, that the return on investment is massive. And yet we fear the FDA, we fear the USDA, because they are stuck in a rut, literally. Maybe they could use psilocybin here to expand their horizons, because they want to know the mode of action and the mechanism of action. Well, we didn't know the mechanism of action of aspirin until the 1970s, but it had a benefit. If it has a clear benefit and does not cause harm, then they should be exempted for scalability. Now, there's another factor to this, which is wonderful. There's a new startup company called Quorum by my friend Chris Ketrovitz. Disclosure, I'm involved with them, but they have a metarhizium, a fungus that kills mites. So it's also been approved by the USDA for thrips and some other greenhouse insects. It's not toxic to fish, not toxic to humans. So the combination of using metarhizium with the agaricon and other polypore mushroom mycelium, we think has a great potential future. So I think there's a lot of resources in nature that can augment conventional agricultural practices. There's a lot of resources in nature that can augment conventional medical practices. They're not necessarily in opposition. What is in opposition, unfortunately, and you've alluded to this, is a lot of the pharmaceutical business interests are not excited about a natural product, reducing the need for vaccines, augmenting immunity. There is money in disease.
Right. That's always the problem, money.
You can tell I'm passionate about this because I have such a deliverable, provable solution that's scalable.
I wonder if...
my article was published in 2018, and I tell my research team, WTF, we are meeting with WSU constantly, and now we have renewed interest, thankfully, because of some big stakeholders in the almond industry, and every almond you eat a flower was visited by a bee. So the almond industry is in crisis right now, but it's not almonds, it's apples, it's cherries. It's across the board right now. Agriculture has been severely affected by these viral pandemics, and these same viral pandemics are mitigated, I believe, in commonality with these polypore mushrooms that grow in the woods.
I wonder if that would also help animal agriculture, because the ubiquitous use of antibiotics is a real concern with people, with cows and chickens. And
there's a viral pandemic of a form of bird flu, not H5N1, but another bird flu. I can't remember. I think it was H7N2 in Iowa and Minnesota about 10 years ago. They were euthanizing millions and millions of chickens and turkeys and ducks. You can look this up. There's an organic farm, and we gave 1/4 of a gram of agaricon mycelium per chicken in their feed. And we began that chicken. There's 2 big chicken hens, about 20,000 layers, birds that lay eggs, and it became an oasis of immunity. Those chickens were immune from bird flu.
Wow.
1/4 of a gram of this mycelium.
Wow.
And we protected them.
That's incredible.
But a crazy thing happened. The USDA had an insurance policy to pay the chicken growers. And the chicken growers quickly learned that they could get an insurance check, lay off the employees, get the cash for lost profits. And so they were not incentivized.
Yeah, I've heard that from people that are deeply connected to that industry, that there was a bunch of euthanizations that didn't have to happen. Yeah, and they did it, and they inflated this whole concept, because the numbers got grossly inflated because they were euthanizing chickens for profit.
Yeah, the bird flu is a very serious issue. Now, I know vaccines are a very hot subject, and I know you've spoken on that. You've had some excellent guests, by the way, excellent guests that are researchers on this. But I just want to give a thoughtful discussion to between viruses and vaccines. Which is worse, the virus or the vaccine? I'm a libertarian. I believe every family, every individual has a right to make an informed decision. The problem that I see with the vaccine industry, the industrial vaccine complex, is the failure to disclose. I don't think Americans are stupid. I think Americans become stupid when they're not informed. My partner is a physician. She goes, giving Hep B vaccines to a child makes no sense. It's a sexually transmitted disease. Why are we giving a vaccine to a 10-year-old?
Right.
And a baby. And in med school, when anyone would mention that, why are we doing this? They were vilified.
Right.
Vilified, shut down. It's like, what happened to thoughtful, good science? It's just a reasonable question.
Money happened. It's also these vaccine manufacturers are immune to the financial consequences of the side effects.
Absolutely. We need to have full disclosure.
Yeah.
Now, let me go through a thought experiment.
Okay.
Listen, this is my opinion. Other people may just visually disagree with me. But there's two thought experiments I want to do. First one. 1 million lives were saved with a vaccine. One person dies. Hey, you took it for the home team. Sorry. One person dies out of 100,000. Still ratio is pretty good. My mind, my judgment, sorry. Again, you took it for the home team. 1 out of 10,000. Okay. Still the ratio is pretty good. Okay. 1 out of 1,000. Okay. 1 out of 100. You're making me nervous. 1 out of 10. No, that's where I draw the line. I would say, forget it. Now, the contradiction that we have, the opposing forces here that we have, is it better for society to have vaccinations to protect the commons, or is it better for you to have an individual decision for your family to protect yourself if you want to? If you are going to make that decision, you should have an informed decision based on the best of science. All vaccines and all companies should disclose what is the percentage of protection. I have a physician friend who says 30% protection, but I'm sick for 4 or 5 days. I don't know. That's not worth it. 70% protection? Okay. All right. So everyone has to balance the risk-benefit ratio.
But we need real data to be able to make that assessment.
We need full disclosure.
Right.
And for anyone to accuse another physician and vilify them because they ask a logical question and they're humiliated by the medical community is fundamentally unfair. What happened with good science? You have to follow the science. And this is so important. And that's why I think we're getting this cacophony, this echo chamber, where the voices that are the loudest tend to be the stupidest sometimes. And
or the most compromised.
Yeah, and they drown out dissent.
Yes.
We all should be able to ask for the data and the information to make an individual decision.
And science shouldn't be this ideological or ideologically captured thing.
That's why I hate the term anti-vaxxers. I think it's a pejorative term. I think it's prejudiced. What about people who just want to have information? Oh, you're an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah, well, it's pushed just to scare people into compliance. Yeah. And that's the whole idea. But having these pejoratives and throw them around, and no one wants to be labeled that, so you immediately get scared.
But enhancing innate immunity in healthy individuals to keep us healthy.
Yeah. How could that be bad?
That's better.
Exactly. Well, that's the other problem that I had with the pandemic in general, is that metabolic health was never discussed. It was always, there's only one way out of this. And having conversations with people that you could see, like visually look at them as not a metabolically healthy person. And these people are telling you the only way to health is through a medicine that they are financially incentivized to push. That's just crazy. And when those are the prominent voices that are on television and the media, and you're getting this from politicians, and then on top of that, you literally have the federal government censoring social media and not allowing people to have dissenting opinions, including people from Harvard and MIT and all the people in the Great Barrington Study.
Why don't we have an open source national database showing the protection of vaccines and the risk of not getting one, so individuals can make a decision? age-related, all these other factors. The data is there. Not making that data available to the public increases distrust. And so what the medical community has unfortunately done is they've bred a bunch of dissenters by not giving full access to the information.
Well, I think that really heightened during the pandemic, because I don't think people had that much of a distrust for vaccines unless they knew someone who was vaccinated, unless they were gaslit and were told that their child or someone else that got vaccine injured, that was not the cause of it. And those are the people that were very skeptical, and they formed these tight communities, but they were very scared to be open and public about it because they were destroyed. You know, I famously remember Jenny McCarthy coming out and saying that she believes her child was vaccine injured. And the backlash was spectacular. It essentially destroyed her career.
Well, and one experiment is always like, did it really happen, or was it just a co-occurrence of some other factor that combined with the event of the vaccination? I mean, this is where you need to have high population studies, but those studies are available, and why they're cloaked in secrecy, and why they're not being known.
Yeah, I mean, the financial interest is astounding. The amount of money that's involved in it, the amount of money that they spend every year. They spend $8 billion. The pharmaceutical drug industry spends $8 billion just on advertising and on propaganda every year. That's so much money. And they spend so much money on television networks. You know, I mean, how many times is Anderson Cooper brought to you by Pfizer? You see these ads, and that shapes the narrative, unfortunately.
It does, but let me just be clear from my point of view, the vaccines have done a lot of benefit, but they don't benefit everyone all the time. Not all vaccines are the same. We have to be able to delineate a thoughtful scientific method with disclosed information,
absolutely,
that's accessible to everyone, so you can make the best judgment for yourself and your family.
Yeah, and you've got to remove this financial protection that they have from liability. If they don't have that, they're going to just jack up the amount they give people because there's profit in that, unfortunately. And then there are vaccines that are beneficial. Let's find out which ones there are. Which one? What can be mitigated in terms of like how can you make your overall metabolic health better before you even think about any of these things? We know for a fact that during the COVID crisis, in particular, the people that have the most problem with it were the people that had comorbidities, or people that were obese, people that had all sorts of issues going on because of poor diet, poor lifestyle choices, and even genetic problems.
Yeah, one of the immunologists we were working with told me something I didn't know, is that when you're immunocompromised or immunodepressed, vaccines don't work very well. So those people become reservoirs for mutation.
Right, which is the argument for why you don't give it to children with babies, because their immune system isn't even functional yet.
Yeah, again, the Hep B one is a pretty clear example.
That's a nutty one.
Yeah,
there's a bunch of nutty ones, but the point is the vaccine schedule. If you look at what we used to take and you look at what happened when they lost their liability during the Reagan administration, all of a sudden the schedule goes way up. And they start asking things like Hep B. And then you realize, like, it's very profitable to do that. You can imagine how much more money you make if you're injecting everybody with a Hep B vaccine if you sell Hep B vaccines.
Yeah,
like simple mathematics.
I also met people in the pharma industry who are extremely well intended.
Sure.
Great scientists.
But the scientists aren't the issue, right?
They also confess to me that they face this humiliation, being ostracized for just asking the question. Again, full disclosure, let people make up their own minds. What's the cost-benefit ratio? Is it 1 out of a million, 1 out of 10?
It's also, you should have to show all the studies too. You shouldn't just show the curated studies that you generated specifically with the goal of making an efficacy, like having a result that shows that this is effective. If you do 10 studies, you should show all 10 studies.
Yeah, well, actually, that's why clinicaltrials.gov exists. Is that we're cherry picking, doing studies in Bulgaria, in Taiwan. The pharma would choose the clinical study that supported their narrative.
Exactly. And then they can use deceptive language to show the efficacy.
But what I'm getting at is that we have such a reservoir of potential ways of supporting immunity in healthy individuals in nature that is not pharma-based, it's based on the entourage effect. say when you activate the receptors in your immune system, there's something beneficial. I believe there's crosstalk between the receptors. The receptors are, oh, something really good is coming down the pipe, and they start creating an entourage effect or the collaboration. More receptors are activated that have collaterally more benefits. And so it goes to the homeostasis and the uplifting of the homeostasis of the immune system that is a higher ready state of being able to respond. And then conventional medicine can work better. By using conventional medicine on an immunocompromised individual, asking their immune system to respond, that's an uphill battle.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting too that like natural remedies are automatically dismissed by people who think of themselves as intelligent, science-based people.
Well, look at artemisinin.
But isn't it weird though that like we dismiss it, but if you really understand think about how many different pharmaceutical drugs were formulated because of discoveries of natural plants in the rainforest.
The majority of them. And the most recent example is the anti-malarial drug against Plasmodium falciparum from an Artemisia bush, and it's artemisinin. And it came from Artemisia. It's a plant extract.
Isn't that wild?
And
yet science-based people will automatically dismiss what you would call a natural remedy, even though all of them, nothing exists on Earth that's not really natural. It's all coming from nature.
I'm in agreement with you. I think that we're just reinventing molecules that have been assembled somewhere else, and we think that's why the synthetic biologists. I'm honored to get that reward. Thank you, Synbio Beta Conference. That's what I think really kind of flipped them on their heads, is don't go down the rabbit hole of excluding natural products, thinking you can invent a molecule that's going to be better.
Right.
In the theater of evolution, we've tested these natural products over tens of millions of years, literally, our primate ancestors. And so we've got a pretty good experiential data set there to be able to see what works or what doesn't. Many mushrooms, not many, but some mushrooms are poisonous. Some are edible. It's a weird statistic about, and again, 1 to 2% fudge factor here, so please don't attack me all over the place. But there's 1.55 million species of fungi. There's about 150,000 species of mushrooms that are estimated. So out of that 5 million on the extreme, 1.5 million, less than 10%, 150,000. We've only identified about 15,000 species. So we've only identified 10% of the mushrooms that exist today.
Wow.
Now, interestingly, of those 15,000 species, about 1% are poisonous, 1 or 2%. 1 or 2% are psychoactive, and 1 to 2% are good edibles. So 97, 95, 94%, whatever the math shows, are there, but they're not toxic. But mushrooms are molecular wizards. These are pharmaceutical factories. They're creating huge numbers. And we know from the genomic analysis, 10 times more genes are activated in the mycelium of lion's mane than in the lion's mane mushroom itself. Why is that? The mycelium has to navigate these thin threads through a hostile microbial environment, defending itself, until the mycelial mat becomes large enough at the end of its life cycle to produce a fruit body. And then lion's mane mushrooms rot in 4 days. The mycelium that grew it could exist for years. The mycelium is the immune system of the mushroom, and as a result, we have a lot more compounds being expressed. Now, some people say, well, not all those compounds are necessarily beneficial. Well, that's true, but now we've tested them enough that we can see real world benefit. Dean Ornish just published a study this past year on Alzheimer's using lifestyle adjustments, exercise, meditation, vitamins, and lion's mane mushroom mycelium. Dramatically significant benefit in slowing down the progression of Alzheimer's through lifestyle, vitamins, and using lion's mane mushroom mycelium. Now, which did what? Yes, you can try to analyze that, but you'd have to separate every single little component to see which one's most significant. And yet, where's the studies combining 10 vaccines or 20 vaccines in a child to see which one is actually conferring the benefit or causing an adverse effect? We have to, at some point, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. At some point, if it has a demonstrable positive effect, like we have with bees, and it protects agriculture and extends the longevity of bees, and it supports the endogenous immune system in healthy individuals. Isn't that good? Why do we have to get lost in the details of trying to explain it? If we can't explain it, then we won't let it be out there for the benefit of the commons. There are cross purposes. This is where science needs to have common sense, and the government and the regulatory industry needs to have common sense. And we get that by exemptions, emergency exemptions, and we should get that for emergency exemption right now. We are in a bee apocalypse. We are, folks, 67% of beehives lost in Montana. What if that was a human population?
Right.
All hands on deck.
Right.
So it is, and there is a transference of viruses between animal species. We're seeing that in real time. Now, the scariest thing is when you have multiple viral infections in one person who's immunocompromised, and you have horizontal gene transfer. This is what virologists amongst themselves, they talk about this all the time, but the public is not aware. You can have individuals, and when you have so many dairy farmer workers exposed, so many people in contact, concentrated clusters of animals and farms, you have so many potential patient zeros. The patient zero is a person who is the nexus for spreading a mutated form of a virus. Horizontal gene transfer is happening all the time now. Now it's concentrated, it's accelerating. There's an exponential increase of risk. Bill Gates has talked about this. Many other researchers have talked about this. This is really something we should pay attention to. And I think the simplest, easiest, scalable way is enhance immunity in healthy individuals. And by doing so, I think you can let your endogenous immune system work better. And I think conventional medicine will work better also in concert.
Well, it also speaks to the problem with industrial agriculture in general, right? These are unnatural environments where these animals are, living in their own waste on a consistent basis, which is, it enhances the possibility of disease. And regenerative agriculture enhances the possibility of harmony amongst nature.
And then the counter argument is that we have better nutrition, we could feed the world, so the people are more people happier. Again, we're at this, we have contrast of opposites. And I wish I had the easy solution. I think I have the solution for bees. I think it's scalable for protecting chickens and livestock. I hope, and we're now designing clinical studies, on a path to designing clinical studies with bird flu using agarikon. We don't have the results, so I'm not making a medical claim here. But the evidence so far is so encouraging. I'm working with top-notch virologists, absolutely some of the best virologists, who came to me because they saw the paper in Nature Scientific Reports. And they thought, fungi could help us. Protect ourselves against viruses. So they came through the back door of the scientific community, not a Joe Rogan listener. They might be, I don't know, maybe they are now. But they came through the scientific literature saying, we should try this with people. So those are the scientists I like that are open-minded enough that rather than being just a molecular geneticists, synthetic bio people, they're actually saying, well, it's a provable result. We don't know why, but we should explore this because we can argue for 100 years about why, or we can deliver it tomorrow and have it have a positive effect.
Yeah, it makes sense. I have to ask you this question. It's unrelated, but I always wanted to know, why do morel mushrooms grow around burns?
That is such a great question. And you know what? That's a question that we've been asking for so long.
I love morel mushrooms.
I love morel mushrooms too. They are poisonous. Unless you cook them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that's important to know.
Many people have died from morel mushrooms. Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
That's crazy.
You don't want to cook morel mushrooms in a closed kitchen without ventilation. There are volatile compounds coming out of the morels. Totally denatured in cooking. Delicious. But many, many examples of this. In Japan, I was in Japan 15 years
ago. So if you don't have an overhead fan, don't fry morels.
Or you should open up the window, but just don't inhale the fumes.
Wow.
many.
Never imagined.
The North American Mycological Association is the association for Canada, Mexico, and the United States, and there's a poison control group in that, and they collect all the details. It's NAMICO.org, NAMYCO.org, and they're the go-to place. Ironically, because of HIPAA rules, the mycologists have been disconnected from the patients in the medical community because now there is a firewall between them. We can anonymize the case reports, but there's a firewall of information because of HIPAA and disclosures of patient conditions that has really inhibited the flow of information. Nevertheless, NAMICO.org, North American Mycological Association, NAMY.co.org, and my professor, Dr. Michael Bugh, is a giant, in consulting with for adverse effects and mushroom poisonings. So morels are delicious, but to answer your question, morel mycelium seems to be everywhere, but then for forest burns and they come up.
Right.
Where were they before?
Right.
What
Do they exist in places that don't have burns?
Yes.
But rarely.
No. We think all the time.
All the time.
We
But
think the
very
morels
common amongst burns.
They're everywhere forests are.
Right.
And with a forest burn, it knocks down all the competition. And it becomes very alkaline. In the absence of organic material and competitor fungi, the change in the pH, as we think also from the Gaian hypothesis point of view, it's a great way of nature to rebound because they're scentful. They attract animals, they attract insects, and birds come in, drop seeds, and then they become an oasis point for the regeneration of an ecosystem. There's never underestimate the intelligence of nature. The nature has figured this out. Nature does not exist in a vacuum. There's always these repopulation vectors happening, and it's collaborative. It's not competitive. There is competition between the fungi, but when the competitors are knocked down, then the morels come up.
That's fascinating. Another fascinating thing is that the largest living organism on Earth in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, Armillaria astoi. Yeah. Some people call it Gallica, two different things, but yeah, I flew over it. It's a 2,200 acre, basically a clear cut because it killed all the trees. In my book, Mycelium Running, I have the best photographs of the largest organism in the world, and I hired an airplane. First time I couldn't see it because I was too low. Second time I had to spiral up.
Can you explain what it is to people?
It's a honey mushroom. It's a parasite on trees. It's edible. The honey mushrooms on hardwoods tend to taste better, but this one is on conifers. And comes up in clusters. It forms black rhizomorphs, black mycelium. It's called laminated root rot. Many listeners here know what that is. It kills fruit trees. But this is a marauding parasite that created a contiguous mat over 2,200 acres. And in this case, it killed all the trees, so they went ashen gray in color, and they dried out. They're dead. Because of fire hazard from lightning strikes, the Forest Service came in and they cut all the dead trees. And they created this beautiful outline of the largest mycelial mat in the world because you could see where the dead trees were.
Can we see what that looks like in an image?
It's also in Mycelium Running. But anyhow, that's an example. Now, it killed the trees, that's terrible, but it created grasslands for ungulates.
Right.
Also, deer and moose, elk come in. So it's I think it's a way of this rebalancing of nature.
Right.
Where
you deal with millions and millions of acres.
Millions and millions of acres. There is a real big problem with the bark beetle right now. That's a problem. It's the ecosystems are shifting in response to stress. And, with our mind's view of only one lifetime, we're very myopic. I think we need to look at it 1,000-year. What is the lens of time that we actually look at ecosystems? What's the right lens to use? Depends upon your vested interests. As a human, as a deer, as an ecosystem, they can be very different.
Right. It's just such a fascinating thing. The largest known organism on Earth exists in the Pacific Northwest.
It's one cell wall thick.
That's so nuts.
Think about its immune system.
You know what I found out recently that I had no idea? Aspen trees. When you see aspen trees, it's one plant.
Yeah, it's one contiguous thing. They're the two competitors for that title, by the way.
Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, they're the two competitors.
When you see these, I always thought when you see aspen forests that it's a bunch of different individual aspen trees.
Right.
Nope.
No, there's all sorts of amazing discoveries. Here's one that blows my mind, and I had to write it down because it's a new species. There is a fungus that's related to ergot. It's in the Clepsipitaceae, and it was found by a student at Western Virginia University. It is in morning glory seeds that produces LSD.
Well, Terrence talked about that.
No, this is before Terrence.
No.
Terrence talked
about morning glory seeds and having psychedelic experiences.
It turns out it's a symbiotic fungus that's growing in there, and it's called Paraglandula clandestina.
And
what a great name, clandestina, the clandestine.
Don't they do something to commercial morning glory seeds to make sure that people don't trip on them?
I don't know.
I think they do. I think that's another thing that Terrence was talking about, how gross it was that they alter morning glory seeds because they knew that people were using them for psychedelics.
Well, if they sterilized them and used the fungicide, that would make sense.
Yeah.
A graduate student, need to give her credit, is at Western Virginia University, Corinne Hazel, and Daniel Penio. Yes.
There it is.
Look how young she is.
Very young.
She made a discovery heretofore unknown to science, and not only it produces these LSD compounds, it is a symbiotic fungus helping the morning glory survive.
Amazing.
Think about every young person out there. The field of mycology is underfunded, understudied, underreported, underutilized. This is a fantastic treasure trove of new potential discoveries. I have long stated I think the field of mycology should be funded as well as the computer industry because it's so fundamental to the survival of our species. It's that big.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. Did you're aware of Brian Murray Rescue, right?
Yeah.
That was one of the more fascinating things that they found in those when they studied those vases. They found ergot in them.
Yeah.
From the Eleusinian Mysteries.
Has Brian tripped yet?
I don't know. You have to ask him.
I love it when scientists and researchers don't admit that they tripped. But I
don't know if it's a non-admission. I think in his case, he wanted to be objective, so he wanted to study these things without he's worried about being labeled as someone who's promoting them because they like it.
Well, an extreme example that has some merit. I mean, would you rather be taught by an airline pilot that has experience or someone who just read a book? So, the late Roland Griffiths, who's a dear friend, Johns Hopkins, he is credited as being the big pioneer for psilocybin in medical research. And when I asked him, have you tripped on psilocybin? That was when I was at his house in the backyard. He just smiled. He says, I'm not going to answer that question. Well, then after he died, I met some of his friends. And he goes, oh yeah, Roland tripped. But he didn't want to tell anyone because for the fear that he could lose his objectivity or be criticized.
Yeah. Rick Strassman had an interesting perspective on that too. When I first met him, he was very reluctant to talk about DMT experiences that he had personally because he had run those FDA studies. They were documented in DMT, the spirit molecule, the book.
He was very reticent to talk about it, and then he sort of came out of the closet on that
fully.
And then when I asked Roland's friends, well, where did he like to trip? Because you're in a hospital environment with all these doctors and, your stress levels go up just being in a hospital environment. And he said, well, Roland's favorite place to trip was on a mountaintop with 3 friends with a beautiful view and a fire.
Perfect.
What's the quality of experience? Now, again, this is for healthy normals, not people who need to have medical assistance, but there's some very good psychotherapists out there and psychonauts and the psychedelic assisted therapy movement. The California Institute for Integrative Studies, CIIS, I think .org or .eu, has a program training psychedelic therapists. You don't have to be a physician to be may be able to hold someone's hand to have a guided experience. Now, there's a lot of charlatans out there. Be warned, folks. There's a lot of problems.
That's a lot. That is.
But there are some excellent therapists out there. And for many people who can't get into a clinical study, be careful. Consult a qualified medical practitioner. Put that on the record. But a lot of people have benefited without having to go through traditional medical, constructs of a hospital,
right,
to have benefit.
And then they're reluctant to talk about it because of the illegality of it, unfortunately. And if you have a job that is where you have to be taken seriously,
you could lose your medical license. Yeah. But the University of Washington, Anthony Back published a clinical study on using psilocybin for physicians and nurses who were emotionally harmed and distressed by people angry at them because of COVID in the hospital. And they were spit upon, and they were attacked viciously, physically sometimes, in the hospital. They had PTSD, but just trying to provide good medical support. So he did a clinical study that was published this last year showing the benefits, because the nurses and physicians, when they get out of the system, they can't provide medical care. Society loses. So they were able to reconcile the emotional harm that they experienced from angry patients and being assaulted, and they were able to then return many of them back into the medical profession, with a healing from that. So realize aggression and anger affects everyone around you. Mm-hmm. The advantage of psilocybin, I think, just like a pebble in the pond of a tragedy creates ripples of distress throughout society. When someone who is highly adversely affected, angry, violent, and all these antisocial behaviors, when they suddenly switch just like that, it's a pebble in the pond of positivity. A great example, a law enforcement officer by the name of Sarko from Boston just received his religious exemption for using psychedelics. So he is a police officer, and his chief of police is now retired. He has been an advocate because he saw Sarko, who experienced all these negative. You should love to have him on the show sometime. He can really speak authoritatively to other law enforcement officers, saying, "This has helped me." So I have a law enforcement officer I'd love to talk to. I'd love for you. He's the real deal. I have a RCMP officer friend in Vancouver who took me to his favorite psilocybin mushroom shop in Vancouver. I couldn't believe it. We walked into the psilocybin mushroom shop. They didn't know who I was, thankfully. And they were selling the stem and stack, which was kind of weird because I had my name on it. And we walk in there and say, this is where I tell all my law enforcement officers to come to get their psilocybin. Really? I said, I'm sorry. I'm trying to juxtaposition this, how does this work? And he goes, well, this is good perhaps for ICE also. He said, how, in the United States, law enforcement officers are aggressive and mean. They tend to intimidate you and, subjugate you. He said, we found a better way up here. And it's through psilocybin. And I said, what would you do? He says, well, we have learned the following. Now when I have to arrest somebody, I know they have a warrant out for them. I walk up to them and I say, I always walk up with a smile on my face. Never a harsh look, always a smile on my face. I said, I have good news and I have bad news. What do you want to hear first? He said, invariably, everyone wants to say, tell me the good news. He goes, the good news is you can finish your cup of coffee. And I go, okay, what's the bad news? Dude, I gotta arrest you. And he goes, the amount of cooperation and the reduction of the threat level for the safety of the law enforcement and the cooperation that they get in the SWAT car with these people that are just shooting the shit with law enforcement officers. I know you're doing your job, but wow, thank you for being so nice arresting me. He said, it's a game changer. It's reduced the threat to us physically of making arrests.
It makes sense. It doesn't escalate.
Yeah, it doesn't escalate. They de-escalate it. Yeah. And he goes, you won't believe the things I learned, from these people you're arresting now, who tell me things that would never have gotten out of an interrogation, but they were so respected and the fact that they had to do their job without becoming adversarial.
Yeah.
Note to self, right? Note to everyone, right?
Note to everyone. And all conflicts involve two or more people. It's not just this is the only way to react to something.
Yeah.
It's how you react, how they react to your reaction. There's a cascading effect.
Well, I have great faith in humanity. I've seen that.
I do too.
I have seen the best. I mean, I've seen people.
Most people are great.
Most people are great, and they're better when they go through a psilocybin experience that amplifies the best of people. And it also helps them resolve a lot of the baggage. You can think of the inflammatory actions of the anger, and you did something and you don't want to tell anybody, but you're haunted by that.
Yeah.
You inadvertently harmed somebody, and you went off the deep end, you harmed somebody else. There's a cascading event of harm.
Yeah.
And when these people are resolved, going, that was a bad chapter in my life. I had one really bad day, or maybe a series of them, but that does not define me, who I am as a person. I have a better self, and it's now and in the future.
Right.
It's not in the past.
Yeah, that's the perspective we should all have, and that's the thing that we should all strive for. Be the best version of you that you can be.
Yeah.
And we've all made terrible mistakes in the past, but the idea is to have learned from them and to be a better person because of that.
Well, the medical community has come together on this, on psychedelics. The law enforcement communities come together.
It's positive.
It's positive.
We're in a positive direction.
I had my interview by the DEA, and they were. I thought they were the boogeyman in the 70s for good reason, by the way. But I shouldn't say that. But I went through my background check, and the DEA has such a sense of humor. They said, "Okay, Paul, you come out clean. You don't have a record. Everything is fine. But we have to talk to you about something that happened in 1994 in Des Moines, Washington."
Really?
Yeah. I'm like, what happened in 1994 in Des Moines, Washington? He said, "Are you sure you don't remember?" And they're role playing here. I didn't know it at the time. I go, "No, I don't remember." I wonder if sometimes people just confess to something that because they're fishing. I said, "I have no clue. He goes, "Are you sure?" This is your official response. You don't remember. I said, "No, I don't remember." He says, "Didn't you get a speeding ticket?" And I said, "I paid that. It was from those machines. It was from a camera. I know I paid it. I can dig up the receipt. It was like $35." And, and they just roared with laughter.
They were just fucking with you?
They're fucking with me. What they told me is that we don't know shit about mushrooms or psilocybin. We're an enforcement agency. Many of us don't agree with this. Change the law. We want to go after syndicates.
Yeah.
We want to go after fentanyl.
Right.
We want to go after these
things that are not beneficial in any way,
right.
shape, or form.
Said we don't want to hurt the source that is healing us.
Right.
But they won't fuck around when it comes to money transactions.
Right.
Once you involve money, then the DEA is going to be involved.
Right.
But you're involved in research, and we have strict guidelines. I had a DEA license in 1975, 1976, 77, 78, through Dr. Michael Buick at the Evergreen State College, and they were much more liberal. I could grow tons of psilocybin mushrooms and collect them, and that's why we did a series of conferences. I was the only one that had a DEA license, so we did these conferences, collecting all these experts together with Albert Hogan on there, Gordon Lawson, Richard Evans Schultes, Jonathan Roth, Terrence McKenna. But I had the license to be able to possess psilocybin with my professor, and so we would have all the psilocybin. So we did these educational events, academic with citizen scientists and psychonauts coming together. But it's really different. We just had a psychedelic science MAPS conference in Denver, 8,500 people. Back in the 1970s, at any moment, we were afraid that a SWAT team would break down the doors and arrest everybody. We existed in a high state of paranoia because of the war on drugs with Richard Nixon. And now it's totally different. Now you have law enforcement officers, you have Rick Perry, you have all these in New Mexico. They legalized the prescription of psilocybin.
Mm-hmm.
This is a citizens' movement. It's a democratic movement for the freedom of consciousness, and everyone should have a right to be able to practice. And where do you draw individual use from religious use? Psilocybin mushrooms are very important for my own personal religion. I feel that this is central to my religious belief. So I think this is where the government needs to back off. If you're using it for your spiritual development, whether you're Buddhist or Christian or Islamic, or Judaic, this informs your spirituality, it reduces crime, it reduces harm, reduces, potential for violence. This is a game changer. I think we're in the psilocybin revolution, and psilocybin mushrooms are fundamentally different than MDMA. And Ibogaine, just because Ibogaine's so long and there's heart issues, I just think this is a medicine for our times that can make a paradigm shift for a better society.
I couldn't agree more. That's a good way to end this. Thank you, Paul. Hold your book up there, because this is the latest of 8 books that you've written. Yes. Psilocybin mushrooms in their natural habitats. Paul, you're a gem. You really are. You're such an important person. And I think through the conversations that you and I have had, and then you've had on many other podcasts as well, millions and millions of people have gotten to understand what this is really all about. And I think your role in educating people is enormous.
But let's be very careful of that. I'm a one knowledge keeper, literally in a string of knowledge keepers.
Yes.
So many people have died, been harmed, indigenous people. I am carrying the torch, and I want to pass this torch with pride, with dignity, with respect, with kindness, with positivity to the next generation. The next generation needs to be empowered with this, and they can do an excellent job knowing what's happened in the past and foretelling what we could be in the future, the best of the best.
I think you're doing just that, so thank you. I appreciate you very much, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Oh, really? That was your closest mail sign?
Unexpected, but over a period of time, we just got closer and closer and closer, very brotherly. And the last public appearance Emmanuel ever made was my wedding in September of 2012. And that night, wedding was at our house in Del Mar, California. That night, his girlfriend came to me and said, "We have to leave early. Emmanuel's having stomach pains." He was in oncology by the next week. He was gone by 3 weeks later. So, very touching to me, and, deeply symbolic of my love for him, and thus the Kroncat.
Yeah, what a classic gem. And he was one of the first guys to realize, if you crank the heat up, it actually gives guys better conditioning.
He realized a lot of things.
Yeah.
Emmanuel was a genius in a lot of ways, and there were a lot of sort of time-honored rules and techniques in boxing that he quietly upended.
Yes.
Because he was more advanced in his point of view and thought process.
And then everybody else sort of followed his lead.
Once they understood what he was doing.
Yeah.
If you saw the McCrorys and Tommy and those guys, why wouldn't you imitate, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, he was...
And he did it at both the amateur and pro level, too.
Mm-hmm. And he was always fantastic, too, as a commentator, because he would give insight that you're really not going to get from someone that's not, with these fighters day in, day out through an entire camp. He really understood.
But we can consider the privilege I had. The expert commentators I work with, starting with Ray.
Yes.
That's one perspective. Then gravitating through George Foreman and Roy Jones. Emmanuel's in there. And to me, he was the best. I agree with you. The public responded more to Roy and Ray.
Of course. Famous guys.
Because of their stardom, etc.
And they were really good, too.
And they were good. But Emmanuel taught me more, because he was
totally well-rounded.
Yeah.
As a human being as well as a boxing trainer.
I was very pleased to hear you back on the microphone for that Times Square event.
Thank you.
Because it had been so long.
6+ years.
God, I was like, that's crazy. It didn't make any sense. You were the best in the business. HBO was the best in the business. And when they stepped away from boxing, I was really heartbroken.
Well, if you look at what happened, we go from a situation where the television networks have the authority and the self-belief to choose the commentators the way they want to.
Yeah.
Then you get into a more subdivided and widely disparate marketplace, and now the star promoters have a great deal more influence than you would have thought before. And now the star promoters start getting involved in influencing who's on the air. So BBC, Mayweather was never a fan. We got along, but he
what was the famous thing with Larry?
And I guess he associated me with Larry, which makes all the sense in the world.
Kind of, but you weren't nearly as critical.
I was just a blow-by-blow guy.
Right.
I'm not an expert commentator.
Right.
So I tried very hard, not always easy, but I tried very hard never to go over the line into doing what the experts were supposed to do.
Right. No, you were excellent at that. It didn't make any sense to me that, and Kellerman, he's also excellent. That's another guy.
And now he's back.
Yes. It's nice. And Andre Ward is another excellent guy.
Totally.
It just, the good thing about boxing was that HBO was completely independent from these promoters.
And the bad thing about boxing is that the fighters don't get paid as much on the undercard fights and don't get paid as much coming up, as is the case in the more broadly organized UFC universe, right?
Yeah, there is a difference. Yeah, there's a giant difference in the undercard pay. But
I learned that from Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Well, the UFC treats the entire card as an enormous event. So they have elite fighters fight in the entire card. It's not top heavy. Like, one of the problems with boxing is you would just say, when's the main event? When is Canelo fighting? And the other stuff is just nonsense. Whereas the UFC, you look at it like, oh, look who's fighting first fight of pay-per-view. There's 5 fights on pay-per-view. First fight of pay-per-view is a banger. And the seats are packed and everybody's excited to see it. Whereas everybody starts shuffling in about 20 minutes before Canelo fights in one of these big boxing events. That, I think, is kind of unfortunate.
I totally agree.
And a little bit short-sighted.
And I accede to your point of view because, and I've made this point before, I'm not a UFC expert. Any comment I make about UFC is atmospheric, but it's not expertly informed. I didn't have the bandwidth for that. I was trying to be knowledgeable about every single tributary and every single meaningless pocket in the boxing world. And
that's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot to follow.
It took time. And frankly, I decided it would be distracting to me to try to keep up with 2 combat sports at once.
Right.
This is the one where I make my living. This is the one where the audience identifies me. This is the one that's on HBO.
Yes.
And I know that Dana, in particular, is said by some
There he is.
have been quite upset that he had a deal with
What
HBO
up, Pimp?
and the deal with HBO.
Are you ready to do stand-up? All right, you ready to play until then? All right. What up, Pimp? Okay, but I mean, that's not really like if you study for the IQ test, then it's not as accurate. Okay, big dog. No. All right, I'll do it next time I look in the mirror. I didn't, so sure. Zoot, you have an invitation. Some don't. Okay. What's your first joke? Word. Are you serious? Are you serious? Look who it is. Zoot, and he has to leave in 30 minutes to go become the greatest comedian in the history of mankind. Zoot, will you please record it? Yeah, just you don't have to necessarily even record the video. Just record the audio. What'd you do now? So what did you think about my World Peace Project? What did she think about my World Peace Project? So when you do your stand-up comedy, why don't you just keep your cell phone in your pocket and record the audio? It's genius. It's good enough. It'll be able to capture the lack of laugh. Well, Zoot, what's your first? What's your first? Okay, well, I've sent you both invitations. What's your first joke? You still don't have a joke, do you? He he does not have a joke. And that she wanted to drink a condom full of your pee. That's gonna go really well. You're a stand-up comedian. Dude, that's all stand-up comedians. Was she was she hot as fuck? Would you crawl across a mile of broken glass to listen to this woman fart on a walkie-talkie? Yes or no? Why not? But you're into girls drinking your pee out of a condom? Would you let this chick, Jake Paul's ex-wife or whatever, drink your pee out of a condom? Would you let dude? What the fuck, dude? I will. Were they hot? So they were cool. So would you let any of them drink your pee out of a condom? That's not really sexual though. That's more like hydration. No, that's not true. The lady at the adult bookstore sucked your dick, but not to completion because you couldn't finish inside her mouth. All right. Well, that's not like that long. That's okay. I have quite a body count prior to that, so I can just cruise on that for a while. Word, dog. So Zoot, you're gonna record your set. You are? Well, there's no try. There's just do. Nobody's gonna check your phone in your pocket and see that it's working on like a recording. If anything, bring a secondary device just in case the first one doesn't work. It's Zoot. You know you have to do it for 5 minutes. So what's your first joke? Zoot, what is your first joke? Did you know that you had an invitation? Zoot. Is it from Bonnie Blue? Just play this one. Are you going to record it? Zoot, are you recording it? Zoot, do you answer questions? Zoot, are you going to record it? You're sure? Because I don't believe you. I think that something is going to go wrong and you'll be like, oh, my battery was low or some bullshit. Best wishes, dude. Bitches, PM, condom. Zoot, I hope you kill. I hope you absolutely dominate these people. There is no way. There is no okay, so give me some odds. I need some odds. What are the odds that he actually gets on stage? Dude, you know Zoot, it's always a process. He walks there, so he's gotta, like the bus has to be on time and the train and all that other shit. And then he doesn't drive. He isn't allowed to drive. No, he has behavioral issues that don't allow him to drive. He has behavioral issues that don't allow him to drive. I'm 100% serious. It's probably one of the reasons why he can't get laid, or it's why it's difficult for him to get laid. Word. It's like very severe when he drives. Yeah. Also, something that aggravates his symptoms are being in front of large crowds. Word. Because I told him one time, like I've never met anybody with it, except there was one guy I saw in a class once, and I'd never known that was like a thing, and I didn't know why everybody wasn't making fun of this kid because he was just like yelling like randomly, and then I guess everybody else knew people with Tourette's before I did, so it was like, no, he has Tourette's, and I was like, huh? And they're like, that's like where you have involuntary bursts. I'm like, you mean he can't control that? And they're like, nope. And I was like, wow. Dude, and especially the words that he says. He just randomly comes the N word sometimes. That's like his big one. That like it's his big tick. It's strange that that tick is common amongst people with Tourette's. Like it's like the word you're not supposed to say is the one that you want to say the most. No way are you making that. What kind of garbage is this bullshit? Dude, you're in my fucking way. How long may it feel? Separate my way. And I don't believe in pain. What'd you think of that win, son? Classical freestyle 160, freestyle 210. Yeah, you said whatever. No, I said 120, 160, 210, and you said yeah, whatever. Like whatever I want. And so I chose 120. And I do have dyslexia. And I've got a big dick. What do you want me to do about it? Dog, you know that was fucking legit. We have yet to have anybody win when the other person has gotten the red one. No. Oh, fuck. Dude, it's super easy. No. No. So easy. I just gave you the game. Oh, and you got another one. Dude, easy. Dog. I could set the greatest precedent in the history of this game. Are you going to put in the 20 or the 10? Do the 20. Do the white one. Yes, try the white one. Try the white one. Yeah, I mean, still, that black one in the corner is like impossible. No, for me. Try to get the white one. No way. Get it, dude. Get it. You deserve the win. We have yet to have somebody. What do you want? 120, 160, 210. What's your favorite Australian band? Excellent. What's your second favorite Australian band? Jet is the answer. Do you have an invitation? Yeah, they have two big songs. It's like Cold Hard Bitch, Cold Hard Bitch, and they had like two songs, and then Big Back Blue, Long Blonde Hair, She's So Sweet, and I'm a you with me, and I'm Be My Girl is the other one. Zoot likes a band called, it's like got a funny name, like Fuzzy Wuzzy and the Lizard Kings or something. Of course. Look how sick this. Worse than that, dude. He has no. Let's think about it. He isn't naturally very funny. He's naturally interesting. I'm not going to say he's not, but he's like not like hilarious. And then he is going in front of a hostile crowd, perhaps. I mean, I don't know. It's probably not going to be sold out and everything. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the free points. Thanks for the free points, son. Are you serious? Yes.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio.
Look how sick that shot was. You ready for another sick shot? I don't need the red one. No way. Go, baby. And it dropped a white one? That's kind of harsh. Go, baby. Go, baby. Come on, baby. Dude, fuck you. Fuck. It was brilliant. One of the most brilliant shots you've ever seen. Because look, you don't have an easy shot. Miss it. Miss it. Fuck. That's not Newfie. You wouldn't know Newfie if the bitch in the ass, son. Looks like you not nervous at all. I'm gonna clear this board. You should be the nervous one.
Washington's NFL franchise and Cleveland's Major League Baseball team should return to their original team names. Washington dropped the name Redskins following the 2019. The Indians name in 2020 changed to the Guardians. And the senior Trump administration official says a hostage deal.
Dude, you know that this is impossible. You know that this is impossible. If I do, it would be the greatest comeback in the history of this game. That was the greatest comeback and the first ever win where I didn't get the red puck or the red thing. I can't believe I won that game. All right. How did you blow such a big lead? After this game, yeah. Oh, okay. Then I'll send you a table soccer invite. Have you ever won table soccer? Tactical?
So explore that with me tonight, whatever dimension you choose, and you'll have a great time with Ron Meyer when we come back. You're listening to Coast AM.
You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, and try to be in control of how your information is protected. There are lots of
Portugal? Why'd you choose Portugal? Do you know why I go for Wales? No. Just in the other one. You just like that.
The administration has their sleeves rolled up in streamlining monumental moves right now. However, it's difficult for them to take your personal finances into account when trying to do what's right for the country. You have. That's why tens of thousands of Americans are buying gold right now from Birch Gold.
Look, I'm not gonna teach you how to play the game. What the fuck was that? Get it. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Fuck. No, it's not. It sticks to them when you can pass it to them in this one.
Welcome back to Coast to Coast AM. I am the cigar of my guest, Ron Meyer, is a scientist and storyteller, a seeker material, and brings in also cutting-edge science.
You can't score on the first shot. In this one. In the other one, you can.
He has an extinct species named after him. I love that. There's so many different talents that Ron has. I'm really looking forward to talking to you. How are you, Ron?
Goals to win. Oh, that was close.
So let's talk about you for a second because you have a vast experience.
Get this pass. Oh.
And now you have a new book coming out, which I love, which should be turned into a movie, by the way. It looks, I mean, it's great. And that would be fantastic. It's called Jesus Had a Near-Death Experience, which I'd love to find out more about. But first, I want to find how you got into this. I mean, have you seen films and you've seen documentaries and books? How did you begin in this specific genre of the paranormal?
In terms of my filmmaking, it began when I was hired to produce a series on Bigfoot called Chasing Bigfoot by a company.
Look at this shot. I hate when it does this because you can't, like, hit it. Yeah. What are you gonna do? You have a big. That's a good shot. Oh. You ready to see a good pass? Yeah, when you pass it. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, Zoot does. I don't know. I guess it just goals to win. How many goals do you want to win? Okay, 4 is not an option. So 3 or 5. Your team sucks. Do you want to know something? What is the widest river in the world? Yeah. Did I tell you this? Oh, yeah. It's like the Silver River. It's like It's got Buenos Aires on one side and Montevideo. I don't know how to say that. Montevideo on the other side. Which I don't know. I think means Mountain View or something. This should be one of the greatest passes in the history of this game. And it was. Oh, no. No. Own goal. Own goal, son.
That's so interesting. Right. Because there is no other moment than this. The word, it can be recreated when someone listens to the replay. This moment is all there is and all.
Yeah, so it's all that's you might think of it as kind of always moving, isn't it? Whatever each time the goal is not here.
Right, that's the process. I get it. Teach people this and just help them get out of pain or anxiety or fear.
There's no anxiety or fear when they're in a state. After it can be transformational.
Look at this pass. You ready to see this? You ready to see? Oh, it for sure was. This is going to be intentional as well. I was unable to. Nope. Are you proud of that shot? Nope. Oh yeah, I'm done. All right, look at this move. Why don't you get all your fucking guys out of the goal? That sucks. Oh. Yeah, it does. Try to take a shot on goal, son. Try to take a shot on goal. You're going to miss. Shot on goal. What a pass. Look at this move. You got so many fucking guys. It's garbage. Dude, I can't make this. Open goal. Open goal. Yep. What's bullshit about it? Then I guess it's not a pass. What a shot. You have your first lead ever, don't you? Own goal. What a pass. What a pass. Look at this goal. Did you see that?
Bigfoot experiences is what led to this entire investigation, right?
What are you going to do?
Films on aliens and locations that have been reported as high activity. Tell me a little bit about the paleontologist side of it, though. You started off as a paleontologist?
No, I'm not. Dude, you're not gonna you're not gonna score. Watch this pass. Watch this pass. Watch this pass. Do you know what the dragon attack is? You are winless. Tactical. 3 goals to win. 3 passes, 1v1. You ready? Do you remember that time I asked you a question? I didn't send it to you until I said, "Are you ready?" Do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you know why I play as Wales? Do you know why I play as Wales? Because Burundi or Burma is not an option. Burma also has a dragon on their flag. And in order to the dragon attack, oh, you fucked me. Open. Do you know what the dragon attack is? It is so annoying. It doesn't rhyme. It doesn't use alliteration. I'm surprised I use it. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, that would have been sick. Are you going to score? No way. What a beautiful shot, dude. That was sexy. Look at this move though. Oh, that counts as a pass? I don't know why it wouldn't. Do you know what the dragon attack is? I've never played like that. That was great. I'm just in the future. I always just kick it to the other guy, to the other team, but oh wow. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you see how good my defense is right now? Uh-oh. What are you doing? What are you doing? You did a good job of it. You know it's actually illegal. I did not know this in soccer. Like soccer usually has pretty simple rules. I did not know this though. It is illegal for one team to build like a little wall around the ball and just like the ball carrier. Did you know that? Basically, yeah. That's an illegal strategy. What the fuck did you just do, son? Kicking and Screaming is a great movie. What's your favorite Will Ferrell? Did you ever see Old School? Step Brothers. What else did you say? Never saw it. Blades of Glory. I agree, it is very funny, and it might be my favorite. Chad, Chad Michael Michaels. He had his first girlfriend at Chaz Michael Michaels had his first girlfriend at age 9. One rule: clothing optional. I love that movie. Oh, I should say I love like a couple scenes from it. I don't love it. Like Step Brothers to me is a funnier movie. Did you see that pass? Dude, I have an open goal. This is really sad. Very sad. Now watch this pass. Do you know what the dragon attack is? Pool sucks. I'm terrible at it. Trick shots? It's good stuff though. All right, so can you hit it on the side when it's normal rules? I think so. You are. I have difficulty telling what balls are stripes and not because there's like a shine on the ball. Yeah, I wish they kept it that way. Like, No way. What are you doing? You have an easy shot. Not that shot. Time's running out, son. There you go. Dude, you're playing like G. You're playing like G. Kiss shot. Duh. Dude, you're playing like Joe Rogan. What a win. Great win. You have 0 wins. What the fuck? How do you have 0 wins? I didn't even have to do anything.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation.
The table's open, son.
Caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. Second culture writer.
Baby, you always have a shot.
I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members: Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman. But it's like we were the penal system. They will come in and stand around the wall and
Look how sick this shot's gonna be.
just like it wore off of us, just to illustrate. Now and in their 70s, their past behind them, but they also have some unfinished.
I don't really have a good shot. Bank shot, kiss, combo shot. How'd you like that, son? Bank shot, kiss shot, combo shot. Dog. I also have a problem seeing which one's the 8 ball. No, it's just. Oh, was that the 8 ball? Right. It's like a dark blue versus, I don't know. I can't believe you've never won in pool. Yeah, but you're clearly better at it than I am. I can't believe I've gotten fortunate to beat you every game. Yeah. I'm so shitty at this game. Dog. Combo shot, dog.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts.
You just scratched, son.
I was traveling, and a few girls sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street.
Look how sick that shot was.
And this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make on
Look how sick this shot is.
Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel.
I suck dick at this game, dog.
Join us wherever
whatever you get your podcast, just search Francesca Street.
Right here. Thanks, pimp. I know I would have. Yeah, but how do I hit it? How do I hit? Oh, I failed to hit the solid first. This is like in Karam, when the other guy has like all the points and you can basically put anything in, but you have to put them in. I agree. Why don't you play Moncala? No way. No way. No way. You're going to miss. This is a tough shot. Don't miss. Easy shot. Are you ready to play Moncala? Why? You ready to play archery?
Mars Mission 1, a fictional book based on real-world facts, the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop and the cliffhanging detective
You better make it. 9? You think 9's a good start? Do you think 9 is a good start? 8? You think 8 is a good start? One of the most difficult shots you're ever going to see here. I'm going to get a bullseye here just for you. I dedicate the shot to Zoot and his stand-up career. I dedicate this shot to Zoot and his stand-up career. Oh, shit. I know. I know. You got a 9, son. Yeah, you will. Are you fucking serious? I dedicate this to Zoot and his comedy career. Fuck, I needed that. I need this. fuck. I need this.
Welcome back to Coast AM. My guest is
Oh no, I'm fucked.
And Rob, we were talking before about your many feature films and documentaries, and you
This game is over.
Jesus had a near-death experience, which I want to get to.
Don't miss.
First, I wanted to ask you,
You got a 9.
all these experiences of other people. What about your own experiences? You were
It's like impossible for you to fuck up.
exciting.
You've got that big ass iPad. You've got a big ass iPad. Oh, speaking of chat bars, do you like my emojis? Don't fuck up. Oh, you didn't. That sucked. Why would you do that?
Did you say something at the time?
What in the fuck? 3 points? You should win for that.
Can you describe what you saw? Was it friendly?
That was not good.
No message, no clear message. Frightening.
Why don't you play with the bonus on? I know, but I just did it the way that you did it the last time. Get your shit off the board. Are you proud of that shot? What the fuck was that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Major mistake. You know what I hear? Excuses. And I embrace solutions, not excuses. Thanks, baby. I'm in a perfect position. I have a lead 3-0.
Do you think the more that you refine
Thanks, baby. Get your shit off the board. Bye. What are you doing? What are you doing?
this is something that the direction goes into our future, it goes into maybe I guess you could say the past, but where there's unexplained
If ifs was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. You lost.
what I'm really asking is what is
Bonus or no?
this quest? Is it what do you really want people to know?
Why don't you like Moncala?
Yes, very much.
It's Karam. No, you said Karam. It's Karam. It's Karam. I know it's apartheid is spelled apartheid, but it's pronounced apartheid. It will be in the future. Are you proud of that shot? No. It's tied, baby.
I see. Okay. I see. So it's the synchronicities of
Thanks. 3 points. Oh, for sure, I'm serious. Big one. Dog, you're fucked.
yes, that was what I was watching.
Go, 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 go. It's over, dog. I bet you should just give up. Because I'm sexy and I know it. You're done. You're done. You're done. All right, well, fuck it. Let's play darts. All right, we'll try it. So I guess it would be 4 players, 5 holes. 4 players, 5 holes, and then I'm gonna press join. Don't do it yet, but I'm gonna do 3, 2, 1, and then do it. Okay? I'm pressing the button. In 3, 2, 1, boom. Riser's in. Oh, tight. This is fun. Now this is how we should do it. We could gang up against guys. Oh, that shot. Rank the first guy's shot. I give it a 7. I give that shot a 7. Oh, shut the fuck. I'm gonna do the same thing. Just piss people off. Look how good this shot is. No, it's makeable. Definitely not. It's in the wrong spot. Perfect, dude. What are these guys going to do? See, you know what's shitty about this? Is people quit after the first game. That's why I don't like playing it. Yeah, if they don't win, they'll quit after the first hole, and then you have to wait and like have them. It sucks. Yeah, dog hit. Dude, I experience it all the time. Oh, you're right. But I didn't because I'm a pimp. I'd never experienced it. My name's Riser. I've never experienced it. When these guys are douchey. Look how sick this shot is. No. You made my shot even better. I'm going to be such a dick. No, he doesn't. He just gave up. $10.24. What happened to Artin? He gave up. I know. Such a dick thing to do. Artin. Oh, for look how sick this shot is. What happened to Artin's ball? He gave. I'm telling you, he gave up. So now you have to wait. What a shitty shot. Look how good my shot was. Your shot sucks. Your shot's not very good at all. Artin's my man. I'm going to piss off everybody. Is that what he said? I would quit if I were these people. You are much better than me, but I can always win. That's what Landrish says. He has my favorite kind of art. He has my favorite kind of art. Pierre, Pierre Moret or something like that. Look how sick. Look how sick this shot is. Your shot sucked. I don't think it was very good. I mean, my shot without a doubt is better than everybody's right now. I had the best shot because I can go like this, stop, 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 and just be perfect. Perfect shot. You can't put your ball there. That shot sucks. What was that, Riser? Rise, Riser. At least he quit and didn't make us fucking wait for him. Like Ledrish fucking. Oh, yeah. Shoot your fucking ball. Oh, he had a great shot, too. Better than your shot. Look how sick this shot is. Are you fucking serious? Stay, 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 stay. Not as bad as your shot. Your shot is fucked. You're so far back. What are your thoughts on Scotty Scheffler winning the Open? The British Open? Yeah. He won it today. This guy's in the water. Psych B. I like bouncing it into the hole. It's one of my favorite things. Look how far back you are. He's going to make it, though. I'm going to distract him. And then we both do it to people. Is he going to go? Are you going to go? He gave up. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I hate playing with these people. Because, oh, look how sick this shot is. Going, you're in the water. Okay, look how good this shot was. Stop. Your shot is bad. I don't know. Why did he? Did I water bump you? Oh, baby, what a shot. What an amazing shot. Why did he cook? I have a shot to win. Dog, how about you don't tell me how to play this game? Yeah, you're gonna put my ball in. Dog, I won. I had a perfect game. No, I didn't. He beat me. I hate this hole. It sucks. But look how good this shot is. So good. This guy sucks. That's a terrible shot in the water. Water. Great shot, man. That was beautiful. No. No. Where is this guy? You know what I'm gonna do? Do you know what I'm gonna? You know what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm gonna do. Your ball's going in the water. You're not making this. Do you know what I'm gonna do? Oh, I am. Look at the scoreboard. It's obvious that I'm trying to win. Look at the scoreboard. This motherfucker has. You are much better than me, but I can always win. Look at this shot. Terrible. You have a. Are you fucking serious? That was beautiful. I don't think I can. I thought that whenever you play with people, they never quit. Look how good. Look at that. Look at that win. Okay, but I think it's smarter to do quick play with 3 players. I mean, well, I don't know. You want to play better people, play ranked. Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. 4 players, 5 holes. Okay, I'm gonna hit the thing in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, you're not in. I resigned. Yeah, give me a game. Okay, I'm gonna do it again. Okay.
Get the latest info on COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Why doesn't Iran have a picture? Oh, look at this shot. Look how good this shot is. It's perfect. Fuck you, dude. Of the tree? Or of the now it went away. Oh, are you fucking serious? What are you doing? Hit my ball. Dog. That was awful. I did not. Go, Iran. Iran, come on, man. Why can't anybody? Can you see my vagina thing? Oh, there it is. Doesn't it look like a vagina? Concha. Conch shell. Look how sick that shot was. What happened to Iran? You missed. I thought you said that people really like playing. People never quit when you played. Let's see how good this guy is. Yeah, he doesn't know how to play this hole. Way to fuck it up, dude. Go, baby. That was an amazing shot, by and he helped you. Miss. If I don't make this, I'm gonna. A region 69. A region 9. There's one hole that I've played that I have not lost on the hole in 65 times I've played it straight. Like I always win this hole. I don't know why anybody doesn't. It's I don't want to give it away. I mean, it's not like it's a secret. This guy is getting so fortunate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to really describe it. I guess you start in the bottom right corner. The hole's in the upper right corner. There are 2 lakes, and it's really hard to make it through the middle of the lakes. Dude, this guy sucks. Thank you. I'm never the teal ball. He just missed, but he's got fortune in the world. What happened, dude? This guy has 6. Oh, I'm amazing at this hole. Perfection. Oh, fuck it. Oh, no. He, like, went to the side. Be a good shot. Stop, stop, stop. This cunt. This guy sucks. It was brilliant. A Reach 69. I see this isn't your first rodeo. I hate this hole. You know what we call this hole? The pee hole. It's both. It looks like a pea. Look at this shot. Yeah, because I'm teal. Look how sick this shot is, though. Nope. You could help him win, though.
many different forms, and I think that's what they're predicting, of which, sort of like the robot form of that would probably use.
You can have opportunity.
Wow, that would be quite the experience. Instead of customer service, you just get a robot. I'm talking about in person.
Do you know that the new iOS is gonna? Oh, fuck you, man. You're gonna be able to have it wait on hold for you.
Or get paid to adhere to the labor law. Right.
It's going to like you can be on hold with like I don't know the customer service or whatever, and it'll wait on hold for you. Losers, hee hee. I can't believe I beat you.
I mean, what about consciousness? What role does consciousness have to play?
I can't believe you came in dead last.
Are they able to replicate consciousness? Big question.
No, on the whole like when you're on hold with customer service and they'll say you're the next caller, like it's approximately 10 minutes until you'll be with a customer service representative. It will do the holding for you. It'll like be like, okay, cool. And then it'll be like, we'll just tell you when somebody picks up. Yeah. You want classic, full, 120, 160, 210. Go. Why do you like 160? It sucks. I like them all. I'm gonna just show dominance. Did you like that shot? I'm gonna dedicate this. Oh man, I don't really have a good shot. I dedicate this shot to Laura Ashley Home. I dedicate this shot to Ann Taylor. I dedicate this shot to Lane Bryant. I dedicate this shot to Elizabeth Taylor. I dedicate this shot to Betty Davis. I dedicate this shot. Man, this is a tough shot. I dedicate this shot to Sarah Ferguson. I dedicate this shot to Lacey Jorgensen. Eventually, I don't have to do shit, dog. Are you proud of that shot? It's a board. Welcome. Is that Zoot? Told you he was gonna fuck it up. I told you he was gonna fuck up. I said that. I said that. That was my. That was exactly what I predicted would happen. Are you fucking serious? I said he's got to walk and take the bus and take the train. There's too much to. I was distracted. What did I tell you was going to happen? What did I say? What did I say was going to happen? I'm going to win. I'm just. Get it. Don't worry. Don't you worry about what I have to do. You should just need to focus on yourself. That's a miss. Think you're done. You should just resign. I mean, you're really done. Look how sick these shots are. I did. I went for the white one. Pool rules. No red. No, there's no red one. It's called pool.
experiences, which are weird, kind of altered state experiences. They get an answer. I was told by somebody that Steve Jobs that he had an altered state experience of a cell phone and then started developing.
Right.
And so there's this other realm that one can call the platonic realm. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
The realm
Oh, I'm not black.
that when we have near-death experience or mystic experiences, we have contact with that
Are
realm.
you fucking serious?
And then once we have contact with us, evidently. And
Just make it.
those experiences, that's kind of what my book is about. Jesus said it near-death experience. People start using it as medical technology to allow people to have these deeper, more profound ways. And that's that. It's kind of a thrill of what we're
Are you proud of that shot?
uses technology in different ways. So
You should be very proud of that shot.
probably in some way
They're called Karams. They're called both. I read. Yeah, I am. And I am the Moncala one. There are like 10 people in both. No, it's more than that. Dude, what the fuck is with all this shit? Look how sick this shot's gonna be. But what the fuck is... How about you put some of these fucking balls in, dog? Quit flapping your lip. You're gonna hit in all my balls. Hit my balls in. White balls. Go. Thank you. Hit my ball in. Thank you. And go. All right, you ready for this? Are you ready for this? As badly as you did, son. I might make multiple. You have a very difficult. No, I won the last one. I'm the first person ever to win without winning the red. Why are you playing so shittily? Look how sick that shot is. Fuck your restart. Any Karam player should be able to recognize the rules. Look how good this shot is. Look how good this shot is. It's been years. Yeah, I used to drink wine on camera, but I just use grape juice now. It's probably been like two years or so. I don't really. Yeah, I don't like the taste of alcohol, so I mean, it's not like I had a drinking problem before. But yeah. No, it tastes like garbage to me.
something.
2 or 3 years. Yeah. Maybe even like, yeah, 3 years probably. Fuck no, it's just alcohol is really expensive. And I don't have the budget to just be drinking a whole bunch. Are you fucking serious? I mean, I don't like to drink like that though. If I want to drink, it's usually for religious purposes, and I don't like to drink to get drunk. Like a slight buzz is okay, but I like to maintain control of myself. Correct. Torah. But we refer to it as the Bible. What an ass kicking. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. You're going to get smoked. This is my best game. You're done. I have shitty cards. Yeah, a ton. I used to microdose. Yeah, to the point where I fucking threw up and flooded the entire floor of the house.
Talk to Lisa Gar. Call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Lisa from east of the Rock, from west of the Rock, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Lisa Gar.
Welcome back to Coast AM. Love that song. Thank you. All right. Ronnie, you can take a caller or two because we.
Not where like anybody talked to me or anything like that.
But this call might have to do with that Sean in Washington State.
Yeah, I mean, I one time macrodosed to the point where I literally flooded the bathroom, and it was not good. And so what happened was I had been microdosing, and I figured I don't like to I don't know. I wanted to get rid of all these mushrooms, so I just ate a whole bunch of them and got really fucked up and took a shower, and I just was in the shower for like 2 hours and didn't realize it. And my roommate knocked on the door and was like, "Are you okay? I hear you like moaning in there." And I was like, "Yeah, I just like threw up." And then I had unknowingly flooded part of the house, and fortunately I didn't have to like I have renter's insurance, and so I didn't have to get that involved, but it was messy. And I just was like, if I'm going to do it in the future, if I'm going to do that much, I'm going to probably make sure I do it with other people. And that was like the summer before I started streaming. Was it the summer before I started streaming? Or I think I had started with GoPros, but I just hadn't started like YouTubing. I started YouTubing technically like my streams start fall of 2001 or no 2021, but I have a lot of data that's archived on SD cards. Do you see the score? What excuses are you using? You just need to play well. That's all. I mean, there's just a key, and it's just about playing well. FEMUR.
every second for identity threats. If your identity frustration,
No one knows.
will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guarantee you your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com. Use promo code George for 40% off.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens.
I have so many eyes right now.
Words of an actual home title thief. I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you. For reason, virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert. Use for home title.
Cis? Doesn't it mean like cisgender?
Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report.
See, and it's not.
And sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. Home Title Lock.
I mean, I don't even know if that's like what that means. All I know is that I have more than twice your score, and right now your goal is to not get doubled.
Welcome back to Coast AM. My guest is Ron Meyer. Just so we have a chance, your latest film that's coming out is called The Alien and Paranormal Connection, right?
Correct.
And I just wanted you to give us a quick, I was watching it, and how did aliens like 2030? Did they all come to you or
Dude, I have the worst letters.
real house? And
Z? It means like chi, means like your spirit in Chinese. Yeah, you can. Taxi. My taxi. I know. That's why I said my taxi. That was my joke.
Right. Right.
So you have to. I think that
Teen.
media is the largest experience. What shows up? It's really cool. Once in a while. Some of them all had an experience. We saw, I guess, would be the same phenomenon. In two very different ways. We didn't see the greater Atlas really pioneered this idea of different modalities that all come under one umbrella. Had an experience with that. He and his wife had a phenomenon. She saw an angel and he saw a friend. So I think that gives us a clue that human being has to be factored into all of these events. Whether they're about what they're capable of experiences or the past experiences that they've had. Maybe even their past lives if you want to go there.
Right. Right. That is very, it does connect to the conversation we were also having about AI, because it's up to the individual observer of what they're seeing and experiencing. You saw Bigfoot and your son-in-law saw something else.
You didn't see it, but you felt it.
Felt it, yeah. It's the up to the individual to observe them as well.
I think you can't just, you have to look at the individual. Why I would see he would feel, what he feels and I don't feel. We don't going on together. He senses these things in a way I do not.
Oh fuck! I have the word Inuit, but it's a proper noun.
What is it that you want people to take away?
That everything that they think is impossible.
Shout out to the Inuits.
Particularly scientifically, these paranormal experiences, overstated experiences, or encounters that would be good, or angels or UFOs, that there's something there, and they're all part of the story. You can't dismiss them as if they're getting global or nothing.
Do you think you're gonna make a comeback?
Take them off the table, man.
Out there, never experienced these things. They call me.
I have no way of answering that question. These things, the first time that they at least tell the story. Sometimes people often had things when they were children. Tried to tell people that
It's like chicks who suck dick and finger other chicks. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
If you're curious, like you said, you could go to the physical tree and you into some experience.
I don't even know if you have to be curious. I've talked to enough people that they weren't curious and all of a sudden something happened and just blew their minds.
Right. Right. You hear that all
the people that had near-death experiences and we know.
Oh, you think you're gonna come back? Don't do that. Oh. Oh, but I was just gonna say, why isn't it more points than that? Well, because it's like a custom letter.
Strongest desire to know the answer, and everything in between, and they seem to show up.
Yeah, true. Well, that is
This is a very low scoring game. No one knows what you're saying.
Oh, YouTube, right. Tom from Hawaii. Hello, Tom from Hawaii. How are you tonight?
Do you want to hear? Do you want to hear about what? As?
I'm like in the only area of like little lake home that we have big towers in our area, but I'm in that like little saddle. And I only get like one car and like all this stuff real opportunity. That's different. But no, so well, I was just wondering if you're done. So about AI, for example.
Are you gonna follow my? AH? Are you gonna? WHOA? Oh, maybe. I don't know. I think it can be spelled the other way too. Do you want to hear about? Do you want to hear about the fighter and the kid? You don't want to hear about. You love it. You love it.
So you let me have a wrong comment on that. How can AI be trained to think organically? Can it be emotional? I wonder if it can get upset, if it can get irritated, if it can get offended. If someone's, yeah. Right. Yeah, that is happening.
That's the West Side Pimp.
Los Angeles, Andy, we are in LA. How are you feeling tonight?
It's great to see you. Great show, and I really enjoy your personality listening to you. Maybe comment and love you. Yes, I believe you're right on the money when you said that the spirit world is directly connected to a lot of these paranormal events that are taking place around the world with Bigfoot and other appearances. I myself have had, when I was new in California 40 years ago, up front, I had a paranormal experience that I wouldn't believe, that if somebody told me that it happened to them, I would be very doubtful. What was it? What it was I was working as a trainee for a security company that I was in a patrol car with a supervisor, and we were told that there was unusual activity in the company parking lot, which was in the outskirts of downtown LA, and in the produce section of Los Angeles, and it was a dark, no lights in the lot, and we drove up in our little Chevy Nova,
Oh,
and
fuck.
supervisor said, stay in the car, and I'll be right back. He put the brake lights on, motor running, gets out of the car, walks to the center of the lot. I took my eyes off of him for about 30 to 40 seconds. I was looking around because it was kind of, scary.
Why haven't you ever beaten me at this game?
1:30 to 2 in the morning, I would guess. And what happened was, right next to the car showed him.
It should be. You had a queue? Hold on. Yeah, you're right. All right, you ready to play darts? You want 301, 501, 101. Let's see what you got, pimp. Let's see how good you are. That was a 3. That was a 3. You got a total of 6. You got a total of 3. I'm sexy as fuck, dog. I bust all the time. Watch this shot, though. Are you watching? I dedicate this shot to DMX.
on
101, 301, 501. I beat you one game in a row.
Great. And we'll be back right after
25, 20, 1. Pretty good. But I'm going to show you perfection. I busted. 0, 20, 20. Are you proud of that? It's called Pro Double Out. Do you want Pro Double Out? You want 101 Pro Double Out? You want 101 Pro Double Out? That's cray cray. Riser's turn. Go. That's a 1. That's a 20. That's a 20. That's a good score. I'm going to sneeze. Pardon me. Probably got sneeze all over my fucking screen. What are your thoughts on my 60? 1 times 3, 18, 1. That's okay.
Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio.
18,
Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there
20.
in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku smart soundbar speakers,
0.
Roku players, and with Roku.
You busted. Yeah, you busted.
Simple voice requests. iHeartRadio music, radio stations, with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio.
The bullseye's worth 50 points.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music.
Busted.
All in one. Discover
I dedicate this shot to Zoot and his comedy career.
1,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Sky, hey, love working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the working community."
Her boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called
Of one. Yeah, I think easier is the higher ones. I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career. You don't have to get anything. Don't you worry. You don't have to get anything. 101 Pro Double Out. I'm surprised you don't love this game. Double 20. Oh, dude, this is a big score. 81. Good job. You're in. You're in trouble though. You're definitely in trouble because I'm gonna get this one, and then I'm gonna get a double 20. Are you proud of that shot? Yep. Closest to the middle, son. You're fucked. Because I'm amazing at this. Dude, that's a good score. That probably is gonna win. Good win. Are you ready for this? 501 easy. No pro double. Oh, no. Hold on. 101 easy. Just the normal way. No, it's just single out. We will. You're up. No.
Our system even allow for something like this to happen? For these people to walk away billionaires when so many more
20. You busted, Doc. Yep.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong.
Oh my god, the twists and turns.
And when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Mark Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City and Narcos and Roadhouse and so many commercials about back then.
Are you fucking serious? So, are you ready to hear about Brendan Schaub? Okay.
People like Ed Helms. I climbed up and it was just like, Diane Guerrero.
And she goes, you're on your own. You have to run.
I love storytelling and I love you.
501, 101 pro double out, but this is bullshit. Because it is.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes.
Word, dog. Did you see that? Do you see how tight that grouping is? Word, dog. Are you proud of that shot? How did I bust? Oh, because it's double out. Oh, I didn't even realize. You do whatever makes you happy. Dog, I can't hear you over the winning. It's over, baby. One-on-one pro double out. If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe how did I fucking bust? Because I got a 1? Dude, I hate this pro double out shit. Do you know what kind of comeback I need right now? How about you shut the fuck up? Do you like Jim Carrey? Yes or no? He's like, who's your favorite Canadian entertainer? You don't have to. Okay, get that 10. Now watch this 18 or 19 or 18. Watch this 9 action. Oh. You're done, son. You need a 10. All right. Oh, dude, play this game against me. It's actually kind of fun. It's like Tetris. Is it Pops? Yeah, 2 players. Ghost piece on. So basically, we're playing Tetris against each other, and I am trying to make it go longer than you. So you want to match 3 across, 3 up, or 3 diagonally. Tap to rotate, slide to move, slide up and down to drop. Now I'm ready for you to be like, oh, I didn't know how to play. Well, this sucks. You're fucked. I see what you're doing. You can see what I'm doing on the left. You're fucked. You are fucked. You're building a huge fucking tower.
Real people, real stories.
I was only sick for 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivora about what's on the trial. I trusted it. 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore, I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I have a brain again.
866-836-8735.
I don't know why you can't rotate it. I think that might be like copyrighted or trade copyrighted. You suck. I beat you. That's one win. We're playing again. You're gonna love this game. We ate all the. You want to play basketball? Hold on. Play this game. All right, we'll play basketball. I've beaten Zoot in basketball. Okay, 3 rounds. We're gonna play 3 rounds, son. Riser, you have an invitation. Go on with your bad self. Let's see how many you miss. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. That's 1 miss. That's go. 1 miss. 1 make. Oh, that was awful. 2 makes. You have 2 makes. Oh, you're fucked. Just give up. I made them. You're blocking your microphone. What'd you say? You are blocking your microphone. You were blocking 1. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. You got 2. Why do you think it's terrible? Look how sick I am. Are you seeing this? You have an iPad. You're fucked. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. You got 0. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Did you just resign? All right, reload. 2 players, 3 rounds. Play me till you beat me. You're done, son. Play me in cup pong. It's whatever you want to be, baby. You're doing really well. I agree. I agree with you, big man. What are your thoughts on me having 5 and you having 3? That's a miss. Welcome. Liza, what are your thoughts on me having 5 and you having 3? Yeah, we'll hit another one to impress me. I'm too strong. What do you want me to do? The score is 7-6. That's a miss. That's a big miss. A major miss. Major miss. Perfect. Here we go, baby. Get 1. That's too far. It's over for you. This game is over. It is really tough. The sensitivity is very tough. You have 0 wins in that game. Are you ready to play Moncala? Are you ready to play Moncala? You're blocking your microphone. Yeah, read the rules. It's the oldest type of family of games in the world. It's in the Wikipedia. Are you done? Are you done? It was actually random. Dog, it was random. You're up, big man. Good job. Yeah, because I'm sexy like that, baby. Boy, you better go, son. I could have fucked you, and I chose not to. You're welcome, pimp. You fucked me. You won. I thought you didn't like this game. Do you like this or Tetris? I fucking love it. You're up, pimp. Fuck. You ready to play again? Okay, you want to play basketball, son? You're blocking your fucking microphone. It's Karam. All right. Classic pool 120, 160, 210. Thanks, baby. Look how sick this shot is. All right, I don't know what to do here. Are you a fan of the band Daft Punk? So, yeah, Daft Punk is amazing. What about Lucky? What about Lucky? Where else? Look at this shot. No one can do that. They don't suck. Yeah. The Scientist, Clocks, La Vida or what is it called? The Vida La Vida La. They have the song My Universe. I love that song with BTS. And When I cross for you, when everything that you do, Yellow. Did he go there with? Did he go there with his HR representative? I feel badly for him. Psych, that guy deserves all the shit he gets. You're a scumbag if you do that shit. Of course. That shot was dog shit. You want to see a sniper shot? Just did, pimp. How'd you like that shot? Dude, the red. Look at these. Look at this sexiness. I feel like a CEO at a Coldplay concert, baby. Look at this move. Your fucking thing is in the way. Look at this move. I just gave you the game. No. It's an easy cover, son. I don't really know why the Queen exists. I do know that you majored. Oh, no, you didn't. I can't believe that went in. Dude, I've won a bunch in a row. Play me in Freestyle 120. Freestyle 120. Hey, how did bowling feel? How did disco feel? Hey, how did disco feel? Hey, how did basketball feel? Dude, you got it in on the beginning. At the beginning, that was great. Dude, just sweep the table. Sweep the table. Sweep it. Sweep it all. I'm going to punish you. I wanted to give you a chance. I wanted to give you a chance. Look how sick this shot is. Thanks, baby.
Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
Get it.
They were black artists, extremely long felony sentences. But prison in your 20s. I'm Jamie.
Shut the fuck up and just make it. Try to cover it. Riser, I don't know what you're talking about.
But they also have some unfinished business. They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app. Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. You right? Hey, this is Lucy Brown, WNBA player, professional lover. And this is Mariah Rose, and you know me from the story.
Who's your favorite WNBA team?
Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited.
Who's your favorite WNBA player? You don't know who Caitlin Clark is?
We want to share all of the women's basketball stories. Listen on America's #1 podcast.
You don't know who Brittany Griner is? All right, you ready for the greatest comeback ever? This literally, I could not have a bigger comeback than this. Nope. Get the red one. Go, go, go. I don't know why you keep. Dog. I'm going to whip your ass so badly it's going to make your head spin. Let me go first. Oh, home field advantage. Home field. Perfect shot. I know what to do. Now, this is an interesting. Oh, I fucking. Yeah, no, I did the thing where. Oh, I can't believe I fucked up. Well, this game doesn't count. This game doesn't count. Just make your shot. That's all you have to do. New fee. New fee. No way. New fee. No way. No way. I'm athleticism in motion, baby. Fuck, man. You can end it here. Let me go first. I'll just sweep the table. I fucked that up. I fucked that up. And I'm not going to make that mistake again. 6 shot. Nope, that's a miss. It's one of the biggest misses that we've ever had the opportunity to witness. Two in a row. Big time shot. I think I'm going to. It's Karam. Karam. It's Karam.
hear and look forward to. Can you tell us a little bit about that story and how Power Day worked for you?
Yes, absolutely. So, that was definitely like one of those shifts. As a few things. Again, I always felt I had certain gifts from being
Huge, giant miss. I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career. Stop. Hit it. Get in. Let me go first. Get in. How did that not go in?
The universe kept giving me very, very interesting signs that it was kind of time
That was not good, dude.
to speak from the heart, to speak up, having
You're fine. I know what to do.
exactly insight what I need to know that this happened with Starbucks.
You're fucked. Get in. Get in.
Very outside of myself, and the dates for the actual
Just don't miss. Just don't miss. That timer's ticking down, son. That timer. You only have 50. You're getting that in. Let me go first. Sexy. Dog, I know what I'm doing. Are you proud of the way you're playing? Why aren't you good at math?
Being on the other side of it, I see how important and pivotal that moment was for me in so many ways.
That was a giant miss. I'm gonna win now. Just watch me win. Look at these moves.
Speak on something, and they're like, oh, I just started doing what the message they got was speaking from the
Are you serious? My friend. I don't know. You would know from basketball. I really am not. I mean, if it's on that setting, I'm not. I really am not. I not purposefully. I'm not making myself go first. Well, we'll have to check and see. It's not like it's helped me. In fact, if anything, it's hurt me very badly. Yeah, this game sucks. Quit it, you. Are you sure? Are you sure that it's called that? You you have to cover, dog. And missed. What a terrible miss. So your brother concert. What did he think of it? Yeah, how about you shut the fuck up? Oh, what a miss. But I've been going first. This motherfucker had this bitch counted. See, kids, this is why you never have it counted. I dedicate this to Zoot's. No! Stop. Fuck you. So you won when I had the red. That's the first time that's happened for you. All right, create private game. I'm telling you, breaks. It says random. I'm not kidding. Maybe if it's like freestyle 120, I always start or something, but it says random. Do you have an invitation? All right. Well, your break. It's like it hurt us. All right. Well then. No way. Is this like golf? Doug, where am I gonna make this? How am I gonna make this? What happened? I just did. What? What happened? I still don't know what happened. All right. Well, that happened to me, and you didn't give up your turn. Are you asking? I didn't hear you ask. You just if you just okay. So you want me to give up my shot? I don't know what you want me to do, dog. What happened? Dog, I don't know what you want me to do. What do you want me to do? One in a row. Yeah, it did. It seems like if you start, you lose. I don't even know what to do here. That was a good shot. 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 Not a bad shot. I mean, I know you tried. You didn't really leave me with a good shot. Fancy. I don't really know what to do though. What do I do? Two in a row. It's like if you in basketball, dude, when I start, I lose. It's just as simple as that. Are you proud of that? I dedicate this to Dave's comedy career. Oh no! But I get to go again. Because I get one in, but then I put the thing in, but it was a red one. It was on the red cover. Dude, I don't know what to do here. No, I didn't start, or I started. So if I start, I lose. Yeah, it's happened every time. Like 13 games in a row, the person who has started has lost. You go first. You're up, dog. Well, then I'm going to do the same. I've got a bunch of shit that I've got to do, and you've prevented me from doing all of it. I have to pray in like 20 minutes. Are you done? in like 20 minutes. Dude, why do I have to go first? You're up, dog. I can't believe I didn't. Thanks for the free points. It's his fault. The riser pocketed its striker. It glitched. Oh no. Why did it say the riser did the striker when I'm the one who did it? Advantage? Dog? I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. Champion, baby. All right. 3 in a row, 7 in a row. Okay, last game. Freestyle 210. Oh, I have to go first? This is garbage. More shit to hit in, baby. What do I do now? Are you proud of that shot? Look at this shot. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. That was garbage. It said I dude, what this game is, dude, this game is fucked. Right. It's like they did an update that destroyed its integrity. You're fucked now. So isn't it in our best interest to just put the fucking striker in? Well, because people wouldn't know what a karam is. I gave you that. Ooh. What you gonna do, son? You have no easy shots. Don't miss. Are you proud of the way you're playing? This game is fucked. What do you mean? That's the way it's. Easy shot, dude. I could make this shot. I would make this shot. This is easy. Almost too easy. Get it. Get it. Go, 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 go. Yeah, you still probably will. I just want it to be over. Good job. So if we add up all of the games that we played, I won. Well, more than you. I won literati. I won cups. I won basketball. I won Tetris. I won disco. I won darts. I won more archery, I think. And we tied at carom. And I beat you in table soccer. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on how well I played? What are your thoughts on how well I played? What are your thoughts on how well I played? No. Why aren't you good at? Yeah, all the other good ones. You know you beat Moncala. You love that game. Art. I consider it like crafting. That's really cool, man. What are you gonna paint? Is it gonna be colorful? That's good. I mean, I think it should just be really colorful. That's all. Please do. Tight, dude. I hope Zoot had fun at the comedy night. You're asking good questions. I don't have the answers to them, but you're asking good questions. Thanks, big man. All right. Sounds like a plan, big man. Peace. Later, skater.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, my 2-week-long reign of terror is over. Gary is back. The gang is back together, kicking off today at 9.
And good morning. It is 5:19 on your wake-up call here on KFI AM 640. I'm Michael Monks, filling in for Amy King before she returns tomorrow. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA Mayor Bass has again complained about having the military in the city to help with federal immigration enforcement efforts. She says the raids are creating fear. She's also complained about agents wearing face masks. Bass is expected to be in Silmar this morning to join others calling for an end to the deployment of National Guard troops and the U.S. Marines here in Los Angeles. Las Vegas and Seattle are the front runners as locations for potential new NBA franchises. And former LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva has registered a campaign committee for next year's election. LA Times reports Villanueva for Sheriff 2026 committee has been registered with the Secretary of State's office. The Times says Villanueva is expected to have more information this week. Current Sheriff Robert Luna beat out Villanueva in their 2022 election for sheriff. And I don't know if you've been on social media this week. Odds are you have. And if that is in fact the case, you've probably heard this. The Kiss Cam shot heard around the world. It was a Coldplay concert in Boston. And you know how those cams are. They move around, they show people. Well, it landed on a couple that maybe was not supposed to be a couple, or at least didn't want anyone to know their couple status. And joining us now to talk about the fallout, and boy, has there been fallout, is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. Good morning to you, Rory.
Yeah, Michael, and that really was the camera shot heard around the world, taken not far from where the actual shot heard around the world was done.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I got to tell you, Rory, I really hate this story. It makes me so uncomfortable. I know people are having fun with it, and what I can't
keep in mind, these two people with that camera came on them, ducked away in embarrassment. So even the singer there in Coldplay knew that something was up. Chris Martin, yeah, and having so much fun with it. But this is causing problems for them. Yeah, these are people in a high-profile tech company.
Well, right. And so, look, there's a family tragedy aspect of this, of two relationships likely falling apart. There are kids involved. There's a lot of sad stuff here. But at the same time, hey, Love Island is over this season, so we all need something to talk about. And look, it's easy, it's unifying. We're not going down red versus blue, left, right, Trump, no Trump, magnet, not whatever. Like, we can all rally behind this and the awkwardness of this kiss cam moment. And the memes have been really good. And I think that also shows the power of those of AI in generating a lot of the stuff that we're seeing online. It's so much easier to make this stuff up now. Have you gotten a favorite yet that you've seen?
I have to turn away from them because they make me so uncomfortable. I'm just cringing at this story. I mean, what are the odds that you're possibly engaging in an extramarital affair? You go see Coldplay, and the band turns the camera on you, and then you become an internet sensation. And not just memes. You're mentioning the memes. People are having a lot of fun at these people's expense. But I've seen other professional sports organizations that have cams in their stadiums or arenas, and they're all engaging in some sort of, they're recreating it. They're making fun of it. I mean, it's nuts.
Well, yeah, the Philly Fanatic, I think, was a trailblazer in that one. I think last Thursday or Friday. I've seen memes. It's Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia. It's Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. One that gets me is Fonzie Bear and Miss Piggy. There they are stepping out on Kermit. So there's some and the animation, and now they're getting animated. They're making movies. Again, I think the technology makes it so much easier to generate these kinds of memes. I've seen pizza and pineapple together. It was fun.
That's an affair that I actually endorse. I wish that was
that's the relationship that shouldn't be. But all right. But again, it's sad, but at the same time, it's one of those summer fun things that if you can take the human tragedy out of it, you can have a lot of fun with it.
We're talking about the CEO of Astronomer Inc. and one of the HR, human resources executives there, possibly engaging in extramarital. Yeah. What's happened at the company?
Well, he's been I'm sure he's been on the most of the so we haven't seen if she'll get some sort of an agreement. I'd imagine their future careers might be in doubt. I'm not sure who would want to hire these people. The New York Post has really been doing deep dives into the personal lives of both these people. She married into a wealthy family, so I don't think they're going to need the income. But certainly the high-profile nature of this is something that's unprecedented.
Unprecedented indeed. How did you land this assignment? I mean, you're the national correspondent, right? That's how big this has gotten.
Well, hey, look, I just followed the biggest news of the weekend. This is still going on. I thought it'd be all over. But Friday, it's all over. Maybe Saturday, it's a couple of leftovers, but still going Sunday. Here we are today. Fresh material still popping up. This just isn't going away. I'm sure the Trump administration would like to be putting on Coldplay T-shirts in order to change the topic to this off of Epstein. But let's see what happens on Pennsylvania Avenue today.
We certainly will indeed. I know you'll be on top of that because you do cover a lot of things, including this horrifying, cringe-worthy story. Rory O'Neill, our national correspondent, always a pleasure to talk to you. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Hey, thanks, Michael.
My goodness. I mean, Cole Schreiber, I know I'm not alone in cringing at this Coldplay Kiss Cam concert footage.
But you're out in public.
You gotta slither around like a decent human being. Like somebody else. That's enough. Okay, let's get back to some news. Coming out of the KFI 24-hour news from Melly Mayor Bass says she's not concerned about the city still being without a permanent fire chief.
Bass made the comment on Sunday.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. So I wrote this small book back in 2012 for the occasion of the Siyam Shas, the 7.5-year completion of the cycle or of the daily Talmud study routine that has been practiced worldwide since 1923. And now it's 2019. We're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, you know what, this book needs a refresh. So I went back and I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant, and I released it again in a revised edition. And, you know, I actually kind of like this book, but since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I have received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, you know, just completely out of the frame. So here's one here. Here's a negative one that was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis DeSales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work on YouTube, and that's why I bought this book. By the way, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Abramson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's really, in reality, I have to agree with Mr. DeSales. That is in fact what the book is. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, you know, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how, you know, I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild. Some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it, and eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical, the literary, and the theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer writes, too brief, too personal. That's the heading. That's pretty good. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like an overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos. So even the negative part still has a little sentiment. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore D. Sternberg writes 3 stars, right? There's on a scale of 5. Too much about Henry Abramson, not enough about the Talmud. Ugh. Wow, that hurts, I have to say. But you know, let's read some positive reviews so I feel better about this. Okay, here we go. So here is Punyadi, who wrote in August of this year. Again, these are all in the first edition, writes, a must read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abramson has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one written by No Pickles. I have no idea who that is. It's a strange name. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. The book is a great big picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary work ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective, intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. Ooh, that's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. It's true. That's what I'm. Maybe not so much the self-awareness, maybe not even the humility so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to anyways. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also gave it a genre: inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are 3 pretty accurate discussions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives us a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Study and help. Nice. 2 more. Okay. Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth readership, but that's kind of cool story. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil, the famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil, who's done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow, he wrote this. He said, I enjoyed this passionate, honest, and so nicely written memoir and introduction to the Talmud. Wow, so that's really good. I was really pleased to receive these reviews. If you're interested in reading the book, please have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyam Shas. I think it still has some value. And I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching.
Isn't easy, but I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th on the iHeartRadio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
There are verities in this great land. The all but certain confidence that some places are safe from chaos and violence.
Never in a million years would you think that you'd see your parents' house taped off, the farm taped off by that yellow tape.
It was a very brutal crime scene, one of the worst I've ever seen. Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Dateline. You can listen to all episodes now, completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They were sweet little old ladies. One with a big blue phone, the other with a Hungarian accent. Helen and Olga. They look like very nice grandmothers, In a city named for angels, Helen and Olga made it their mission to help homeless men get off the street. Then one day, tragedy. One of their homeless men was killed by a hit-and-run driver. And then another. So sad. Two sweet little old ladies. And why are we telling you this? Because this is Dateline's latest podcast, and as you might expect, this is a story about murder. Well, we've never seen anything quite like this. And we're not alone. It's about as cold-blooded as anything I've seen. I've been doing this a long time, and I've never, ever seen anything that has involved this much planning and this degree of just evil. This is a story about pride, greed, and other deadly sins. It's a story about blood money. Yes, murder. Follow The Thing About Helen and Olga wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI is in your ear. Put it on your screen. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 645 35 on your wake-up call. I'm Michael Monks, and that is Coldplay. Thank you, Kono. I'm cringing still. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The brother of the late NFL star Pat Tillman is facing charges after he allegedly crashed his car into a post office in San Jose. Post office officials say Richard Tillman drove into the Almaden Valley post office early yesterday morning, triggering an explosion. caused the post office to go up in flames. Investigators believe Tillman drove into that post office on purpose. His brother Pat Tillman was a star in the NFL, left football, died in Afghanistan as an Army Ranger in exchange of friendly fire. Gaza's health ministry says the territory has experienced its deadliest day for aid seekers in over 21 months of conflict, with at least 85 Palestinians killed while seeking that aid. Yesterday, Israeli forces reportedly opened fire on crowds near aid convoys, killing dozens in northern Gaza. The UN has confirmed massive crowds gathered as 25 aid trucks entered the area. And Scotty Scheffler is the champion golfer of the year and one step closer to the career Grand Slam. Number one player in the world dominated the British Open on Sunday and led by as many as 7 shots before winning ultimately by 4. Coming up at the top of the hour, we've got Handel on the news. Bill Handel will be here, but Nielsen Pager's off, and Amy King is obviously off. Filling in for her, it's just going to be Bill Handel, Michael Monks. See how that goes. I'm a little nervous, so if you're on my side, stay with us and send me all the good energy. If you're on Handel's side, I wish you good fortune in the wars to come. Coming up at 5:50, the president has urged the Senate to cancel his August congressional recess to allow for the confirmation of the president's nominees. ABC's Stephen Portnoy will join us live. Is our friend from Bloomberg not here with us yet? Okay, we'll have that financial report coming up momentarily. Meanwhile, we've got more news. Coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom, LA Mayor Bass has again complained about having the military in this city to help with federal immigration enforcement efforts.
This is just such an incredible misuse of not only taxpayers' money, but of the young people who are in the National Guard, who've had to leave their families, their jobs, and their education for this deployment that is completely unnecessary.
Bass told CBS's Face the Nation the raids are creating fear as masked men pull up in unmarked cars and jump out of those cars with rifles and detain people.
For the average citizen, it looks like it's a violent kidnapping. So you should never have that.
Bass is expected in Silmar this morning to join others calling for an end to the deployment of National Guard troops and U.S. Marines in Los Angeles. All right, it's time now to get up in the money. Is that what we're doing? We're getting up
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. So I wrote this small book back in 2012 for the occasion of the Siyam Hashas, the 7.5-year completion of the cycle of the daily Talmud study routine that has been practiced worldwide since 1923. And now it's 2019. We're approaching the new cycle, and I thought, you know what, this book needs a refresh. So I went back and I changed a few things, especially those things that made me look really stupid and ignorant, and I released it again in a revised edition. And, you know, I actually kind of like this book, but since it is a reissue, I thought it would be fun to kind of talk a little bit about the negative reviews that I have received. So I'm going to read you a few negative reviews that appeared on Amazon. These are completely, you know, just completely out of the press. So here's one here. Here's a negative one that was written in 2016 on the first edition by Francis DeSales. I am a fan of Rabbi Abramson's work on YouTube, and that's why I bought this book. By the way, not a rabbi, just a regular guy. His passion for the Talmud and entertaining style came out very clearly in this little book. That's good. So far it doesn't sound like a negative review. Alas, using Rabbi Abramson's metaphor, you're not even close to the seashore by reading this book. The experience is more like reading some billboards and promotional pamphlets while getting ready to visit the seashore. Ouch. But you know what? This is true. That's really, in reality, I have to agree with Mr. DeSales. That is, in fact, what the book is. I've subtitled it A Brief and Personal Introduction. So basically what it's all about is it's really a very superficial first-time introduction to what the Talmud is, who wrote it, how big is it, what does it deal with, how has it been, you know, transmitted over the ages, things like that. But at the same time, it's really like a German Bildungsroman, which means like a story of coming of age. It's all about how, you know, I was first introduced to the Talmud as a young adult, and my first experiences in yeshiva, which I think are pretty wild, and some amazing teachers that I've had, and some amazing study partners I've had, and how I became interested in it, eventually ended up finally becoming a small teacher of Talmud as well. So it is very much a brief and personal introduction. And I alternate between the historical and the literary and the theological on one hand, kind of like in a dry academic sense. And on the other hand, I talk about my own personal story, which has all kinds of, I think, funny episodes in it. Let me read you another negative one over here. Here we go. Kindle customer writes, too brief, too personal. That's the heading. That's pretty good. Too brief and perhaps even too personal, like an overshare. Probably true. But I did love the photos. So even the negative part still has a little softer. And here, this one's probably the most harsh. Theodore D. Sternberg writes 3 stars, right? There's on a scale of 5. Too much about Henry Abramson, not enough about the Talmud. Wow, that hurts, I have to say. But you know, let's read some positive reviews so I feel better about this. Okay, here we go. So here is Bunyadi, who wrote in August of this year, and these are all in the first edition, writes, a must read. Nice. Wow, a wonderful explanation on the Talmud. He explains the Babylonian Talmud versus the Jerusalem Talmud and tons of other cool facts. He tells the book in relationship to swimming. I really enjoyed reading this. And Dr. Abramson has some good YouTube videos as well. So that was nice. I like that. Here's another one, written by No Pickles. I have no idea who that is. It's a strange name. Fantastic introduction to the Talmud. The book is a great big picture introduction to arguably the most complex literary work ever created. Dr. Abramson writes from an academic, scholarly perspective using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. Ooh, that's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. It's true. That's what I'm. Maybe not so much as self-awareness. Maybe not even the humility so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to anyways. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also gave it a genre: inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are 3 accurate discussions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually